The ringing of the bell in the chapel perfectly complemented this magical day. The bride walked slowly down the aisle in her dazzling white wedding dress, which created a glowing effect when the sun hit it. Trying to remain completely calm, Mary mentally told herself not to be nervous. Despite the fact that she was one of the two main characters in this scene, the girl did not escape the disdainful and contemptuous glances of the assembled guests. Moreover, in the eyes of some men, one could read the most lustful intentions. Finally, Mary caught up with her betrothed, still mentally noting to herself that there was not and could not be any spirit of celebration in today's wedding ceremony. As the bride and groom stood before the altar, the priest began to read his long speech about God, blessings, and gratitude. And when the man began to talk about family values and happiness, Mary once again realized that none of this was destined to come true. After all, today she is marrying a man who sincerely hates her and will arrange a bloody massacre in the future. Mary suddenly remembered her previous last moment, when on the threshold of the apartment, the girl met her good-for-nothing brother, once again demanding money from her. She tried to reproach him for being too addicted to gambling, but the young man, immediately becoming enraged, began to recall the reason she was still alive. Forgetting that there was a steep staircase behind her, Mary began to back away, starting to talk about how her brother had already borrowed too much from her. A moment after the fateful meeting, the girl sat in front of the mirror, feeling a completely unfamiliar face that in an instant became her face. Once the initial shock had worn off a bit, Mary realized that somehow her soul had managed to move into a new body. The girl's attention was distracted from herself by a maid who entered the room and asked Mistress Kate if she had forgotten about today's ceremony. As soon as the girl heard this name, she immediately remembered one of the characters from the book she had read not long ago. The main character of which was a very kind and bright girl named Rebecca Dawson, who, due to her origin, was regularly attacked by family members. But one day she was met by the Sanders couple, who took pity on the poor girl and took her to live in their estate. There, Rebecca was literally surrounded with love and care by the Sanders couple's sons, John and Calvin, where everyone tried to win her heart. From here, one could say, began the true story of the character in whose body Mary was reborn. Stupid, greedy, evil, and blinded by jealousy, Kate only tried to regularly harm the main character. Thanks to her family and caring father, Kate grew up wanting for nothing and therefore had the resources to organize attempts on Rebecca's life. With these thoughts in mind, the maid's words about finishing her hair manipulations came out. And when the girl added that right now her father was waiting for the lady in his chambers, Mary was very happy. With words of gratitude that greatly surprised the maid, Mary literally fluttered out of the room. As she quickly moved towards her heroine's father's office, the girl thought that she just needed to correct Kate's mistakes, which shouldn't be too difficult. And if she changes her behavior dramatically, then it is quite possible that she will even be able to win the love of the Sanders family members. With these joyful thoughts, the girl reached the office and opened the door, wishing her father good morning. At that time, Mary had no idea how quickly and mercilessly all her hopes would be destroyed, which collapsed immediately as soon as the girl met the gaze of Kate's father, who, in a not very friendly tone, stated that it was already quite late for the morning. Turning his back to his daughter, Lewis added no less rudely that she might as well not come to him at all. Listening to the man's words, Mary could not understand why this hero of the book, whom she considered the best father in the world, was treating his daughter so rudely. And suddenly the girl heard a voice announcing that the identity check of the next applicant was complete. And so Mary, as if from the outside, saw how her heroine lived until the moment when she found herself in her body, where, sitting on the floor, she begged her father to stop, promising to do everything necessary. The girl looked at what was happening in amazement and tried to somehow put it all into her head. In an instant, Mary realized that the entire image of Kate, as she saw it on the pages of the book, was simply feigned. The beaten girl, left alone in a dark and cold room after the beating, begged to be forgiven and released. Mary saw one picture of her heroine's life after another, where Kate's own brother treated his sister no more than an instrument into which they invested a lot and for a long time in order to eventually receive a return. It turned out that for everyone else, Kate Dickerson was nothing more than an attractive wrapper, underneath which was hidden despair and pain from daily beatings that the girl was inflicted on by her closest relatives and even servants. She was not a pompous, heartless, evil, and dissolute girl. She was simply made to appear that way. Mary cautiously approached the minor heroine of this work, who was sitting on the floor. She didn't know what to say when Kate asked if she was happy with what she saw and if she still thought she could handle it. After a pause, the girl tried to talk to the character whose life she was involuntarily beginning to try on. But she was suddenly brought out of her immersion in Kate's memories by the terrible cry of Louis, who called his daughter by her first and last name. Slamming his hand on the table, the man added menacingly that the girl sitting in front of him had started to cause him a lot of trouble since early morning. When he realized that his daughter was actually listening to him, Louis muttered through his teeth that Kate could not afford to make a mistake today. He then reminded her that the girl should ask to take 3 maids with her, which would allow them to move on to the next part of their plan. All the time that followed, Mary tried to understand why the heroes of the book she was reading were not actually what they seemed on the pages. In search of an answer, the girl decided to remember all the main parts of the book's plot. The Sanders and Dickerson families were always rivals and were roughly equal, but after the Sanders family made a significant contribution to the war, its head received the title of Duke. But Earl Dickerson believed that his longtime enemy had simply stolen his ducal title from him, and so he decided to marry his daughter to one of Duke Sanders's sons in order to destroy the family through her. Having gone through all this in her head, Mary mentally ordered herself to pull herself together in order to find a way out of this situation. After all, she was always strong and knew how to find a way out of the most difficult situations, and if she now stops behaving like the original Kate, then perhaps this will give her a chance to avoid the fate prepared for this character on the pages of the book. Mary didn't notice how time flew by, and now she was getting out of the carriage, which had stopped at a huge mansion. The indescribably beautiful exterior of the Sanders estate was truly breathtaking. As the Dickerson family moved around the area, Kate's father and brother could only exchange vicious, mocking remarks about the Sanders family. At the entrance, the guests were met by a butler who greeted the Count and his children and said that the Duke and his wife were already waiting for them. After these words, it was as if Louis had been replaced, where he, with the sweetest expression on his face, suddenly turned to his daughter, affectionately inviting her to hurry inside. Mary had no choice but to play along with her tyrant father, only mentally noting the transformation in his behavior that had occurred. The girl believed that none of this mattered, since in a week she would leave the Count's house forever, and therefore it was worth focusing on surviving in the Duke's house. The door to the room opened, and the butler, who was seeing off the guests, announced to his master the arrival of the Dickerson family. Mary was fascinated by the opportunity to personally observe all those characters whose images she could only imagine while reading the book, where right now, among others, she was met by Duke Henry Sanders himself, accompanied by his wife Rosemary, where the latter cordially invited those who had arrived to the table. Next, Mary saw another of the main characters of this work, the eldest son of Duke Kelvin. Next to this wonderful young man sat a girl of indescribable beauty, in whom the guest of this world immediately recognized Rebecca. The last person sitting after Rebecca was the Duke's youngest son, John, whose appearance immediately made it clear that he was not very happy to see his future wife. And as soon as Mary saw him, she immediately felt her heartbeat quicken and realized that her heroine had really fallen in love with John, which explained her behavior towards Rebecca. Having collected herself, the girl returned her attention to her future husband, noting all his excellent external qualities. The young groom himself, having only cast a sideways glance at the bride, immediately looked away, in which only disdain was clearly visible. However, this quick glance of his did not escape Mary, who had to make a great effort to pull herself together. Soon the table was set, and the girl was already enjoying the excellent food, mentally rejoicing at the fact that she had managed to be reborn so successfully. The positive emotions were abruptly interrupted by the voice of Louis, who began to lament about having to say goodbye to his only beloved daughter like this. Speaking about how it would be easier for his girl to adapt, the man stated that Kate wants to take several of her maids with her. It was noticeable how after this statement, the Duke and his wife exchanged meaningful glances, where, after a second's pause, Rosemary, smiling sweetly, said that the maids of their house were second to none. But the persistent Count countered this by asking whether the Duchess had brought her maids when she married Henry. And while he was asking this question, John, sitting opposite, gave the guests another unkind look. Almost on a physical level, everyone felt the clouds gathering over this table. Mary, who was well aware of the book's plot, mentally decided that now was the time to intervene and begin to gain trust. And so the girl spoke up, telling her father that she was perfectly fine and there was no reason to worry. Then she turned to the Duke, asking him to forget about the request with the maids, explaining it as the simple worries of a father for his very young daughter who was getting married. Already sitting in the carriage, Louis was beside himself with rage and scolded his daughter for not only not helping to realize his plan, but also directly interfering with it. Mary understood that from this moment, everything was in her own hands, and now she drew the man's attention to what the reaction was to the request regarding the maids. The girl noted that the subtext of the request was obvious, and if the Sanderses had suspicions about her, no maids would help. These words dampened the ardor of the Count, who asked his daughter without any enthusiasm what she could do there in complete solitude. And Mary explained that even if she herself could not do anything right away, her usual measured life and the absence of personal maids would weaken the family's vigilance. And after she manages to gain your trust, she will say that she misses home and will ask permission to invite one of the maids. Although Louis had not yet completely calmed down, he nevertheless understood that there was common sense in his daughter's words. A week passed after these events, which was very difficult for the girl. But starting from today, she no longer needs to return to that terrible and completely alien home. And so, finally, the wedding ceremony reached the point where the newlyweds were to exchange rings. A very small boy and girl carried rings to the young people, the exchange of which completed the ceremony. Noticing the children, Mary mentally noted that they looked very cute together. Then the girl turned her gaze to her betrothed, mentally noting that she knew perfectly well what he was feeling now. It was for this reason that she strove to finish this whole action as quickly as possible. Enjoying this short moment of happiness, the girl extended her palm to John, and now the ring was already on her finger. Smiling sheepishly, Mary noticed that the young man had not even touched her hand when he put the ring on. Noting also that it looked very childish, the bride was about to perform her role in the ceremony. But suddenly John, with a sharp movement, grabbed the ring intended for him from the pillow. Without changing his cold expression, the young man put the ring on his finger himself. Where immediately after this, the hall was filled with barely restrained ridicule from those present, who were very amused by such an attitude of the groom towards the bride, proving that this marriage was concluded for convenience. But Mary was able to pull herself together pretty quickly, literally clenching her hand into a fist, and reminding herself that her main goal was simply to survive. Turning away from the boorish groom, the girl thanked the little girl who brought the rings, after which she calmly turned to the priest, who needed to say the final words to complete the wedding. She didn't notice how her newly made husband suddenly cast a short, interested glance in her direction. After all Mary's thoughts were that at least in this new life, she would be able to calmly enjoy peace and do whatever she wanted. Sitting on the bed in her room, Mary noted that she could finally feel alive. Remembering Kate's style of clothing, the girl thought that the necklines were too deep, which needed to be dealt with quickly. She was already combing her hair when suddenly someone knocked on the door. After she was given permission to enter, Rebecca appeared in her room. Looking at the new resident of their mansion, the unexpected guest suddenly announced that she wanted to tell Mary something. At that very second, the girl remembered that after the wedding, there was some episode connected with the meeting of the main character and Kate. There, Rebecca came to the newlyweds' chambers with the intention of asking forgiveness for John's behavior. But the apology backfired, only making Kate even more angry. Having no opportunity or right to blame the Duke's son, Louise's daughter poured out all her hatred on Rebecca, who showed up to the wedding in a dress much more beautiful than the bride. Where in general Mary as a woman could understand why her heroine was so upset. But then the scene began, where Rebecca apologized to the girl for John's behavior, having also said that despite the external coldness, this is a person with a very warm heart. Watching Rebecca, her facial expressions and gestures, Mary touchingly noted that it was simply impossible to hate such a beautiful girl. Her interlocutor was a bastion of beauty, purity, and innocence, the direct opposite of the one in whose body Mary herself found herself. Smiling sweetly in response, the girl, on behalf of Kate, said that she understood everything perfectly and asked her interlocutor not to worry about this matter. Mary also added that it was very difficult for both John and herself, because marriage was the result of an agreement between two families and not the result of high feelings. This clearly calmed Rebecca, who immediately stated that her new friend was a very mature and understanding person. Mary had already managed to switch to her interlocutor's appearance, saying that she looked great in this dress. And when the girls suddenly heard the maid, who announced that she had brought the mistress a towel, Rebecca suddenly realized that she had disturbed Kate with her visit. In response to Mary's words of apology, she assured the girl that everything was fine, wishing her a good evening and hoping to see her tomorrow. As Mary took off the rest of her clothes, she told herself that the wedding episode was over, and that meant she could relax and rest a little. Having plunged into the bath, the girl felt the pleasant warmth of the water with her whole body, once again noticing that she was truly alive. Even though there was no such invention as the internet in this world, the girl found advantages in the fact that she no longer had to worry about money, go to a hated job, or do cleaning. Instead of all this, she was treated to visits to the opera, hunting competitions, picnics, and even balls. But suddenly the girl's peace was interrupted by words about how it was completely inappropriate to take a bath alone without talking to her new husband. Having already fully revealed himself in the bathroom, John called the girl a shameless bride. Automatically trying to somehow cover herself up, Mary was quite surprised by this visit from Kate's husband, because according to the plot of the book, he did not visit his wife in the bathroom. Well, the young man asked his wife why she was so surprised by his visit and whether she was expecting someone else. To this, Mary replied, a little embarrassed, that she had not even expected John's visit. Looking down at his wife from his height, John noticed that she was quite smart. Then Mary recalled how the young man put the ring on himself, where after such a gesture it was not difficult to understand his true attitude towards her. John, leaning on the bathtub, asked the girl whether she really expected some kind of courtship and a different attitude from him. Looking into the face of this character, Mary noticed that this man managed to both please her and irritate her with his behavior. But she had no reason to be angry with John and hate him, and so Mary explained to him that she was simply telling it like it was. And so the girl added that after everything that happened at the wedding, the Duke's son clearly should not have been in this room. And when she asked him if he would stay the night, the young man turned abruptly and walked away. And Mary, once again finding herself completely alone, could only wonder why John had decided to visit her at all. The late guest himself, after leaving his wife's chambers, quickly moved along the long corridors of the mansion. At some point, Rebecca called out to him, noticing that he was heading straight from Kate's chambers. Looking at the girl he had always liked very much, the young man did not yet know how to react to her question about why he had left his wife's room. And so finally he told the young girl that neither he nor his wife had any expectations of each other. And when Rebecca tried to say something in defense of Kate, her interlocutor noted that such a pure soul simply does not see evil in people. After which John added that the Dickerson family was simply making fun of their family with this marriage. But John was very interested in Rebecca's mention of what Kate had said to her in the room. And so the girl explained that her interlocutor's wife had spoken very flatteringly about her outfit at the wedding. However, the young man took what was said completely differently, saying that the Count's daughter had no right to scold the girl for her clothes. Rebecca tried to convince John, but he grinned and asked her to remember what dress the bride herself was wearing, which was not at all luxurious and overly provocative. Kate Dickerson's entire appearance was more than indecent, which is what made her now pay attention to Rebecca's outfit. But after these words, the girl became very indignant, saying that John absolutely should not speak like that about his own wife. Changing the subject of the conversation, the young man asked his random acquaintance if she wanted to tell him anything else. Looking at John, Rebecca only quietly whispered his name, without saying another word. And the face of her interlocutor suddenly changed dramatically, and now the young man began to tell the girl that she had no idea about his true feelings. Calvin, who appeared next to his brother and asked what John and Rebecca were doing there at such a late hour, didn't let him finish his thought. Unlike the Duke's youngest son, the girl was very happy to see Calvin. Well, John was never able to tell this beautiful girl about his true feelings. Waking up from sleep, Mary stretched sweetly in her soft and incredibly comfortable bed. Despite everything that happened on the wedding day, she was able to wake up early enough and felt completely rested. This is how a young and completely healthy girl should feel. With a healthy body and a fairly attractive appearance, she could afford to simply live in this house as an inconspicuous and obedient daughter-in-law. Of course, John is in love with Rebecca, and the girl certainly did not count on his favor. But the Duke and his wife may well open their hearts to her over time. That's why Mary decided to focus on their attention and greet these people first today. Moving around the room, the girl analyzed the situation, where in order to survive, she needed to win the favor of as many main and secondary characters as possible. And for her survival, Henry and Rosemary's opinion of her was far more important than the opinion of their son John. As she imagined all sorts of delicacies, Mary finally came to the conclusion that she simply wanted to enjoy a quiet and well-fed life in some corner of this mansion. Lost in her thoughts, the girl did not notice how she found herself next to the bell to call the servants. It was another element of her new luxurious life that she had read about so many times in books. The maid arrived within seconds of Mary ringing the bell and was immediately instructed by her mistress to prepare her for her visit to the Duchess. Before the girl who arrived had time to begin to carry out the order, Mary asked her name. And when the maid replied that her name was Susie, the girl asked whether all the clothes that arrived with her were so vulgar. Having received a positive answer, Mary immediately realized that it would be completely wrong to appear in such a form before the Duke and his wife. The daughter-in-law's depraved appearance alone could once and for all ruin a relationship that had not yet really begun. And so Mary instructed the maid to take the dresses to the workshop so that they could be brought into a decent appearance and freed from excess decoration. The girl was very surprised at how quickly Susan rushed to complete the task. Left alone, Mary continued to sort through the clothes she had. At some point, the girl suddenly turned her gaze to the bed, remembering that today was supposed to be her first wedding night, where she might want to leave a couple of bloodstains on the bed. But after a few seconds, she dismissed the thought, deciding that John would definitely not appreciate such an action. After all, in the original story, her husband was ready to give himself entirely to Rebecca and would definitely not sleep with his hated wife. The thoughts that alternated one after another in the girl's head eventually made her face turn red. Mary was also haunted by the question of why John had decided to pay her this unexpected visit last night. Remembering the beautiful features of Kate's husband, the girl did not notice how someone approached her from behind. She nearly jumped out of her seat when Susan lightly touched her shoulder, reporting that one of the dresses was ready. And a moment later, Mary was already reproaching herself for having begun to think too much about this young man, with whom she had decided for herself not to be attracted. Dressed in a decent dress and with her hair neatly done, Mary greeted Henry and Rosemary, asking how they had slept. The Duke and his wife did not immediately respond to the politeness shown, as they were greatly surprised by the behavior and appearance of this notorious harlot. The Duchess was the first to speak, thanking the girl for her attention despite the fact that she herself must have many concerns. After exchanging greetings and pleasantries, the girl was asked to sit down, where she was sure that these people already knew that their son had not spent the night in his wife's room. After a few sips of tea, the Duke himself joined the conversation, first noting what he knew about Kate's good upbringing. After which the man inquired whether the girl had been taught how to run a business as the mistress of an aristocratic house. With not only her own experience but also Kate's memories, Mary quickly responded that she was familiar with financial management and document flow, where she did not forget to note that if the Sanders family does something differently, she will quickly relearn. When she finished speaking, the Duke suddenly remarked rather coldly that the girl could not do as much as expected. Understanding that this was a reflection of the Duke's sense of mistrust, Mary added that she was willing to learn any other job so as not to touch documents. It did not go unnoticed by her as the Duchess nudged her husband in the side with her elbow. And so the woman said that they were very happy with how well trained their daughter-in-law was, where she would be able to start helping her in business very soon. And when Rosemary asked if Mary needed anything, the latter asked for someone to show her around the estate. The Duchess tried to refer to her youngest son, but apparently quickly remembered that he had not even spent the night in his wife's room, and therefore promised to find a man. Soon the morning tea party was over, and the girl, leaving the room, breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly her attention was drawn to a male voice asking if everything was okay with her. Mary replied that everything was fine and looked up to see Brandon McAllister standing in front of her. Smiling sweetly at another of the book's minor characters, the girl thanked him for his attention. It was this young man who, like her maid Susie, did not particularly stand out in the original work, who was entrusted with conducting a tour of the estate. And this minor character was already inviting the girl to come with him and start getting to know him right now, since he had other responsibilities. Mentally noting that this whole book world was increasingly resembling reality, Mary agreed to begin a tour of the mansion. As she followed Brandon, the girl's thoughts revolved around the fact that the characters who were not very involved in the plot seemed to her to be quite straightforward. The first room that the impromptu tour guide showed Mary was the family jewel storage room. Next was the room for storing weapons and armor, which were made by the most famous craftsmen and were used only by the Duke himself and his two sons. After the armory, Brandon took the girl to a huge library, where an innumerable number of books were collected. Mary moved around this incredible library without hiding her delight. She was very pleased to learn that any member of the Duke's family had the right to use the library at any time. The same thing applied to the gallery to which the young man brought the tourist after the library. Moving around the room, which contained paintings by famous artists, sculptures by famous sculptors, Mary thought that in her past life she could not afford to go to museums and galleries, but now she lives here. When the young people found themselves in the center of the gallery, Brandon said that the mansion was huge, and therefore he suggested ending the tour for today. Thanking her tour guide heartily, Mary also remarked out loud that she now lived in an incredibly beautiful place. After which the girl noted that, enjoying the young man's eloquence, she didn't even notice how quickly time flew by. Looking away, Brandon replied that he had only done what he had to and suggested postponing the continuation of the excursion until the day after tomorrow. Their further path passed through a spacious terrace on which the girl's guide suddenly decided to focus his attention. Stopping, the young man noticed that it was very convenient to look out into the yard from here. And now he was already demonstrating to the girl that from this place one could clearly see how people were drinking tea in the gazebo, where Mary immediately recognized her husband, his elder brother, and the object of their mutual worship sitting at the table. Brandon suddenly interrupted his speech, paying attention to the girl's reaction. Only now did Mary's guide begin to understand that they had witnessed a scene that was not the most pleasant for his companion. Of course, he was very surprised that the young gentleman was drinking morning tea in the company of another girl, and not his wife. Mary, meanwhile, tried to imagine what the original Kate would do in this situation. But looking at the happy face of the Duke's youngest son, the girl cast aside these thoughts. She made a decision to ignore John's behavior. And then the girl changed the subject, saying that this was a really good place, with a wonderful view of the garden, which would become even more beautiful in the fall. Looking at his companion, Brandon couldn't help but agree with her words. Suddenly, Mary turned sharply, leaving the observation deck and calling on the young man to follow her example, where she reminded her tour guide that he himself referred to the business he had. Without looking up from his work, the Duke asked the young man to tell him about his impressions of his first meeting with Kate. To which Brandon calmly replied that the girl seemed very attentive to him, was surprisingly able to quickly get comfortable inside the mansion, and most of all, she liked the gallery. After listening to the explanation, Henry asked if the young man had noticed any strange behavior in the girl. Remembering his excursionist, Brandon explained that she showed herself to be quite worthy, contrary to all the rumors. He also did not conceal the incident on the terrace, where they witnessed Rebecca's morning tea party in the company of both of the Duke's sons. When the man heard this, even his writing hand trembled, leaving a mark on the paper. Putting down his pen, Henry noted with annoyance that this could become a reason for complaints, since it was not at all right to see your husband on the first morning after the wedding in the company of another girl. After all, he explained to his son that this wedding was necessary so that Count Dickerson would not side with the rebellious Balder Shelton. But despite the fact that this wedding was a pure formality for the members of the Sanders family, John allowed himself to jeopardize this entire undertaking. The Duke was very surprised when Brandon suddenly said that Kate had not paid any attention to this tea party at all. Of course, he can't know her thoughts, but instead of making a scene, the girl simply left as if nothing had happened. After thinking for a while, the man found this behavior of Louis's daughter quite unusual and interesting. The meal was over, and Susan was clearing the table when Mary suddenly thanked the girl. She still felt very uncomfortable when others were working, and she had to just sit and watch. And so, once again turning to her maid, the girl said that she was doing her job very well and let her go to have lunch herself. Apparently unaccustomed to this kind of treatment, Susan looked intently at her mistress. And while she was expressing her words of gratitude for such attention, Mary had the thought that her behavior could arouse strong suspicions. At the same time, she did not find anything terrible in this, where after making a good impression on the ducal couple, she only had to decide the question of how to continue communicating with Rebecca. After all, this girl is the main character of the work, whose life before joining the Sanders family was not the easiest. The Olsen family's son and daughter constantly bullied the poor girl, who was an illegitimate child. But one day, Rebecca managed to attract Rosemary's attention when she helped her not to fall during a horse ride. Deeply outraged by the treatment of the girl, the Sanders couple bought the rights to the child from the Olsen family for a huge amount of money. In the future, by giving up their rights to this child, the Olsen family missed the opportunity to become related to the Duke's family, where the outcome of this family was complete ruin. By the end of the book, there was not a single positive character left whose life had turned out unsuccessfully. Mary's life itself was full of troubles from beginning to end. During her time there, the company's management repeatedly abused its position. She had to break up with her boyfriend when she accidentally spotted him with another girl on the way to the motel. After that, she went home just wanting to be alone. But the meeting with her brother turned out to be fatal and interrupted the girl's life in her home world. Being here, she doesn't even know whether her parents were sad for her, whether they mourned her passing. As she reflected on these matters, the mayor came to the conclusion that the parents were most likely more worried about their son than about their daughter, who had died because of him. Here the girl's gaze stopped at the tree under which the main character of this work was sitting and reading a book. Seeing her, Mary wondered how she should act in this situation, where instead of avoiding Rebecca, maybe she should try to befriend her. But suddenly the girl saw her husband approaching her while she was sitting under the tree. When the young man asked her what she was reading, Rebecca explained that she was learning about the history of the imperial family since she had not received a proper education before. And because she doesn't know much, many people still see her future as very vague. After listening to the girl, John said that he was always ready to help her in her studies, where Rebecca just needed to ask for it. Listening to her husband's words, Mary mentally noted that his older brother, on the contrary, would have said not to worry about this matter. She had already decided to stop eavesdropping when suddenly Rebecca asked John why Kate was not accompanying him. Mary froze in place when the young man told his interlocutor not to think about Count Dickerson's daughter at all. After which he added that she was nothing more than a condition of the deal that would remain here for a while and then disappear. The mug of tea that was standing on the table shattered into small pieces with a loud ringing sound and fell to the floor. The girl who had caused all this mess, rushing around the room, was literally clutching her head. Count Olsen's youngest daughter, Stephanie, addressed the void and asked why that damned girl was able to get the Duke's son. At some point, a male voice behind the girl asked what was the reason for her bad mood. Her older brother Blake just chuckled when Stephanie shouted that Kate Dickerson had married John Sanders. And while she continued to wonder why Kate had been so lucky, Blake, chuckling again, noted that the Sanders family had developed a habit of picking up all the useless women. But the girl did not appreciate her brother's humor at all, sternly noting that now was not the time to have fun. Her face changed dramatically when Blake stated that he saw no reason to be angry and sad. Looking closely at the young man, Stephanie concluded that he clearly had some information. One of the maids was already cleaning up the mess made by Count Olsen's daughter when the girl herself, having calmed down a little, demanded that her brother tell her everything. Taking a sip of tea, the young man noticed that his sister was still as impulsive as ever. He also suggested thinking logically about what benefit each family would receive from this wedding. In the case of the Dickerson family, Count Louis, after this union, received the right to dispose of the mined iron ore, which could be used to produce weapons. But Stephanie had no idea what could be important about making weapons. Laughing, her brother said that the girl apparently had no idea how the forces were currently distributed, where Archduke Balder Shelton currently yearns to become emperor. And in order to prevent Count Dickerson from taking Shelton's side, Duke Sanders, who supported the current emperor, had to agree to a marriage alliance between his youngest son and Louis's daughter. But none of the explanations satisfied the girl, who again began to lose her temper, saying that her brother was simply making fun of her. Blake, however, did not lose his composure, saying that this was where the fun began. Because Earl Dickerson is not actually in league with the Sanders family as Henry thinks. After these words, the young man plunged into memories of how he once witnessed an interesting scene, during which Count Louis Dickerson stood and scolded his daughter quite harshly. And she, literally kneeling before him, begged him to forgive her, assuring him that she would not make any more mistakes. And as he stood there listening to Louis's order to get information from some count's son by any means necessary, Blake realized that the image of Kate was simply a fiction. After listening to her brother, Stephanie could not believe that this could be true, and that such an evil, dissolute, and seemingly unshakable Kate was in fact just a beaten dog on the leash of the Earl. Blake, without taking his smile off his face, added that it was really hard to believe, but he personally saw what was happening. For now, he suggests simply watching the events unfold, and if necessary, this secret can be revealed, which will doom the Dickerson family to death. Brandon showed Mary the exit to the next terrace, and the girl noted that it took her a whole week to walk around the entire estate. At this point, the excursion was finally over, and the excursionist sadly said that now she would have nothing at all to do. But as soon as the girl voiced this, the young man said that there was no need to worry about it. And a second later, Mary was delighted to know that the Duchess had a request for her. No one could even imagine how difficult it was for her to be idle all this time. Turning to her guide, Mary pointed out the direction, telling the route to the Duke's wife's office. The route was correct, after which the girl thanked Brandon for the detailed excursions, thanks to which she now knows her way around the mansion perfectly. After looking at his interlocutor for a while, the young man looked away and adjusted his glasses, noting that he had been trying to explain for a week and it would be simply embarrassing to immediately forget everything. Opening the door to the office, Mary saw not only Rosemary there, but also Rebecca standing in the center, inviting Kate to come inside. Walking inside, the girl happily greeted the main character. As Mary approached, she expressed her feelings of joy that she would be able to work with Rebecca, who would teach her everything. Blushing slightly, Kate's interlocutor said that she herself was very lucky to take part in this work, where there was a lot to learn. At one point, the Duchess noted that Kate and Rebecca were getting along very well, and Mary had to apologize for not greeting the woman. Responding that there was nothing reasonable about it, Rosemary asked Kate to help Rebecca with the paperwork. And so the girls took their places and began to carry out the assigned task. While she was busy with her work, the Duchess walked around the office, clearly nervous and expecting some guests. Rebecca quickly realized that Kate was out of taste when she asked who the Duchess was expecting. And so Mary, a little tense, was already listening to the fact that a visit from the Taylors was expected today. At that very moment, she remembered that episode in the original story. After a while, the arrival of the Taylors was announced, and Rosemary invited the girls to leave their work and follow her into the drawing room. Turning one page after another, the Duchess noticed that the older she became, the more monotonous the clothes she chose for herself. Mary, also leafing through the catalogue, immediately remembered what exactly this episode would consist of. And so Rosemary, closing her copy of the catalogue, invited her companions to choose dresses for her according to their taste. In the original story, the outfit chosen by Rebecca, of course, was much more to the Duchess's taste than the outfit suggested by Kate. While Mary was thinking about this, Rebecca herself could not believe that they had been given such an honor. Victory and defeat in this invisible duel were already predetermined, and therefore the girl urged herself not to worry. After all, even if we ignore the fact that Rebecca is the main character, over the 5 years of living in the mansion, she has long studied the taste of the Duke's wife. Moreover, unlike the inhabitants of this world, Mary herself had only seen such clothes in pictures or in historical films. But Rebecca finished looking through the catalogue, offering the Duchess a dress option. Pointing to a gorgeous blue silk dress, the girl remarked that it would suit Rosemary perfectly. The dressmaker's representative present in the living room immediately declared that it was an excellent choice from their new collection. Watching the reactions of the Duchess and the girl sitting next to her, Mary immediately realized that Rebecca had chosen the best possible option. Because of Rosemary's very fair skin, almost any color suited her, but blue especially brought out the woman's amber eyes. But Rosemary turned to her daughter-in-law, asking if she liked any of the outfits offered. Having said that after choosing Rebecca it would be quite difficult for her to propose, the girl nevertheless chose a dress. Handing the woman the catalogue, Mary said that if the Duchess wanted something new, she should try on this dress. Rosemary appreciated the choice and noted her daughter-in-law's keen eye, saying that few people would be able to appreciate such a combination of colors. Mary was guided primarily by the experience of a person from the 21st century. And the Duke's wife suddenly added that this dress would not be too daring a choice for her. And the one who made such a non-trivial choice sat and thought that the older a person is, the more luxuriously he should dress. And now she was already telling Rosemary that the Duchess's appearance would be quite suitable for this dress. Having decided to order both dresses, the woman suddenly offered to pick something for Rebecca, which greatly embarrassed the latter. At that very moment, the young girl began to claim that she did not need a dress since she had more than enough of them. But there was no stopping the inspired Duchess, where she had already begun to select a dress, noting the advantages of one model or another. Mary immediately joined in, pointing out another worthy model that would definitely look good with Rebecca's rosy cheeks. No matter how hard the young girl tried, she was unable to stop the outfit selection that had begun. And the girl who arrived with the catalogues only had time to write down information about some of the changes that needed to be made to the selected models. After some time, this difficult task of choosing outfits was completed, and the Duchess announced that they were settling on 5 dresses. And when Rosemary suggested that Mary choose a dress for herself, she politely declined, asking whether the studio would take on alterations to existing outfits. The girl explained that they can do a lot, but she didn't quite understand what was meant by alteration. After instructing her maid to bring the outfits, Mary explained that she wanted to make some changes to them. And now she was clearly showing that dresses need to have all the deep necklines covered and excess jewelry removed. After listening to the customer's wishes, the studio representative immediately noted a radical change in taste. The Duchess and Rebecca watched with interest as Kate gave instructions on how to make her slutty outfits look presentable. Mary was very happy when this dress-picking ordeal was finally over. The girl was also interested in how much money she could get for all the decorations taken from her dresses. While thinking about these and other things, the girl didn't notice how she managed to get to her room, where, at the front door, she unexpectedly came across John waiting for her. Looking into his indifferent eyes, Mary began to guess what could have brought this man to her room. She tried to ask about the purpose of his visit, but he did not allow her to finish the thought, simply telling Kate to follow him. Taking a few steps back, the young man explained that he was simply fulfilling the wish of Rebecca, who asked him to invite his wife for tea. Mary couldn't remember if there was an episode with such a tea party in the original story, so she decided to go and refresh her memory. Turning around, the girl followed her husband, who was unceremoniously leaving. While she was walking, she managed to look at her companion from behind. For the first time in her life, the girl's heart fluttered just from the sight of a man who had an excellent physique. At some point, John suddenly turned his head back, and Mary had to interrupt her secret occupation. Quickly looking away and blushing a little, the girl mentally hoped that he hadn't noticed how she was looking at his body. John took a few steps towards his wife, which she did not expect at all. But all pleasant illusions were dispelled when he coldly warned the girl to watch her language during tea drinking in relation to Rebecca. And then he mercilessly added that Rebecca was a real family to him and much more precious than Kate. Determined not to remain indifferent to such behavior, Mary said that such words could hurt a person. In response to this, John quipped that he was very surprised that Kate called herself a human when in fact she was a real snake. Mary then asked if she should treat Rebecca as politely as her own husband now treated her. And then she added that if the young man wanted to piss her off, then it was not as easy as it might seem. But it's quite another thing to hurt a person, which is what John has now managed to do. Having finished her part of the dialogue, the girl simply continued on her way, leaving the Duke's son behind her. As Mary approached the table, she thanked Rebecca for the invitation to tea. When all the participants of this meeting found themselves at the table, everyone could feel a very tense atmosphere. Kelvin was the first to start the conversation, noting that his brother's wife had managed to settle into the estate quite well, and also asking why the husband and wife spent so little time together. Understanding that the Duke's eldest son simply wanted to take a winning position in relation to Rebecca, Mary explained that her husband was a very busy man, and therefore she tried not to distract him. Here John took the initiative, telling his brother that now was the best time to inspect the estate after winter. But Kelvin turned this to his advantage by inviting Rebecca to join him on this trip, as she had long dreamed of traveling. Having received such an invitation, the girl was even confused for a moment, not knowing what to say in response. John advised the girl not to pay attention to this proposal, which only put her in an awkward position. To this, Calvin remarked that if he left alone, Rebecca herself would find herself in an awkward position due to John's attention, with which even Mary mentally agreed. After all, while these three were together, they were like brothers and sister. But if Calvin leaves, then the meetings of the remaining couple will look like some kind of flirtation. Looking at her husband's older brother, Mary noticed that his thinking was very different, which could be a result of his leading role in the piece. And suddenly this main character turned his attention to the girl, asking Kate about her thoughts on this matter. Mary didn't even immediately realize that they were addressing her, let alone the essence of the question posed. When asked for clarification, Calvin asked the girl directly what she thought about his trip alone, as well as about the situation that would develop between her husband, and Rebecca. The question was obviously provocative and could not fail to attract the attention of all the tea party participants. For a few seconds, Mary was completely confused, but she quickly collected her thoughts, noting to herself that the question was indeed very impudent. Looking at the arrogant expression on the questioner's face, Mary understood that there would be no love or respect for her here, but it was also wrong to deliberately put a person down. She came to the firm conviction that none of the brothers in this family had any manners at all. Touching her cup, Mary finally replied that she didn't care at all about what Calvin had asked. The young man clearly did not expect to hear such a simple answer that would destroy his entire plan. Mentally showing her interlocutor the most indecent gestures, the girl added that inspecting the lands was the responsibility of the direct heir, and therefore her opinion about whether to go or not did not matter here. Calvin tried to say that he had meant something else, but Mary interrupted him, adding that, as for Rebecca going with him, she thought it would be difficult for the girl. First of all, it should be taken into account that surviving a week in a carriage will be very difficult for her. However, Rebecca is not Calvin's wife, and therefore asking her for such a trip is simply tactless. When Mary finished, she watched with interest to see how Rebecca herself, whose face was rather strange, would react to her words. And so the girl said that the young man needed to immediately set out to inspect the lands. Mary kept her eyes fixed on the face of this young girl, where she could not understand what might seem strange to her. But a second later she pushed these thoughts aside, deciding that she needed to deal with other problems now. Meanwhile, Calvin, not knowing what to say to Kate's words, took a defensive pose, saying, not without irony, that his brother's wife had a big heart. The tea party was long over, as was the daylight, which was replaced by a calm, starry night. One of those who did not sleep that night was the youngest son of Duke Sanders, who was walking on the terrace. His thoughts were constantly focused on today's tea party and Kate, who was participating in it. The young man replayed in his head the memories of how the girl had responded with dignity to his brother's barbs. A small smile even appeared on his face when he was suddenly pulled out of these memories by a familiar female voice. Rebecca looked out onto the terrace and asked John what he was doing here alone at such a late hour. And now the young girl has already approached the young man, shining with her innocent beauty. Giving his random passerby his most tender look, John said that he simply decided to get some fresh night air. Continuing the conversation, the young man noted that he had already heard about how the choice of dresses took place today. To which Rebecca immediately stated that because of the kindness of the Duchess, who buys her many dresses, she constantly feels uncomfortable. John explained that his mother simply always wanted a daughter and envied families that had girls. Moreover, in this way, his mother shows her gratitude for the care and love that Rebecca gives her. The woman felt very lonely among her family, which consisted only of men. Suddenly, the young man's interlocutor said that the Duchess could be even happier if she bought dresses for her daughter-in-law. John did not quite understand this statement and asked for clarification. He was very surprised when he learned that his wife did not choose a single dress for herself during this event, deciding to simply remake the ones she had. The young man could not believe that he was now hearing about that same Kate Dickerson, who had never worn the same dress twice. But suddenly John became outraged by Kate's behavior, saying that she was most likely simply disgusted by choosing dresses in the company of Rebecca and his mother. He decided that this depraved girl might simply not have liked the studio, since she had been dressed very vulgarly at the wedding, and only then did she suddenly begin to wear more modest clothes than before. The young man also noted that today, thoughts about this girl did not upset him at all. But in reality, she is a nasty, depraved, lustful woman who at the same time suddenly said that his words hurt her. All these alternating thoughts literally made the Duke's son's head burst into pieces. Rebecca became very worried when she saw the distorted face of her interlocutor, who grabbed his head. But when the girl asked him if he still didn't love his wife, John replied that this girl was like a hidden snake. Now she is just lying peacefully in the shelter, but it is worth only a little relaxation as she will immediately make her deadly throw. The young man noted to himself that sooner or later this vulgar woman would ask him to find another studio that would be able to satisfy her vulgar taste, which would leave him no choice for the sake of preserving the honor of the family. Susan informed her mistress that she had run out of perfume and suggested calling a perfumer. The girl, turning to the maid, did not immediately understand the meaning of what was said. But after a few seconds, Mary realized that the perfume and cosmetics would not replenish themselves. Therefore, she herself needs to take some measures to provide herself with everything she needs. This is where she will find useful those very decorations that she ordered to be removed from the dresses and which she can sell profitably. Recalling her past life, Mary noted that she did not know how to spend money at all, since all she did was try to save at least a little. The girl's face changed when she remembered how she had to live in her past life, where she had to hide in a toilet stall so that no one would see her trying to apply the remains of her old lipstick to her lips. But now the girl had a completely different life, and she happily instructed the maid to invite a perfumer. Very soon, in front of the girl stood a multitude of different bottles with equally varied aromas. Mary herself could not believe what she had just heard. A moment earlier, the perfumer had arrived and was praising the newest scent he had managed to obtain from the essence of roses. According to him, this fragrance is now in great demand among young girls. Having shown the bottle, the perfumer added that this scent is perfectly complemented by notes of strawberry. When the short presentation was over, Mary asked how much it would cost her to make the perfume. The girl couldn't believe what she heard when the perfumer said that such a bottle would cost approximately $9,000. In her past life, that kind of money would have been enough to buy a pretty good car. Here, standing next to Mrs. Susan, inquired about another perfume option. Showing another bottle, the man emphasized that this fragrance would be a bit heavy for a young girl. The perfumer's behavior reminded Mary of the salesman from her past life, who also did everything possible to sell the goods at a higher price. Meanwhile, the perfumer had already presented a new fragrance, which he valued at $20,000 per bottle. Shocked by the prices, Mary said she wanted to keep her old perfume because she was not ready for innovation. But then Susan joined the conversation and suggested that the lady mix the two scents, explaining that the previous perfume might have been suitable while the girl was single, but since she was now married, she needed to use a deeper scent. The perfume merchant was also satisfied with this option. where he immediately informed that in this case, the cost would be only 13,000. Having given the man standing opposite her soulful gaze, Mary asked him to give her a discount and settle on 12,000. This request was surprising both for the maid and for the perfumer, who noted that in this case he would work almost at zero. Then Mary suggested stopping at 12.5 thousand. She explained her requests by saying that she did not want rumors that she spent a lot of money immediately after marriage, and in exchange for compliance, she was ready to regularly order perfume only from today's perfumer. This approach suited the man completely, who noticed the frugality of the Duke's daughter-in-law. And now he has already said that he is ready to lower the price in the hope of a long and mutually beneficial cooperation. When the deal was completed, Mary sat at the table, propping her heavy head up with her hand. She could not understand that a bottle of perfume, powder and brush for it cost her 15,000. With this money, the girl could have lived comfortably for several months in her past life. At some point, Mary leaned back in her chair, remembering that in that life, she could not afford to buy everything she wanted. Here, even if she spends a couple 100,000 at once, no one will even consider it money. One of the main reasons the girl felt uncomfortable about spending money was because her brother had literally robbed her blind in a past life. Putting these sad thoughts aside, Mary decided that she just needed a little time to get used to the luxury. And then she realized that there were a lot of things here that she didn't need to spend money on at all. And now she has already informed her maid that she will go to the gallery for a short while. Soon Mary was already entering the room in which she found herself for the first time thanks to Brandon's efforts. Looking around, the girl felt as if she was now alone in some kind of museum. Against the backdrop of all these priceless works of art, any seemingly luxurious thing paled in comparison. As Mary looked at the paintings, she was amazed at how the artists were able to achieve such incredible detail. In some works of art, the guest from another world found similarities with the work of artists famous in her past life. Soon the girl's gaze was drawn to a huge painting depicting a horseman in armor. The spectacle was truly mesmerizing and made the gallery visitor freeze for a while. Unable to part with the masterpieces of art, the girl moved to the wall and carefully lowered herself to the floor. It was in this position that she was caught by the exclamation that she had a rather unusual way of looking at paintings. Turning around, Mary saw John approaching her. Without even thinking about getting to her feet, the girl asked the young man what he was doing there. To this, John, in his usual cold voice towards his wife, replied that there was nothing unusual in the fact that he had come to admire the relics belonging to his family. After thinking for a few seconds, Mary agreed with what her random interlocutor had said. She was then greatly amused by John's remark that it was very surprising that a girl like Kate Dickerson would be interested in art. Not falling for this obvious provocation, Mary replied that she was indeed very impressed by the works of art on display. Looking at the ever larger picture, the girl noted out loud that she had never seen so many emotions in a painting. In her opinion, this painting perfectly conveyed the spirit of war, where a man did not want violence, and therefore sought to defeat the enemy as quickly as possible and put an end to the fighting. The Duke's youngest son silently listened to everything the girl sitting on the floor said, and suddenly he said that this work was dedicated to his grandfather's victory in one of the battles. Only now did Mary realize that the warlike man depicted on the canvas was her husband's grandfather. John was surprised that Kate really had no idea that his relative was depicted here. While the girl was getting up, John asked her why she, who had never been interested in art, had come here, and Mary explained that everyone's tastes change over time. When asked whose work she liked the most, resourceful Mary replied that she had only recently become interested in art, and therefore had not yet decided which one. It was a clear attempt to hook her once again, and so Mary added that her family did not value art at all. At some point, the girl, who had started moving towards the exit, suddenly noticed one of the paintings, where it was immediately clear from the Duke's son's face that he was not very happy that this picture had been noticed. After all, John himself was depicted there at a very young age, and now the young man was already talking about how when he was little, he was forced to pose for an artist. But then he noticed that his interlocutor had come closer and began to look at this picture very carefully. He asked the girl several times what she was looking at, until finally she straightened up and concluded that he was somehow very small. What was said clearly did not please John, where his face suddenly turned very red. He tried to explain to the departing girl that only his head was on the canvas, since due to his position, he could not pose naked in front of the artist. Continuing to walk away, the girl pretended to believe her interlocutor's explanations, but her intonation immediately revealed that it was only irony. Not knowing what else to say or do, John turned abruptly, leaving the girl's company with the words that it was absolutely impossible to discuss art with her. Mary, with difficulty holding back her laughter, noted that in such a place one can only survive with humor. But suddenly the girl stopped and thought deeply about something. Returning to the painting, Mary told herself that the dimensions had most likely increased now. 2 months have passed since the reincarnation in the body of the book character. Walking through the garden once again, Mary came to the conclusion that if she could live her whole life like this peacefully, it would be the ultimate dream. The warm rays of the sun, the impact of which was pleasantly softened by a fresh breeze, made the girl experience true bliss. The girl literally had everything where she could spend an unlimited amount of time enjoying works of art, spending a lot of money on cosmetics, and eating the most exquisite dishes. Although there were those in the mansion who looked at Kate with hostility, the girl had a loyal servant who always showed her respect. Someone's footsteps distracted Mary from her thoughts about her own new life. Turning around, the girl saw Brandon approaching, whom she had not seen for a very long time. Having inquired about how the lady had settled in, the young man also asked what Kate was doing there. Mary replied that she had simply taken a short walk, which she had recently found to be a real pleasure. The girl also added that thanks to the tours from Brandon, she knows her way around the estate very well and often visits the gallery. After which, Mary started talking about the weather and also asked whether the young man had had time to have a snack. From the outside, it seemed that these simple questions had driven the young man into some kind of dead end. And after a few seconds of silence and focusing her gaze on the girl's face, Mary asked Brandon if everything was okay with him. Having come to his senses and adjusting his glasses with a habitual movement, the young man replied that everything was fine with him. Then Mary assumed that her random acquaintance was very busy, suggesting that they meet and talk another time. Brandon, after listening to what was said, looked for some time in the direction where Kate was heading. Adjusting his glasses once again, the young man mentally noted that nothing terrible should happen. Mary, meanwhile, had already managed to reach the true goal of her morning walk in the garden, where such was a training ground on which 2 men fought with swords. Kelvin made a sharp lunge, which was skillfully blocked by the Duke's youngest son. The girl noted with bated breath that her husband was in excellent physical shape. This was far from the first time that Mary watched the brothers' morning workouts, and each time she never ceased to admire John's sculpted body. Although this made her feel irritated, the girl could not deny that she liked this young man very much. Although Kelkin had an equally attractive body, Mary noticed that he did not attract her at all. Unlike his younger brother, who was just starting his new attack, it was incredibly interesting to watch a fight in which the man I liked was participating. But at the same time, the girl understood that she could not stay here for long, and it was time for her to move back. But suddenly Mary noticed how her husband turned his head and directed his gaze almost in the direction where she was. However, that joyful look was given to a completely different girl who was also passing by the training field. Mary was very disappointed, realizing that her husband was still able to change his cold expression. Sitting with her papers, Mary thought that in her entire past life, she never imagined that she could become so carried away. The girl could not concentrate on work at all, since the image of John literally did not leave her head. But Mary finally ordered herself to put all thoughts aside and concentrate on work. Today, she received documents regarding the weapons in the Sanders family's possession. And while she was thinking that this was an indicator of a fairly high level of trust, another person appeared in the room. Approaching Kate, Rebecca asked her what she was doing now, to which the girl explained that she was distributing the information that was provided to her into tables. But when Mary heard her interlocutor try to pronounce the word table, she instantly realized that there was no such way of organizing data in this world yet. From a historical point of view, the tables have existed for a very long time, but the author of the book clearly did not delve into such details. Assuming that the savvy Rebecca would accurately assess the effectiveness of such a method, Mary noted that combining data into such tables is very convenient. But then her interlocutor suddenly stated that this could be very inconvenient for all other people. And while Mary was thinking that she might have rushed into this innovation, the girls' conversation was noticed by the Duchess, who appeared nearby. When asked what was going on, Rebecca quickly replied that Kate had approached her with a question. Rosemary, of course, was very pleased that the girl was so actively helping her daughter-in-law. And Mary suddenly remembered her past life, where her colleagues at work also often took credit for her achievements. Now, just like in that life, Rebecca turned the situation around, where in fact it was she who explained to her that it was much more convenient to work with tables. Determined not to let things slide, resourceful Mary attracted the Duchess's attention by saying that, like Rebecca, she would like to ask her mother about the tables. And now she was showing the astonished woman how she had decided to organize all the information provided to her. And while she was talking about what information was contained in each of the columns, Rebecca watched this process with confusion. In the process of demonstrating her achievements, the girl suddenly caught herself thinking one not very good thought. After all, she had just directly and openly spoken out against the main character of this work, something she regularly tried to avoid. Trying to somehow improve the situation, Mary immediately tried to add that Rebecca had helped her a lot with the development of this method. But the thought did not allow her to finish the Duchess's enthusiastic exclamation, where Rosemary noted with great surprise how simple and convenient this method of displaying information was. Mary immediately forgot about her desire to smooth things over between her and Rebecca, pleased that the Duchess liked what she had done. The woman continued to admire her daughter-in-law's achievement, saying that from today on all documents should be kept in this form. And now she has already commissioned Kate to convert all the documentation in her possession into tables so that others can learn this method. Very pleased with such an assignment, Mary, blushing brightly with happiness, replied that she would do everything in the shortest possible time. And Rebecca, who was left out of work, stood to the side and watched as the Duchess praised her daughter-in-law. The face of the main character of the work did not convey any emotions, but was incredibly cold. Turning over one sheet after another, John became familiar with a new way of displaying information in the form of tables. The Duchess standing next to him confirmed that this incredible method was invented by his son's wife. Behind the woman, Rebecca listened to every word Rosemary said as she continued to praise Kate. Well, the Duke's youngest son suddenly noticed that the method was indeed effective, but at the same time, in such a compressed form, the information was quite easy to take outside the estate. After these words, the woman's face changed dramatically, where she did not even dare to think that her daughter-in-law would decide on something like that. And so she reminded her son that his wife was in exactly the same position as he was, forced into a marriage of convenience rather than love, where this poor girl has it much more difficult since she had to leave her home. So Rosemary asked her son to show a little sympathy to Kate, who found herself surrounded by strangers. John didn't have time to answer his mother because there was a knock on the office door. Once inside the room, Brandon's first act was to apologize for interrupting the conversation. And when he saw John, he added that he could come later if he distracted the gentleman from important matters. The visitor was answered by the Duchess, who said that he had come just in time, as she wanted to show him something. John watched silently as his mother showed the young man the very documents he had handed over to Kate that morning. And then he turned his gaze to Rebecca, who was in the same room. Approaching the girl, the young man noted that his mother was very pleased with Kate's success, after which he asked how Rebecca herself perceived his wife. Looking down, the girl timidly noted that the Duchess was right to acknowledge the merits of the wife of the Duke's son. After all, Kate is really very smart and quite well educated, where she learns everything much faster than Rebecca herself, who was not lucky enough to receive a good education in the Olsen family. Listening to the girl, the young man mentally noted that not everything was smooth in this situation. Now Rebecca can only help Rosemary because she has been living in this estate for several years. And if even this bright girl is jealous of Kate's talents, it could mean that the daughter of the Dickerson family was specially trained to be the best. This was confirmed by the way she behaved in the gallery, where her speech and behavior did not at all correspond to the rumors about this girl. As soon as dawn broke, the Duke's youngest son visited his wife's room. Quite surprised by such an early visit, the girl asked what brought John here, where, without losing her sense of humor, Mary suggested that her husband simply missed her. Unceremoniously walking inside, the young man said that he perfectly understood the girl's desire to quickly find out the essence of the conversation in order to just as quickly escort him out of the room. But already accustomed to her husband's barbs, Mary did not remain in debt, noting that even if she had offered to stay, the young man would definitely not have done so. Without turning to face the girl, John noticed that his interlocutor was quite perceptive. He especially noted for himself the following words of Mary about how she was taught not to lose. The girl herself was simply playing her own game, where she really enjoyed making fun of this young man. After all, when the time comes, it will be this man who will take her life, where it will be pointless to fall to her knees and beg for mercy. At the same time, Mary wondered why John had come here so early. One of the options was that Rebecca had complained to him about the situation with the tables yesterday, and now he had come to deal with the offender. Deciding to soften the situation a little, the girl turned the conversation to the weather, saying that the day promised to be wonderful. The Duke's son said nothing for now, listening to the girl's words about the wind still being a bit cold, which could be due to the early hour. The young man watched intently as the girl gradually opened the window. And suddenly, with a sharp movement of his hand, John closed the shutters, which was accompanied by a loud bang. Frightened Mary did not understand what had provoked her morning guest to such an action. And suddenly the girl felt John approaching her from behind. She could already feel their bodies touching and sense the man's breathing. But it was not a display of tenderness, where John suddenly asked Kate whether she really did not order dresses from the studio that sews for his mother, just because there are no open and depraved models there. Mary couldn't believe what she had just heard, confused and unsure how to react. When she asked for an explanation, the young man said that she was known for her habit of not wearing the same dress twice, and suddenly refused to order new outfits, where it looked very, very primitive, showing the depraved nature of the girl. John's words were beginning to enrage Mary, because she had really given up dresses in order to change Kate's established image. And then the girl turned rather sharply towards her rude guest, where from her facial expression, one could immediately guess what was happening to her on the level of feelings and emotions. In a very cold voice, Mary stated that John knew nothing at all about her. If she hadn't liked the studio, she would have simply found another one where she wouldn't be stopped by other people's opinions. And she called John's words a search for a reason to hate, where he tries in every way to convince himself that his wife is an unworthy girl who should be hated. The young man did not expect such a response, listening to his wife with undisguised surprise. And she continued, stating that she understood everything the moment she found herself in the ceremonial hall of the chapel, where John simply wants to find peace of mind himself by blaming the girl for everything. But in his cowardly intentions, he completely forgot that besides him, there was another victim of this deal between his parents. After a brief pause, the young man suddenly broke into a haughty smile. Mary was very surprised when she heard that she herself had gotten into his wife's place through threats and blackmail. And when she asked for facts, John simply noted that she was from the Dickerson family, and that said it all. At that very moment, all thoughts of the girl's words disappeared, and she simply stood and looked at her accuser. Only now did she realize that to everyone on this estate, she was nothing more than a member of the brazen Dickerson family. Having collected her thoughts, Mary attracted her husband's attention, after which, once again, but in a more measured tone, she repeated that John knew absolutely nothing about her. The young man, as before, had nothing to say in response to such a statement. Turning around and heading for the exit, the Duke's son said that he had already heard about the help that Kate had given his mother, after which he added that she should not even think about doing anything suspicious. When Mary was left alone, she just stood there for a while, but at some point she began to sink down right where she was standing. Crouching down and curling into a ball, Mary tried her best to somehow calm herself down. The girl understood that her plan to stay here and enjoy luxury was at least naive, and she thought about leaving this house. There were also many thoughts in the head of John, who had just left his wife's room. Kate's face continued to stand before his eyes, and his nose could still smell the roses. His ears continued to hear the girl's words about how he knew nothing at all about her. And an analysis of the conversation that took place made it clear that she never made a slip of the tongue. After all, it was he who, from the very beginning, saw her only in the image of the daughter of a count who only seeks his own benefit. But now he sees in front of him some completely different girl, as if she has no relation to the Dickerson family at all. The young man was just noting that his head had started to hurt very often lately when he heard a familiar voice behind him. It was Rebecca who, shining with her youth and beauty, wished John good morning. As she approached, the girl expressed her concern at the strange expression on the Duke's son's face. As Rebecca touched his forehead, the young man mentally noted the subtle scent of violets. The girl seemed to him like a kind of wild flower, which always seemed simpler and more alive. Feeling that the scent of roses suddenly became nauseating to him, the Duke's son replied that he was perfectly fine. Continuing on his way with Rebecca, John added that his mood had been spoiled by his morning meeting with that damned girl, by whom he, of course, meant Kate. Susan, who had arrived at the call of her mistress, reported her arrival and asked how she could help. Without leaving the window, Mary quietly invited her maid to join her on a walk. In her past life, when the girl was in a bad mood, she would buy a cup of cappuccino and just aimlessly walk the streets of a big city. Now she decided to do the same, listening to the words of her maid that she would need to warn the Duchess about this. After being reborn in a new body, this was Mary's first real walk, and her mood immediately improved. When Susan asked, the girl replied that she had absolutely no idea where they could go. Mary admitted that she had never been anywhere here before, and therefore wanted to give her maid the right to choose the direction. To which Susan replied that the destination depended directly on what her mistress would like to do. Leisure places are distributed along the streets, where on one of them you can find establishments such as tailor shops, jewelry stores, and various cafes. On another street, there are banks, art galleries, and opera houses, as well as several specialty shops. One of the most popular confectionaries is also located here. Noticing that her maid was very knowledgeable about various establishments and shops, Mary asked her to find her a good jeweler. At that very second, the girl listed all the worthy jewelers and gave the addresses of their shops. And so the girl realized that Susan was a real living guide to this world, created for the convenience of the author. And so she already told the maid that she wanted to go to one of the jewelry stores to sort out the jewelry that had been taken from her dresses. After visiting the jewelry store, Mary stood on the street and counted the money she had earned from selling the jewelry. And Susan watched in silence as her mistress marveled at the size of the profit she had made from the deal. In response to Mary's question, the girl pointed in the direction of one of the banks. Very soon, all the planned tasks were completed. Opening an account in this world was not a problem because there was no such thing as an identity card, and so the girl could easily use a pseudonym. Mary was glad to have this financial cushion because she could not know at what point she might simply be thrown out on the street. After some time, the girls arrived at a cafe to enjoy the delicious food to their heart's content. Deciding to learn more about this world just in case, Mary asked Susan about how those people who do not have their own carriages travel. To this, her interlocutor explained that in such cases they either rent a carriage or travel in a freight car on a train. And when asked why specifically on the cargo train, the maid explained that tickets on the passenger train were too expensive. There are a lot of people riding in freight cars, so it's very crowded and shakes a lot. To get out of the city, you had to board the train at the eastern exit. As it turned out, the cheapest rooms in roadside hotels cost around $300, and slightly more common ones cost $700. All this was very important information for the girl, but far from the limit of what interested her. At the same time, she understood that Susan was still a member of the Sanders family, and therefore could report on her strange interests, and therefore decided to stop asking questions for now. At this moment, the maid suddenly asked her mistress if she wanted to know anything else, to which Mary replied that she had already received a lot of information, thanks to which she was able to quickly complete her business. The girl then began self-education, where she first learned the basics of farming. A knock at the door distracted the girl from studying the question of how to distinguish good seeds from bad ones. Susan entered and reported that the Duchess was looking for her mistress, as a jeweler had arrived at the estate. This information instantly made Mary tear herself away from her reading. After all, it seems that today is the very day that the very episode from the original story will take place, when Kate will be humiliated. Each season, the Sanders family was visited by a famous jeweler, and this time Kate also took part in the event. During the selection of jewelry, all members of the Duke's family, of course, paid attention only to Rebecca. This made the girl feel very uncomfortable because John's wife seemed to remain on the sidelines of what was happening. Then Rebecca stopped the process of choosing jewelry, saying that one of them would look great on Kate. But the daughter of Count Dickerson did not tolerate the offer of jewelry that she considered unworthy of her person, saying that the girl apparently had serious problems with her eyesight. Rebecca tried to justify herself by saying that she just wanted to help, but Kate was no longer able to be stopped. Where the smug girl, without hiding her irony and mockery, declared that all the other decorations, except for the one offered, could still be examined. And now Mary was already in a room where on the table stood many boxes with the most exquisite jewelry. The Duchess, not hiding her delight, compared the new necklace with the one she had worn last time. Meanwhile, Rebecca assured Calvin that she already had too many decorations. Watching the family, the girl noted that today had been a particularly difficult day for her. After all, even her husband didn't pay any attention to Kate, begging Rebecca to simply accept gifts in the form of jewelry. In a kind of solitude, Mary began to understand the feelings that Kate was experiencing from that moment on. And while she was thinking about how much one of these decorations might cost, Rebecca suddenly attracted everyone's attention. Quickly pulling her hand away from the necklace, Mary realized that that very episode was now beginning. And then the girl said that the decoration that her brothers offered her would look much better on Kate. It was indeed a beautiful pendant, set with a large red ruby. Mary could not help but notice the beauty of the pendant and the way the precious stone shimmered in the rays of light. The jeweler had already told her about all the advantages of this piece of jewelry, and the Duchess suggested trying it on. But as soon as the girl extended her hand to take the jewelry for trying on, her movement was interrupted by the movement of a man's hand. Turning her head, Kate saw that John did not allow her to take the pendant. Without saying a word, the young man took off the jewelry and began to unfasten the clasp. Raising his cold gaze to his wife, John asked Kate in an equally cold voice to turn her back to him. Of course, Mary was surprised by her husband's behavior, but nevertheless allowed him to put the pendant on her. While the young man was fiddling with the clasp, the girl had time to think. Where Mary found an explanation for John's behavior was in the fact that his mother was present in the room. Deciding to take advantage of the situation, the girl turned to her husband, asking how he found this decoration on her. Of course, the Duke's youngest son was a little puzzled by this question, which he absolutely did not want to answer. Quickly turning away from his wife, the young man laconically stated that the pendant looked quite nice. He then approached the jeweler, asking him for the bill for the pendant he had purchased for his wife. His brother was quick to point out that John was behaving like a model husband, adding that he would pay for the rest. But then the Duchess showed her concern, saying that if Calvin bought all the jewelry for Rebecca, then nothing would be left for Kate to choose from. But the Duke's eldest son did not react to what was said, while Rebecca was in a state of shock from the amount of jewelry she had received. Mary diffused the situation by telling the Duchess that the piece of jewelry John had just bought for her would be quite enough for her. She herself thought that even selling one of these necklaces could bring in a huge amount of money. Immediately after that, I caught myself thinking that I would not be ready to sell the jewelry I had just been given for any amount of money. Sitting by the fireplace, Mary sent invitations to various parties into the fire one after another. And then, on one of the letters, she recognized a seal with the coat of arms of the Dickerson family house. Having opened this envelope and unfolded the paper, the girl became immersed in reading the news from a completely unfamiliar home. The Count was very unhappy that his daughter was not fulfilling the mission assigned to her, although judging by the information that had reached her, she had access to information about the weapons of the Sanders family. She was then instructed to steal all the important information, and if that was impossible, to rewrite it and send it home. The most important thing in this letter was that Kate's father knew that his daughter was helping the Duchess with the documents, which gave reason to believe that there was a secret spy of the Dickerson family in this house. Now, in order to somehow move on with her life, the girl had to think very carefully about whether to respond to this letter and what to write. When the thought was formed, Mary took pen and paper to write the answer. She wrote that after living with this family, she became completely convinced of the steadfastness of their spirit. The girl also expressed her confusion as to why her father hates the Sanders family so much. After all, the Emperor himself can award anyone with any titles. At present, the young Emperor is coping well with his duties, in which he is assisted by his sister, and therefore, Archduke Shelton has no grounds for claiming the throne. Based on all this, Mary found it advisable to abandon the betrayal and instead develop friendly relations with the Sanders family. Mary was in the best of spirits as she finished this inspired letter. With this letter, the girl openly declared that she did not support her family, and now all that was left was to hope for the Count's prudence. At that time, Mary did not yet know that a completely different turn of events awaited her with a work that seemed familiar to her. Looking at his daughter-in-law with an icy gaze, Henry declared that the girl had just trampled both her father and the honor of her house into the dirt. Once again, Kate was asked whether she had handed over the duchy's documents to someone else. Mary, sitting opposite the Duke, replied as before that she had not given any documents to anyone. Then the man asked if the girl was ready to swear on her father's honor, affirming this. Knowing that she was innocent, Mary said that she swears by both her father's honor and her own. It was at this point that the Duke said that Kate had just trampled the honor of her father and the entire house into the dirt. Not yet understanding what Henry meant, the girl indignantly asked for an explanation of what was said. Then the man handed Brandon some documents, where the young man already knew what to do with them. A moment later, he was standing next to where Mary was, handing her what he would just receive from the Duke. Looking at the papers, the girl immediately recognized the very papers that she had recently been assigned to sort through and systematize. Having confirmed his daughter-in-law's guess, Henry also said that all these papers were nothing more than fiction. They were prepared especially for her by the young man standing next to her. And some recent actions by Kate's father, who began to formalize transactions with the same things, directly indicate that he learned about the contents of these documents. But all these words did not give the girl any explanation regarding the suspicions against her. Where it doesn't matter at all whether she was entrusted with real or fake documents, this did not affect the performance of the tasks assigned to her in any way, just as the information was not transferred anywhere. The Duke was amazed at how the exposed spy, even in such a hopeless situation, was trying to pretend to be innocent, despite the fact that she was the only one with this fake information. This combination of words made the girl perk up. And so, holding up a fictitious stack of papers before the eyes of all the participants, Mary declared that these papers were seen by at least Brandon, the servants appearing in the offices, as well as the Duchess and Rebecca. The Duke was outraged that this Kate Dickerson dared to accuse those who live in the Sanders family home. Mary mentally noted that in the original version of the work, the characters behaved very similarly, where no one ever named the heroine Mary Kate Sanders. And then the girl indignantly declared that Rebecca, who was in this house, did not even have the last name Sanders and could not even yet lay claim to it. The man had nothing to say to this, and he only sternly advised the girl to watch her language. Mary repeated that everyone knew that she had access to the documents, just as she understood perfectly well that she would definitely not be trusted with anything important. After all, she is not blind and sees the attitude towards her here, in which entrusting such valuable papers to a person considered an enemy of the family would be complete absurdity. And her accusations today are nothing more than an attempt to put pressure on Count Dickerson. Both the Duke and John, who stood next to him, were amazed at the insight of the girl sitting in front of them. Mary herself mentally noted that she was very exhausted from a moral point of view in this empty verbal confrontation, where she was also interested in the question of how these papers could have fallen into the hands of the Count when she wrote that she would not pass on anything. It turns out that there is definitely a Dickerson spy in the Sanders mansion, where the girl immediately excluded Rebecca and Brandon from the list of suspects. But in that case, there would be no need to send Kate to the mansion, who in the original work was responsible for transferring the documents. As is the case now, in the original, Kate was fed misinformation, and when her actions were exposed, she was placed under house arrest. The developing situation clearly showed that the girl could not go against the main plotline of the work, and this only meant that she would sink deeper and deeper into the abyss of disaster, until that fateful moment comes when she will accept death at the hands of John. Meanwhile, the Duke's youngest son suddenly raised his eyes and looked at the girl sitting opposite him. A tear rolled down Mary's cheek, but she mentally ordered herself not to cry in front of these terrible people. And then, raising her eyes to the men, the accused suddenly said that at the very beginning of this conversation, she had already sworn that she was not guilty. And to her husband's surprise, Mary's next sentence was to simply cut her throat if no one wanted to believe her words. Calvin was the first to intervene in the situation, telling his father that in this case a thorough investigation was still required. However, the young man noted that while the investigation is ongoing, the suspect is prohibited from leaving the mansion. The Duke could agree with this, saying that until the end of the investigation, the girl was under house arrest and could pray that the truth about her innocence would come to light. As Mary listened to Henry, she mentally noted that everything was happening exactly as in the original work. The Duke was about to instruct Brandon to escort Kate to her room, but John suddenly stepped forward, saying that he would do it himself. Mary tried to object, but the young man persistently dragged her along. None of the men remaining in the office could understand what kind of scene had just unfolded before them. When the couple were alone, John practically shouted at the girl to ask if she had gone crazy, where the latter found such a turn of her mind extremely appropriate in order not to listen to the nonsense of which she was accused. But then the Duke's son shouted that on the battlefield, his father had the nickname Head Cutter. Hearing these words, Mary noted that the nickname was somehow too pretentious. The young man then explained that his wife had just offered to cut the throat of the man who had sent hundreds and thousands of his soldiers to certain death without any regret. The girl was very surprised that John was suddenly hooked by the words she said about killing her. To this, John said nothing, only saying that if she was guilty, she would be punished. But Mary did not remain in debt, declaring that since they did not trust her in this house, then she had the right not to trust anyone. After all, for everyone who lives here, she initially became something like a leper, where one of those who hates her the most because of the wedding is now investigating and will give a verdict. The young man listened attentively to his wife's arguments, where she ended by saying that all she could do was sit locked within 4 walls and wait for the sentence from her punisher. But John suddenly declared that he would conduct the investigation without any prejudice or bias towards Kate, where he even swore on his honor that the investigation would be conducted objectively. He also promised to keep the girl informed about how the investigation was going, and also vowed not to allow the deliberate creation of circumstances that were not in his wife's favor. After hearing these loud words, Mary replied that John had the right to do as he saw fit. And then she asked a provocative question about whether he would be impartial if suddenly the list of suspects included not only his wife, but also precious Rebecca. It was an arrow right on target that made the young man think for a while. The Sanders family's carriage pulled up to the lined-up guards, and now Rebecca was already descending the stairs with the help of one of the Duke's sons. But before the girl had time to find herself on the street, she immediately heard a familiar female voice greeting her. It was the current Emperor's sister, Jacqueline Underwood. This girl was considered the most selfish and spoiled princess in history and was a real nightmare of the palace. Despite everything, she had a habit of wearing short hair, and even at official events, she appeared dressed in trousers, since dresses irritated the girl. Even the Emperor himself was unable to correct his sister and come to terms with her wild morals by the standards of this society. When Rebecca greeted Her Highness, the princess immediately scolded the girl for not addressing her simply by her first name. Approaching the guest, Jacqueline almost frightened her by saying that she sincerely hoped that their mutual feelings had not cooled over the month. Only in Rebecca's presence could the Emperor's sister be seen in a good and friendly mood. This didn't even matter that this young beauty had won the heart of the princess's former lover. And now Kelkin has already asked Jacqueline to stop making fun of the girl, to which the princess explained that she was just joking. Finally, the welcoming ceremony was over, and all those who had arrived, led by Jacqueline, headed to the palace. At some point, the Emperor's sister inquired as to why John had not joined them, and Rebecca explained that the Duke's youngest son had gotten married and therefore could not come to the meeting and leave his wife. Calvin also contributed to this dialogue, saying that it was quite difficult to call this event a real marriage. After all, everyone understood perfectly well that this was nothing more than the most ordinary political game with the Dickersons and Shelton. The princess's face distorted when she heard the names that were unpleasant to her ears. The girl vaguely recalled Kate Dickerson, but ultimately stated that she was not at all interested in this person. At some point, one of the guards appeared and reported to the guests that His Majesty was ready to receive them. Kelvin, addressing Jacqueline, ironically expressed his bewilderment at the fact that, being a member of the imperial family, the princess does not delve into politics. While she was answering something to the young man, Rebecca suddenly felt someone's hand on her shoulder. It was Jacqueline, who suddenly announced that she and her friend were going for a walk, and that Calvin could always talk about all sorts of political wisdom with her brother. Having conveyed her greetings to the Duke and his wife, the princess left with her young friend. After this, the Duke's eldest son remembered their recent conversation with his brother, who for some reason often complained of a headache. John was very surprised when he heard that his brother was going to visit the imperial palace, offering to go together. He assumed that he was being sent there to report, but the investigation had not yet been completed. Kelvin was about to tell John that the purpose of the visit was different, but decided to remain silent, and then his thoughts about the previous conversation were interrupted by Brandon, inviting the gentleman to follow him to the Emperor. The girl, lying on the bed and crying, suddenly heard a question about whether she was in much pain. Since she was alone in the room, the girl turned around abruptly in surprise. It turned out that the voice belonged to a neighbor in the ward, who immediately apologized for the fact that she could wake the girl. And now the two sick girls were sitting together on the bed, where Linda assumed that Mary was crying because she was afraid of dying. Looking away, the girl said that she was really afraid of this slow and painful death, where everyone would be better off if she just committed suicide. She had already heard a telephone conversation with her father, who had a lot of problems because of her illness. But the girl was most disappointed by her brother, who could and should have become a bone marrow donor. Claiming that he did not want to participate at all, since the transplant operation was extremely painful, the brother said that it would be better if his sister died. And now, shedding tears from these memories, Mary again concluded that it would be better for her to simply die quickly. Suddenly, her interlocutor cheerfully declared that not everyone can always get what they want. For example, Linda herself does not have a relative from whom it would be possible to transplant bone marrow, even in the future. But she has a sincere desire to live to her 20th birthday and celebrate it to the fullest. By this age, she would definitely have grown long hair, which she would have gathered into a neat ponytail. I would put on lipstick and eyelashes and then go for a walk down the street, observing the lives of people around me. Mary, who had stopped crying, listened spellbound as her interlocutor told her about her dream. And so, with tears in her eyes, Linda declared that she could overcome all difficulties as long as she had a goal, a dream. At that moment, the girl woke up, feeling tears quietly rolling down both of her cheeks. Immediately after waking up, Mary assumed a sitting position, continuing to replay pictures from her past in her head, where her friend Linda left without saying goodbye to the one with whom she shared her dreams. The dream became a good reminder, and the girl clenched her teeth, giving herself the order to endure everything as long as she was alive. After this dream, Mary's life became much calmer, where house arrest did not become a punishment for her, but was something like a vacation and an opportunity to be alone with herself. She had all this right up until the moment when John dropped in on her for lunch one day. Showing her displeasure with an appropriate exhalation, Mary asked her husband what business had forced him to visit her room, where not only did he show up unannounced, but he also deprived her of the opportunity to enjoy lunch alone. But the young man did not answer a single remark or a single question from his wife. And suddenly John said that he had absolutely no time for empty talk. Wildly angry at such a statement, the girl, without hiding her mood, immediately declared that in such a case the Duke's son should hurry to leave the premises. Watching the young man continue to dine, Mary noticed that he was behaving very impudently, which was unacceptable even for such a handsome man as John. And then the girl's thoughts switched to the constantly enticing features of her husband's face. She herself could not believe that in such a situation she was thinking about the attractiveness of the man sitting opposite her, and tried to force herself to concentrate on lunch. After all, the decoration of the dining table was too luxurious to be abandoned because of an uninvited and unfriendly guest. Having sent another portion into her mouth, Mary noted out loud how deliciously the food was prepared. And suddenly John spoke up, saying that they were now checking all possible options for obtaining documents, where Rebecca had become one of the suspects. And to his wife's ironic exclamation that this was very unexpected, the young man noted that they would definitely deal with the culprits. Despite everything, the girl continued to eat her lunch, which caused an exclamation of surprise that she had not yet choked on her lie. But Mary immediately replied that she had no reason for this, since she was not lying and was innocent, and the soup was really good. After which the girl added that even if she had been involved, how would that prevent her from enjoying the delicious soup, which, by the way, she had run out of? Smiling, the Duke's youngest son suddenly moved a covered plate towards his wife. And when Mary asked, he explained that this was an extra portion in case someone wanted more. Delighted with such a bonus, the girl offered to share with her husband, but he said that one portion was enough for him. After lunch, the girl lay on the bed trying to think of something else she could do without the internet. She used to have a hobby of origami, but in this world you won't find books about such art. She then decided to turn to her very knowledgeable maid, asking what women did here in general. To which Susan explained that they usually do drawing or embroidery, and the particularly active ones try their hand at horse riding. Mary tried to imagine herself embroidering, but immediately realized that she would hardly last long. She had already tried drawing in her world, where she had to explain to the teacher that she had drawn a cat and not a hippopotamus. Horses seemed to her like some kind of unimaginable monsters, which she was afraid to even approach. Having rejected all the proposed options, Mary asked the maid if the ladies had any other hobbies. After thinking for a moment, Susan said that it was now fashionable to make clothes and dress up little wooden dolls. Where this hobby is gaining momentum is because parents are finding it useful for their children, thus developing basic sewing skills in them. When asked where they get their dolls, Susan replied that they either make them themselves, or you can buy them ready-made in workshops. The next question was about the prices for dolls and all the supplies for making clothes. Having handed her maid a couple of thousand, Mary asked her to buy a couple of dolls and everything for making clothes, allowing her to keep the rest of the money as a bonus. The girl was very surprised by the conversation about the award and tried to refuse, but Mary immediately reproached her for not wanting to accept a well-deserved gift. Noticing how Susan tensed up, her mistress smiled, saying that she hadn't meant to scare her so much. Mary guessed that Susan had originally been given the task of monitoring her actions. But despite all the circumstances, this maid, like Brandon, is one of the few who treats her well. Continuing to hold out the money, Mary said that she did not at all mean to bribe the girl with this gesture. She asks to consider it as a gesture of appreciation for kindness and gratitude. And so finally, the embarrassed girl took the money, thanking the lady for her kindness and generosity. And so Mary has already tried her hand at producing miniature clothing. At first, it seemed to her that everything was going quite well, but after some time the girl concluded that it was not so simple. The girl's thoughts went back some time, when she was reading and just waiting for Susan to return. When the maid returned, Mary was very surprised at the amount of materials for her hobby that she had brought with her. And so Susan explained that the dolls were sold as a set, and she had also purchased patterns, which would make the process easier. As Mary looked at her creation, she noticed that her maid began to show a kinder attitude towards her than she had at the very beginning. The girl also noted that her occupation is just a hobby, where it is not necessary for everything to work out. In this life, she could boldly call this hobby a real luxury. Already dressing the female doll, Mary thought that in her past life she could not afford to have even such a simple hobby. Assessing the result of her work, the girl noted that the dress didn't look so bad from the outside, although from the inside it was simply awful. When the male doll was also dressed, Mary playfully began to depict kisses between these doll characters. Leaving the finished dolls in a kissing pose, the girl thought about what she should do next, where her thoughts began to lean towards practicing embroidery. A shrill cry calling her name made Mary look up from her embroidery. It was John who burst into the room and, without hiding his emotions, announced that a certain document written in Kate's handwriting had been discovered. Stephanie, not hiding her joy, wondered what Kate Dickerson could have done to end up under house arrest. To which her brother, not without a smile, said that the girl had dared to steal and pass on to her family some important documents of the Duke. After all, from the very beginning, Kate was her father's secret agent, where she, fulfilling the latter's will, tried to complete the assignment as quickly as possible, even though it threatened her with severe consequences. Blake then added that the girl would hardly have been trusted with important documents, so most likely the Count received insignificant or even completely false information. And apparently, by setting a trap for the Duke, Lewis ended up in the trap himself. The young man did not say out loud that John Sanders had behaved strangely softly with the criminal in this situation. And his evil sister has already made a proposal to inform the Duke that his daughter-in-law is actually a spy. But Blake said that he was more concerned about Rebecca, who could now marry Calvin rather than Kate. This instantly set Stephanie off balance, resulting in her slamming her head down on the table. After all, she was not ready to put up with the fact that this half-breed would become related to the ducal family. After all, in that case, she would not be able to count on marrying the Duke's son and ensuring the future of her family. Once the initial emotions had died down a bit, Stephanie began to think about how to turn all this to her advantage. And now she was already suggesting to her brother to try to use Kate to achieve his goals. With a more than serious look, the young man asked his sister to tell him in more detail what her plan was. Then the cunning girl said that they just needed to make sure that Kate and Rebecca's interests intersected, and then the Count's daughter would deal with her competitor herself. And they will kill two birds with one stone, because the Sanders family will not forgive Kate for what she does to Rebecca. Meanwhile, Mary, answering her husband's question about how she intended to justify herself, said that they were simply trying to set her up, since she was not guilty of anything. But this explanation somehow did not satisfy the young man, who called his wife crazy. Without responding to these words, the girl thought that in the original, Kate really did commit this act, but everything worked out for her, and therefore there was no need to worry, considering that she did not do it. What most interested the girl was that John expressed some kind of sincere concern for her fate, which was clearly visible in his eyes and facial expression. At some point, a voice was heard from behind the young man, asking for forgiveness for interrupting the conversation. It was Brandon who reported that his lordship was expecting Kate in his office. Looking at the Duke's envoy, Mary mentally noted that now this young man, too, had begun to suspect her. Rising from her seat and walking towards the Duke, the girl cheerfully told her husband to relax, because he should be glad that evidence against her had been discovered. Approaching Brandon, Mary, still smiling, told him to walk her to the office. Placing several papers on the table, the Duke said that it was a list of goods that the merchant had received from Earl Dickerson, written in Kate's handwriting. Taking the evidence in hand, Mary noticed that someone had simply copied her handwriting. And then Henry declared that Kate's father was more responsible for this whole situation than she herself, and therefore he did not intend to punish her. But the girl did not need these indulgences at all, and when she approached the table she sharply declared that it was not a matter of punishment, but of her honor. Having placed a document with a table in front of the man, which she had actually compiled, the girl drew the Duke's attention to significant differences, where it was immediately clear that the one who tried to set her up did not know what tables were. To this, Henry calmly replied that Kate could have simply intentionally distorted the appearance of the tables. But resourceful Mary countered this by declaring that if she had been afraid of being discovered, she would have had to change her handwriting entirely and not just distort the table. The girl also noted some differences in the handwriting in which the supposed evidence of her guilt was written, asking to be allowed to bring her diary. The task of bringing the diary was entrusted to Brandon, who was told by Mary to contact her maid Susan on the matter. While the issue of delivering the diary was being resolved, the girl continued to analyze the fake document. Her thoughts revolved around the fact that both the tables and her handwriting could have been forged by someone who had learned to compile tables from her, where such people were the Duchess and Rebecca. The girl's mind was also tormented by the question of why go so far, because there are much simpler and more effective ways to get rid of her. The diary was soon delivered to the Duke's office, and the three men compared with interest Kate's handwriting on its pages and on the papers that came into their possession. Taking the manuscript that belonged to her, Mary herself drew attention to what differences in the handwriting could be seen. And so the girl concluded that, based on all the circumstances, the document she presented, which allegedly confirmed her guilt, was nothing more than a forgery. Continuing to look at the papers, the Duke did not say a word, only making incomprehensible sounds. The appearance of Rebecca in the Duke's office came as a surprise to everyone. John didn't have time to ask how she got there in the first place when Henry interrupted him, explaining that it was he who invited the girl. Recalling that Rebecca had been helping the Duchess with her business for over 4 years, the man asked whether Kate had really taught them how to systematize information into tables. And the girl confirmed this, adding that Rosemary was very pleased with this new method. And when asked who else might know about this method, Rebecca explained that she herself did not understand the essence, and the Duchess could have taught one of the servants. John and Kelvin also had a general idea about the tables, from which the Duke concluded that only members of his family knew about this method. After listening to the Duke, the girl could not help but agree with the conclusions he made, after which Rebecca asked the Duke why she was being asked all these questions. Meanwhile, Mary noted to herself that when she explained to the girl how to make tables, she understood everything perfectly, but now she claims the opposite. And Henry, answering the question, stated that this did not concern Rebecca, adding that she had helped them understand the problem and could be free. After glancing at the suspect, the young girl left the room. Well, the Duke had already turned to Kate again, noting that the circumstances were clearly not in her favor. To this, the girl coldly replied that she was greatly disappointed that the Duke had come to such conclusions. Smiling, the man offered to provide her with irrefutable evidence of her innocence. Then, putting her hand on the papers, Mary stated that she had provided a whole bunch of different evidence that she had been set up. But in this house, it is customary to trust not facts, but some unconfirmed words, like those that just came from Rebecca's lips. The girl didn't exactly remember how Rebecca had been able to prove Kate's guilt in the original, but certainly not the way it had happened today. After all, Mary didn't actually pass on any information, which meant Rebecca couldn't have had any written confirmation. At some point, the girl suddenly noticed that John was reading her personal diary. She immediately rushed towards him, discontentedly declaring that reading someone else's diary was the height of indecency. Literally snatching the notebook from his hands, Mary accused him of having no respect for her at all. This scene was interrupted by Henry, who attracted the girl's attention by calling her by name, where the man said that in this situation they do not have any hard evidence to completely dispel doubts. However, as he had already noted earlier, he was ready to turn a blind eye to this incident and lift the house arrest. Already heading to her room, Mary, in response to John's words that he could not believe her words, threw back that she did not expect anything else from him. Then the young man said that if you remember everything that the Dickerson family did, it is quite reasonable to suspect the daughter of this family. To this, Mary once again said that she had nothing to do with what her family did. But then the Duke's youngest son suddenly asked the girl how she could explain everything she had done before she became his wife. Where after this question, pictures of Kate's past began to emerge in the girl's head, where Louis Dickerson's daughter regularly seduced men in order to obtain information from them. In addition, Kate managed to ruin a party for a family that was well disposed towards the Sanders. Moreover, the daughter of the Dickerson family repeatedly interfered with the marriages of members of the same family. Mary couldn't understand why all these memories appeared in her head only now. Well, her husband stood waiting for an answer to the question posed. Moving towards her room, Mary felt very tired from all the events that had happened to her today. And while she was thinking that the abolition of house arrest was generally a positive thing, her ears caught a familiar female voice. It was Rebecca who asked John what had happened, to which the young man explained that Kate was suspected of stealing documents from their family. Already on the other side of the door to her room, Mary could not help but hear the conversation between the young people, where Rebecca stated that Kate could not have done this, and John replied that he also wanted to believe it. Then the conversation turned to the existence of circumstantial evidence, and Mary noted to herself that she should not eavesdrop on someone else's conversation. But suddenly the girl, saying that she had not wanted to harm John's wife at all, offered to give a more detailed explanation. But the young man suddenly interrupted this impulse, which greatly surprised the girl. As he passed Rebecca, John said very coldly that the Duke had decided to forget about this matter, and therefore she should do the same. As the young man moved down the corridor, he imagined how Kate wrote down the warmest and most tender words about him in her diary. And now he was wondering what the point was in making fun of this poor girl who treated him so well. John found his older brother in the library and immediately suggested that they go and practice immediately. Looking up from his book, Calvin looked at his younger brother's face with interest. Asking what could have happened that caused his brother to fall into such a gloomy state, John didn't answer, simply saying that his brother should go with him to training. Approaching the door of the Duchess's chambers, Mary knocked cautiously. Having allowed entry, Rosemary immediately said that she had already heard about what the girl had gone through yesterday and was really looking forward to seeing her. Deeply embarrassed by such kindness, the girl replied that these were not the biggest difficulties in her life. But then the woman suddenly said that the burdens of the mind are always heavier than the burdens of the body. Mary looked down and quietly said that if that was the accusation, then she really did not steal those documents. Continuing, the girl said that she understood perfectly well that no one in this house would ever believe her words. And just as she was about to say that she was ready to put her life on the line to prove her innocence, Rosemary suddenly took her hand and said that she believed her. Mary immediately met the understanding look of her interlocutor, who added that she perfectly understood how hard it was for Kate all this time, and once again said that she believed the girl. After all, she saw perfectly well that she was trying to help her with all her might, despite the fact that she was in an extremely hostile environment to which she tried to somehow adapt. Turning to her own past, the Duchess noted that she had once gone through similar difficulties. And finally, the woman stated that she does not know who played this cruel joke on Kate, but she knows for sure that her daughter-in-law is innocent. For the first time, feeling real support from a seemingly complete stranger, Mary could not hold back her tears. In a fit of emotion, the girl immediately decided to tell the woman everything that had happened to her earlier in the Dickerson estate. But suddenly the girl's speech was interrupted, and she seemed to have disappeared somewhere, only having time to hear the Duchess's scream. One of the servants, with an undisguised, excited look, ran to the parade ground where the Sanders brothers were training once again. The fight was immediately stopped when he reported that Lady Kate had literally just fainted. When Kelvin asked about the details of the incident, the young man reported that Kate fainted while talking to the Duchess. He also began to say something about the doctor, when suddenly both the speaker and the Duke's eldest son noticed how John suddenly jumped up from his seat, throwing his shirt on in the process. The arriving medic stated that the fainting most likely occurred due to severe stress, after which she asked whether the lady had recently been in stressful situations. Realizing that all this happened, among other things, due to his fault, the young man simply remained silent. While the doctor was giving recommendations for treatment, John was thinking that yesterday this girl had shown incredible strength, steadfastly repelling his father's attacks, but now she looked very weak with a tear-stained face. He couldn't believe that the always arrogant, cold and calculating Kate Dickerson, according to rumors, was so moved that she fainted. John said nothing, but only continued to look at his wife, who was lying with her eyes closed. Meanwhile, the doctor finished her work and Susan escorted her to the exit of the room in the estate. When there were no more ears left in the room, the young man asked his mother about the subject of his conversation with Kate. And Rosemary said that the girl was convinced that no one believed her, but she claimed that she had nothing to do with the theft of documents. After listening to the Duchess, her son noted that she had said the same thing during her conversation with the Duke. But then the woman suddenly added, telling about what she told Kate about her belief in her innocence. After this, the girl began to cry because up until that moment, no one believed her. Then she wanted to say something else. At that moment, consciousness left her. Listening to his mother's story and looking at his wife, the young man suddenly seemed to hear a voice in his head, which formulated thoughts about how he could not trust this girl. Rosemary became very worried when she saw her son suddenly grab his head. She wanted to order a doctor to be brought, but John refused, getting up from his chair and saying that he just needed rest, but before he could leave, he suddenly bumped into Rebecca. The girl explained that she immediately rushed here as soon as she learned that Kate had fainted. Looking at the young man's face, she asked him why he was so pale today. And while she was stretching her hand to his head, John again heard the voice that was formulating in his mind the thoughts that he was in love with sweet Rebecca. But the headache that accompanied all this did not allow him to lose control this time, and the young man stopped the girl's hand with a sharp movement. After which he said rather coldly that he was fine, where even his mother noticed his tone towards Rebecca. Leaving the girl, John headed for the exit, citing poor health and the need to lie down. While fainting, Mary did not lose her consciousness completely, as if she were moving to some other level. Finding herself in the middle of some impenetrable darkness, the girl decided that she had died again. And then, right in front of her, a text message appeared, stating that Kate Dickerson couldn't talk about her secrets until she fulfilled a special condition. The girl did not understand at all what was happening now, and what special condition was being discussed. Before she had time to ask for any explanations, she suddenly began to be pulled into a gap that appeared behind her. And a second later, Mary had already regained consciousness, being in the same body that she had ended up in after death in her previous world. Susan, who was nearby, instantly perked up, glad that her mistress had finally woken up. But the girl was still in a kind of prostration, not yet fully aware of her return to this world. She was greatly shocked by the maid's words that she had been unconscious for 2 days. Then the girl decided to try to tell Susan who she really was, but suddenly her speech was interrupted and replaced by a strong cough. Having apologized to the maid for frightening her, Mary, citing a dry throat, asked her to bring some water. She also wanted to ask about John, but for now she changed her mind about mentioning him. Left alone, the girl began to remember everything that had happened to her, from the very moment when she realized that she was in the body of a book character. Then she decided that if she just behaved well, she could change the plot and survive. And perhaps you can count on something more in the form of a real romantic relationship with John. When her first hopes were dashed, the girl decided to simply live the quiet life of a duke's daughter-in-law. But no matter how hard she tried, the plotline of the original novel somehow made its own adjustments and returned everything to normal. Now the girl understood that she had been mistaken from the very beginning in thinking that she could change this story. But this was not the case because in essence, Kate Dickerson is not the main character in the book, but a secondary one. A character who is destined to die a cruel death at the hands of her own husband, who cuts her throat. Thus, the time of Mary's new life had already been measured out, and now she was trying to remember what the next episode would be like for her. After a few seconds, the girl was able to remember what happened next according to the plot of the book, where, feeling threatened, Kate snuck into her husband's bedroom at night. And now Mary repeated all these actions, quietly opening the door to John's bedroom. According to the plot, the girl only wanted to secretly kiss the sleeping young man, which was intended to try to seduce him. Continuing to follow the plotline, Mary cautiously entered the room where the Duke's youngest son was sleeping. Standing next to the young man's bed, the girl thought that he considered her a fiend from hell because he had to marry her. At the same time, Mary couldn't stop thinking about how handsome John was, her favorite character living on the pages of this book. Deciding to leave everything to fate itself, the girl approached and leaned towards the young man's head. Touching her lips to John's forehead, the girl knew that he would wake up with a look full of contempt. And so the young man, awakened from sleep by the kiss, grabbed Mary by the hand. Standing up, John grinned and noted that Kate had dropped the pretense and gone on the offensive. Mary tried to somehow justify herself to the man, but he did not allow her to do so. With a sharp tug on her hand, the young man suddenly pushed his wife onto the bed. With one hand, he pressed the girl to the bed, and with the other he suddenly began to unbutton his nightgown, accompanying this with the words that now he would check how beautiful her body could be. But then the girl stopped him, asking if he was sure that he wanted this with her. This question made John stop and think about what he was doing now. And then thoughts began to appear in his head that this girl was not Rebecca. That compared to what he feels for Rebecca, Kate means nothing to him at all. Mary watched carefully the young man's reactions, which were reflected on his face after the question was asked. And so John approached his wife's face, saying that her question was absolutely meaningless, since it was she who had snuck into his place in the middle of the night. Immediately after which he pressed his lips to the lips of the stunned Mary, who had not expected such an attitude from this man. When the kiss was over, John suddenly placed Mary's hand on his chest, noticing how she must have been dreaming about this for a long time, regularly peeping at his training. Only now did it dawn on the girl that he had learned a lot from reading the pages of her diary, and her face instantly flushed. She wanted to say that everything was not as John might think, but then her gaze dropped to the chest of the half-naked man, which her fingers were already feeling. After she ran her fingers over the toned muscles, John asked if she was happy now. Mary began to say something in response, a little confused by everything that was happening. But then the Duke's youngest son suddenly moved closer to the girl's neck, gently touching it with his lips, thinking that he was surprised by Kate Dickerson's ability to blush. While still trying to resist verbally, Mary was physically no longer able to stop her husband when his hand slid under her clothes, nor to stop herself. Opening her eyes with the first rays of the sun, the girl could hardly believe that physical intimacy had occurred between her and John that night. She was out of sight of the servants, where the young man, having prudently screened the bed, gave orders to leave him alone after the water was heated. A few seconds after the servant left the room, the girl suddenly heard a question about how she felt. Before she could say anything in response, Mary found herself in her husband's arms, where the unexpected gesture from her only made it clear that she herself could walk. But the young man didn't respond to this, simply heading towards the filled bathtub. Helping the girl into the water, he told her not to be shy and speak up if the water seemed too hot to her. And while Mary assured her husband that the bath was prepared perfectly, John suddenly remembered that first wedding night when he found Kate lounging in the bath. Giving his wife an affectionate look, the Duke's youngest son noted that the girl was apparently enjoying lounging in the bath. Without understanding at all what had suddenly come over John, Mary confirmed his guess. After all, she thought that in the morning he would regret what had happened at night because of his momentary weakness, where his first kiss should have belonged to Rebecca. And where was that first kiss, that first intimacy, taken away from him last night? But suddenly Mary remembered that in the original novel, Kate's attempt to seduce John failed. Then there remained the option that the young man treated her this way only out of pity, or because he found out that Rebecca had given her preference to Calvin and not to him. Mary's thoughts were interrupted by John's words, where he apologized for making his wife move so much that night, knowing that she had not yet recovered from her fainting spell. Remembering that night, the girl thought that she would never be able to feel John's tender attitude, considering how much he hated her from the day of the wedding. Mary literally clutched her head, not understanding what exactly could have so strongly influenced this young man's attitude towards her. She even had to apologize to Susan for frightening her with her behavior. Returning to her thoughts, Mary came to the conclusion that everything needed to be analyzed carefully. She was back in that strange place, where she had received the message that the first special condition had been successfully met. Looking at the message, the girl had many more questions about what fulfilling the condition gives, and whether this condition is one of those, the fulfillment of which will allow her to reveal her secrets. Looking at the empty message window, Mary realized that it was unlikely that anyone had answered her questions. But then suddenly a strange sound signal came from the message window. Without taking her eyes off the window, Mary tried to understand what all this could mean. And suddenly a message appeared in the window about the next condition, where the girl had to behave the same way as Kate. This system definitely knew that it had entered the body of one of the book's heroines. And Mary thought hard about the task that had been given to her, because acting like Kate meant being evil and mean. Then the girl began to think about another message, where after fulfilling one of the conditions, she was informed about the reduction of the author's rights. This means that in this world there was a certain subject who possessed certain powers, someone like God. Mary did not have enough information to fully understand. Questions arose about how the author's rights could be reduced if the work had long been completed, what exactly the author had influenced, and in what particular part his rights were limited. Could the author influence the development of the storyline, certain episodes or characters? But the main questions were where this author was and who he was. In all this, the girl made a fundamental and important conclusion for herself, where, as the experience of a recent night with John showed, the course of this story could still be changed. Therefore, it was too early to give up. It was necessary to see what choice John would make in the next significant episode. The Duchess literally jumped out of her seat when she saw Kate enter her office. The woman immediately rushed to her and asked how she was feeling. After apologizing for causing so much trouble, Mary said she felt quite fine. At the same time, the girl knew that the Duke and his wife had recently visited the Imperial Palace, where they had discussed the possible uprising of Count Dickerson and Balder Shelton. Meanwhile, Rosemary reported that her husband was very worried about his daughter-in-law, as he put a lot of pressure on her during the conversation. To which Mary replied that she was indeed fine and asked to tell the Duke not to worry, which earned the woman's gratitude. The Duchess then asked Kate what she planned to do next, where she would not necessarily have to work with paperwork anymore. Listening to the woman, the girl thought about the current situation. After all, if she refuses to touch the documents, everyone around her will think and talk about the fact that after what happened she was deprived of access to the papers. And so the girl replied that she was ready to continue working with documents, but was afraid of new provocations, and therefore asked to put a person next to her whom everyone absolutely trusted. To this, the Duchess replied that she had already thought about this question, recalling that Brandon McAllister needed an assistant. Mary was surprised that the person who would act as the trustee was someone who handled the family's papers, but was not a family member. It was this young man who was preparing those very same false documents. Like her maid Susan, she is one of the few characters who treats Kate with an open mind. Based on all this, the girl agreed that the company of this young man would be an excellent option. Once in the office where she would be working, Mary stood and looked at the expression on her new boss's face. The only question that was spinning in the girl's head was whether this young man had always been so emotionless. Approaching his desk, Mary said that from today on, she would be helping him with his work. And then she immediately asked what her first task would be. Taking out a rather large box, Brandon said that his first task for the girl was to prepare these receipts, which needed to be sorted by year. Taking the box in her hands, the girl was surprised at the condition these documents were in. And the young man explained that it was because of the previous employee, who simply scattered all the papers when he left. After which Brandon added that this former employee, of course, did not go unpunished for such an attitude towards the duchy's papers. After this, the young man added that the lady might not even expect leniency from him because of her position. He treats all workers equally, and therefore the girl may still regret agreeing to work with him. At this point, the first conversation with the new manager was completed and it was time to begin performing my duties. The office was in an ideal atmosphere, with everyone present quietly going about their tasks. While sorting through the receipts, the girl mentally noted that it was very quiet here. The silence of the office is broken only by the scratching of a pen and the occasional rustling of sheets of paper. At some point, Brandon suddenly got up from his desk and walked over to Mary's workstation. When he said that the workday was over, the girl asked for a minute's pause to put a mark where she had left off. After which she returned the box of papers to the young man, thanking him for his trust. Accepting the papers, the owner of this office noted that his new employee had done a great job today. Only now did the girl explain that she did not expect any leniency from the boss. In her past life, she had already encountered a certain amount of bias in her working relationships. And now she told Brandon that she only expected two things from him, including competence and honesty. Because, as she had noticed, these were precisely the two qualities that were inherent in her interlocutor. On this note, the girl said goodbye to the young man until tomorrow. Once in the corridor, the girl found Susan waiting for her there. Left alone, Brandon looked at the box of papers for a while longer, after which he turned his thoughtful gaze to the window. After apologizing for distracting the young man from his many affairs, Calvin said he had one urgent matter to ask. Before asking, the Duke's eldest son said that he was already aware that Brandon had been assigned to watch Kate from today, and he would be very interested to know what opinion the Duke's assistant had about this girl. John, who was nearby, was immersed in his thoughts, where he was trying to figure out why Kate decided to continue working with the documents and helping his family after everything that had happened. Moreover, his wife herself asked for this job and the person supervising it. The young man was also interested in the reason why his brother suddenly showed interest in Kate. Meanwhile, Brandon answered the question by saying that Miss Kate was doing a great job at the job she asked for. But this was clearly not what Kelvin was interested in, where he asked if the young man had noticed anything suspicious. And Brandon continued, saying that despite the fact that his office was clearly not furnished for aristocrats, Kate worked hard without voicing a single complaint. He can also note such a quality in the lady as meticulousness in work. Mary's qualities such as the ability to concentrate, analyze, and understand did not go unnoticed. As Brandon spoke, John watched the young man's gaze intently. Still clutching his glass of wine, Calvin thanked Brandon for the information he had provided. He dismissed the assistant, telling him to continue to keep a close eye on the girl. When dinner was over, John moved down the hallway and recalled what had happened after Brandon left, where Rebecca, sitting at the table, noted that this was the first time she had seen this young man praise someone so much. John was particularly drawn to her statement that Kate was able to win Brandon's heart in one day. And after these words, Calvin mockingly stated that if Kate and Brandosh got together, it would greatly humiliate Earl Dickerson and would not be such a bad outcome for the Sanders family. Without ceasing to smile, the Duke's eldest son also noted that the loss of such a valuable asset as Benjamin would certainly be felt for some time. And then Calvin noticed his brother's face, noticing that he was apparently worried about the fate of his wife of convenience. Quickly looking away, the Duke's youngest son replied that his brother was mistaken, and Kelvin noted that he was only joking. All these thoughts about the events at dinner accompanied the young man as he moved around the mansion. At some point, John suddenly turned around and headed in the opposite direction. One of the servants tried to tell him that the carriage was ready, but the Duke's son asked him to wait a little. His thoughts were about the fact that the beauty of his wife Kate and Rebecca was very different, where Kate seemed to him to be a very sensual girl that night. and therefore anything can happen between Brandon and his wife during the time they are alone in one small office. With these sad thoughts for him, John approached his wife's room. Preparing to knock on the door, the young man suddenly discovered that the door was open. Opening the door wider, John immediately felt that same enticing scent of roses. Going inside, the Duke's youngest son noted that the room was empty, and the first thing that caught his eye were dolls of a man and a woman standing in a kissing pose. As John approached, he began to peer closely at these dolls, beginning to find a certain correspondence. But suddenly, with a quick movement of her hand, Mary appeared next to him and knocked the dolls off the dressing table, saying that it was just her little hobby. But the girl's next words were a complaint to her husband regarding the fact that he entered her room without knocking. Having quickly instructed the maid to get rid of the dolls, the girl invited the young man to sit down, placing herself opposite him. Thinking that he had probably done a wrong thing by sitting on Kate's bed, John asked if she was okay. Still embarrassed, Mary replied that thanks to the Duchess, who helped her work together with Brandon, she was now doing well. The girl's embarrassment confused her thoughts, and she asked if her husband knew this young man. To this, the Duke's youngest son replied that the McAllister family had long been something like vassals of their family. At first, the Duke was assisted in his affairs by Brandon's father, who was eventually transferred to another estate. And in the capital, Brandon himself took on the duties of a father. From his earliest years, this young man grew up next to both of the Duke's sons. Sitting under the tree, Brandon saw how easily and casually Calvin disarmed his brother after his failed attack. And now John was already sitting on the ground, and his older brother looked at him with the look of a winner. As he turned and walked away, Calvin noted that his brother needed to train more. Meanwhile, John turned his attention to Brandon, who was sitting under a tree, and he invited him to train with him. Where the boy noted that the guy was probably very bored just sitting under a tree with his nose buried in a book. To this, Brandon replied that if the gentleman wished, he was ready to train with him. In concluding his short story, John said that he could not say that he and his wife's new boss were great friends. The girl was interested in information about what Brandon was like in his youth. When she read the book, she didn't even notice the presence of this insignificant character. But it turns out that in this reality, even such characters can have a full-fledged story and a much bigger role in everything that happens. At the same time, Mary wondered why John suddenly decided to visit her and talk about this topic. As if reading the girl's thoughts, the young man said that she was probably now wondering about the purpose of his visit. Immediately after which, the Duke's youngest son added that he would soon be leaving to check on the affairs of another of the duchy's estates. It was a small settlement in the north, a few days' journey from the capital, which was to go into the possession of the Duke's youngest son, who did not inherit the title of Duke. And since the trip promises to be long, he came here to invite his wife to go with him. It was an extremely unexpected proposal for the girl, who believed that this man sincerely hated her. When John left his wife's chamber, a certain sadness was clearly visible on his face. He replayed in his mind Kate's response to his offer to go on a trip together, who had laughed and remarked that it had been a great joke to offer to go with him, which had been done for the sake of propriety. After which the girl wished him a successful trip, and the Duke's son now felt very stupid. As he moved along the corridor, he was informed that the Duke was waiting for him in the courtyard. Stretching pleasantly, Mary noted with pleasure that she had completed the tasks set before her for today. Turning to the side, the girl suddenly noticed a very strange look from her boss. Turning to him, she inquired about what had served as the reason for such close attention. Looking away in embarrassment, Brandon replied that there was no motive behind his gaze, after which he changed the subject, saying that the Duchess was expecting Kate. And now he was already watching the girl, who left the office so as not to keep Rosemary waiting for long. When the door was closed, the young man stood up and walked over to the papers his subordinate was working with. He was genuinely surprised at how well Mary had managed to organize and systematize all the information. The Duchess has announced that an annual craft fair is expected to take place next month. The woman announced to Kate and Rebecca, standing in front of her, that a meeting would be held on their estate on this occasion, where various items would be embroidered. Mary immediately realized that one of the significant episodes of the book was beginning, where such annual fairs are held for charitable purposes. Since embroidery was considered one of the most noble occupations of aristocratic women, this was a great opportunity to demonstrate their skills. The meeting in anticipation of this fair is attended by ladies from high society of all generations and ages. And since the Sanders family occupied the highest position in the world of aristocrats, such meetings were held in their house. After listening to the Duchess, Rebecca immediately stated that her embroidery skills were not very good, and therefore she was afraid that she would not look very good compared to the others. And while the Duchess was calming the girl, Mary was immersed in her own thoughts on the matter. After all, even unlike Rebecca, who was not confident in her abilities, she had no embroidery skills at all. Having decided that she needed to somehow get out of this event, as they said in her previous world, Mary began to say that she was not at all sure about the need for her participation in this. But the girl's voice broke off when she encountered the expressively uncomprehending looks of her interlocutors. At the same moment, Rebecca declared that it would be much easier for her if she went with Kate, which was immediately approved by the Duchess. Realizing that resistance in this case was futile, Mary agreed to participate in the event. Looking at what Rebecca had made, the girl mentally noted that she had greatly underestimated her abilities when deciding whether to participate in this event. The modest woman herself showed off a scarf she had embroidered, on which she tried to depict a blooming garden. All the participants of the meeting immediately surrounded the girl, admiring what she had managed to make. Mary, meanwhile, was trying to remember how events unfolded in the original version of the book. But then everyone's attention was drawn to her by Rebecca, who asked Kate about her embroidery plans. A little shyly, Mary replied that she was going to make a pattern on the scarf, since that was the only thing she could do. And now she was sitting in a chair trying to choose the color of the thread that would become the main one in her embroidery. Then Rebecca approached the girl, showed her 2 skeins of thread, asking what she thought about these colors, where she cheerfully said that the main design could be embroidered in pink and the edges made yellow. Mary guessed that Rebecca had approached her only because she most likely simply felt sorry for the girl who was left alone. She wanted to answer something, but then one of the meeting participants intervened in their conversation, noting that the same pattern that Kate had chosen had been embroidered by her niece last year. Then a conversation started between this woman and another lady who approached her about how the girl had embroidered the scarf when she was only 14 years old. Of course, Mary understood that these ladies were now trying to humiliate her by saying that even children could embroider such a pattern perfectly, which was simply some kind of childishness on the part of adult women. Switching back to Rebecca, the girl thanked her for the offer. And at the same time, she explained to her interlocutor that she wanted to sew a scarf for her dear husband. Upon hearing this, the Duchess immediately noted that the thread colors chosen by Kate matched perfectly with the color of her youngest son's eyes. Well, the evil women continued to stand aside and quietly make fun of Count Dickerson's daughter. Standing on the hillock, the young man looked around at all his future possessions. The father approached him and asked his son what he found these lands like. The man noted that although all this is located far from the capital, there is enormous potential for development here. Besides, if you think about it, the journey on horseback takes 10 days, as in a carriage, and only 7. Without answering his father, John mentally noted that these lands looked much better than he imagined. The castle where he plans to live is in decent condition, but the interior decoration needs some work, as it lacks luxury. After all, his wife comes from a family accustomed to luxury, and therefore such a strict finish may not be to her taste. And so, finally, John asked his father how cold it gets here in the winter. And Henry explained that the temperature differs from the capital by only a few degrees, where the abundance of snow will be a much greater concern than the cold. After listening to his father, the young man noted that the absence of severe frosts was quite good news. Looking at his son, the Duke concluded that he was quite pleased with the lands he was receiving into his possession. Confirming his father's guess, John said that he plans to expand his business, and if he manages to pave a direct route through the mountains, then these possessions will become one of the central points for traveling merchants. But then the Duke interrupted his son, asking him whether he was really satisfied with his lands. Hearing his father's question, John tried to answer something, but the words seemed to get stuck in his throat. With his face distorted with anger, the young man declared to his father that even if he was dissatisfied, if he began to demand more land or a higher title, it would not change anything. The man tried to get a word in, but his son interrupted him, asking if he would be willing to take the title away from his older brother if he asked now. John accused his father of just waiting for his youngest son to start begging for the title of Duke. But he doesn't understand why Henry only now asked his son if everything was okay with him, and didn't ask about it many years ago, where, from childhood and throughout all the years of his life, he only had to put up with the way his father arranged everything without even asking his son's opinion. This also concerned this marriage union, where he was simply faced with the fact of the need to enter into it. All these thoughts about how he could answer his father flashed through John's head in 1 second, and he finally gave an answer that everything suited him. But the Duke immediately noticed a strange expression on his son's face as he gave his answer. Turning and heading towards his horse, The young man added that he would begin to manage the lands as soon as everything was prepared for it. The conversation between the men then turned to the fact that John would need to think about good security if he really intended to develop the trade route, since with its appearance, crime would increase. The long-awaited day of the trade fair has arrived in the capital. Walking among the stalls, Rebecca noted that the scale of this event was truly astounding. As it turned out, the fair featured not only sewing products, but also much more, including jewelry and various goodies. At some point, Rebecca happily drew her companion's attention to the counter with embroidery, where their products were also located. Looking at the handkerchief she had embroidered against the background of other items, Mary immediately realized that Susan had lied when she said that her work looked quite good. Coming closer, Rebecca noticed that someone had already managed to reserve the scarf she had embroidered, since it had a bow on it, indicating that the item was reserved. The young girl was very pleased that her work was enjoying such success. But Mary knew that the main male character was now just waiting for the moment to secretly buy everything that was presented at the fair in terms of embroidery. Deciding to help Calvin, the girl suggested that Rebecca go and look at the goods that were in another part of the fair. And so she took the girl aside, promising to treat her to a pie as well and giving her husband's brother the opportunity to realize his plan. At some point in their movement, the girls suddenly heard female voices that were indignant about the morals of modern society, where they mocked the fact that some half-breed allowed herself to be among high society at the fair. But one of the participants in this scene turned to her mother, asking her to be careful with her words since she is under the protection of the Sanders family. Listening to these conversations, Mary immediately remembered that in her past life she had constantly encountered a similar phenomenon, wherever there was a category of people who discussed a person so that that person could hear them. Mary felt Rebecca's hands begin to shake as the angry women began to talk about how the Sanders family most likely kept a half-breed as a pet. And suddenly, Rebecca heard Kate's voice, noting that she could not get used to the behavior of society at such events, where some not very well-mannered women, apparently having come from some backwater where they are not familiar with manners, are trying to pretend to be members of high society. Then Mary looked at those who dared to make fun of Rebecca, noting that they apparently really were from some distant village, since she did not recognize their faces. Her equally ill-mannered daughter stood up for her mother, noting that Kate Dickerson had a poor knowledge of high society since she was unable to recognize one famous countess. To this, Mary immediately stated that the lack of intelligence and knowledge can be seen in her interlocutors, who do not even have information that she changed her last name to Sanders several months ago. After these words, the Countess herself went on the attack, angrily declaring that she had already heard about the Duke's unpleasant daughter-in-law, who, as she now sees, is much worse than a half-breed, who at least knows her place. But Mary was not about to back down, noting that it must be difficult for them to be in a lower position than someone worse than a half-breed. The girl also noted that she really wants to see what will be left of their family when these words reach the ears of Calvin Sanders. The angry women had nothing more to say except that they were very sorry for Mr. John, who was so unlucky with his wife. Switching to Rebecca, Mary asked her if she knew these women. Saying that this lady was a friend of Countess Olsen, the girl apologized for the fact that because of her, Kate had to listen to so much nastiness. But Mary reassured her companion, saying that she did not perceive what was said at all. After some time, Rebecca was surrounded by more friendly ladies who highly praised her embroidery. And Mary, who didn't stand out in any way at the fair, could only sit quietly on the sidelines. Meanwhile, the conversation between the women and Rebecca turned to the fact that the Duchess had probably long been accepting her as a future daughter-in-law. Unwittingly listening to all these speeches, Mary noticed that they apparently decided to simply ignore the real daughter-in-law. And suddenly the girl heard a familiar male voice, who, answering Rebecca's question, said that he had just returned. Mary was at a loss as to what to do, because if she approached, John might ignore her, and if she didn't approach, he would give rise to new negative rumors about himself. Having decided to try to talk to her husband, the girl approached him, where she almost said that she missed him, but stopped in time to ask how the trip went, where the next moment she was already mentally scolding herself for almost letting slip that she missed him. But the Duke's youngest son did not answer the girl's question, simply focusing his intent gaze on her. Starting to get nervous, Mary asked why the young man was looking at her so strangely. And suddenly John's facial muscles relaxed, and he replied that the trip had been quite a success, after which he inquired about Kate's own affairs. And so the young people were already sitting and talking, where the girl told her husband that she tried to embroider at least something with her zero skills in this matter. At one point, Mary apologized, saying she needed to powder her nose in the ladies' room, where she was actually called to drink several mugs of tea out of boredom. It would have been a really good day if it had ended on that good note. But the thing was that the girl was already waiting in the restroom. Mary was quite frightened when suddenly someone's strong hand grabbed her wrist. The girl automatically asked who the man who attacked her was and what he wanted from her. To which the young man, in a not very friendly tone, stated that the girl had become so impudent that she had managed to forget her own brother. Mary had completely forgotten that she might meet members of Kate's family here, and Phil was already wondering what was going on and whether she was being followed. He then went on to say that he had already thought that Kate had gone crazy when she wrote about the Dickerson and Sander families needing to reconcile. But then they received that letter with information about the Duke's armament. But as it turned out, this information was false, and therefore now he is interested in whether the girl really had to write all this because of suspicions and surveillance. And then his sister finally replied that there was definitely some misunderstanding. First she explained that the letter of reconciliation was sincere, and then she asked who had brought them the letter with false information about the weapons. And finally, pulling her hand out of the grip, the girl added that she had not sent this information at all. Left alone, John began to think that his wife was very late, although she had promised to powder her nose quite quickly. Bored, the young man noticed the cheerful Rebecca, who continued to chat with the friendly ladies. At the same time, he replayed in his memory how Kate had stood up for this young girl. After playing with his filled glass, John, tired of waiting, rose from his seat. The girls who noticed him did not hesitate to remark on what a handsome young man the Duke's youngest son had become. But the young man seemed to pay no attention to what was said as he walked past the girls. At some point he stopped, glancing at the overturned glass, and explaining to the girls that he had to hurry to wash his hands, which were sticky from the juice. Very soon John reached the toilet, where he was quite surprised by what he saw when he looked around the corner. Having managed to quickly step back in order to be unnoticed by the conversing relatives, the Duke's youngest son tried to hear what they were talking about. But only isolated fragments of phrases spoken in a raised voice reached his ears, and soon Phil Dickerson abandoned his sister altogether. Continuing to watch his wife, John did nothing but wonder about the subject of their conversation. And while he was thinking about this, he didn't notice how Kate approached and saw him standing around the corner. Looking at the girl, the young man asked why she was so late. Mary explained her delay by the beautiful interior decoration of the room, which she admired. Then the girl asked her husband whether he just came to the restroom or was looking for her on purpose. John responded to a question with a question, asking whether his wife would be happy with such attention from him. To this, Mary replied that it would warm her heart to know that there was someone who cared about where she might have disappeared to. Watching the girl, the young man wondered why she now had such a strangely attractive expression on her face. They soon returned to the fair site, where it was announced that all the charity goods had been sold out, which meant that Mary's embroidered handkerchief would also be sold. The girl immediately noted out loud that she was very afraid that her scarf would remain the only unclaimed item, and now she was even interested in finding out who bought it. And John was already immersed in memories of the events of the recent past, where Rosemary drew his attention to the scarf with the bird, explaining that Kate had specially embroidered it with threads that matched the color of her husband's eyes. And so the young man clutched in his trouser pocket that very handkerchief which he had bought, as he convinced himself, only so that no one could say that there were unclaimed goods left at the fair held by their family. As Mary left the mansion, she wondered what all the noise was about outside, and suddenly the girl saw a maid kneeling at the entrance, accompanied by Kate's brother. Looking at these people, the girl wondered why they suddenly came here. The maid continued to lament, and Phil apologized for this unexpected visit, explaining that Kate's former maid was almost out of her mind with worry about her mistress. After all, they had heard terrible rumors that Count Dickerson's daughter was under house arrest and close surveillance, where she couldn't even get out for tea at home. Thinking that she herself had sent the refusal letters to the invitations, Mary called the information about her being persecuted by the Sanders family complete nonsense. Phil, while continuing to pretend to be a very caring brother, secretly called his sister not the smartest girl. Where even under the wing of the Sanders family, her birth family will still find a way to reach the traitor. And suddenly Mary heard the most terrible words for herself, where a familiar male voice suddenly allowed his wife's former maid to stay in their mansion. The girl didn't even have time to object, as John had already ordered that Gloria would again become Kate's personal servant, now in the Sanders house. The young man explained his decision by saying that this girl had been with his wife since childhood and that the Count would be calmer. Realizing that something urgently needed to be done, Mary tried to say that everything was not at all as the Duke's son imagined. But then the restrictions kicked in again, preventing the girl from saying another word. Noticing that the lady had become ill, Gloria immediately rushed to her aid. And when she was nearby, she angrily whispered that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. And this old new servant of the wife of the Duke's youngest son was already leading her mistress inside the mansion. After watching them go, John ordered that the new maid be given a uniform and a room. When Gloria and Mary reached the last room, the maid remarked that at first she doubted Mr. Phil's words, but now she saw that everything was true. Mary herself recalled the original plot, where it was because of Gloria that there would be a new investigation into the leak of information, and an attempt at poisoning would also occur. And now she has confirmed that the forged documents about the weapons reserves in the duchy were indeed not sent to her. After which her interlocutor concluded that in that case they were sent by someone from the mansion who had forged Kate's handwriting. And just a second later, Gloria first suggested that they stop talking about sad things and then suddenly roughly grabbed the girl by the clothes, which was accompanied by the words that now she would remind the dog, who had lost his sense of smell, who his real owner was. Finding herself on the floor after being hit in the stomach, Mary mentally noted that it was much more painful than she imagined. Of course, the ribs were definitely not broken, and it was immediately obvious that this girl was hitting in places that other people would not be able to see. Gloria, taking a dominant pose, noted that she had no idea that Kate would dare to betray her family. But Mary disagreed with this argument, saying that she had written the letter sincerely, since no one could guarantee that Shelton's supporters would prevail. After all, the current emperor holds power firmly, and his supporters from the Sanders family have proven both their loyalty and what they are capable of, unlike Shelton. But to this, Gloria cheerfully stated that Kate could be sure that the Sanders family would fall sooner or later. Then Mary suggested, imagining for a second, that Shelton sat on the throne, where someone like him would immediately get rid of those who helped him, so that they would not overthrow him. Therefore, even if her father receives the title of Duke, it will not be for long. After these words, Gloria attacked the girl, inflicting numerous blows and noting that if she was of no other use, then she would die, and the Sanders family would remain guilty of her death. The next day, Mary was going about her usual business helping Brandon, where she only thought about how she didn't want to go back to the tyrant servant. After all, Gloria not only beat her, but also forced her to starve, taking away all the food, where Mary could only notice the low methods her torturer used. And when the maid remarked that even the dumbest brute would have long ago understood what was required of her, the girl remarked that it was very funny to hear such words from her father's tame dog. This immediately provoked a counterforce response, during which Gloria never ceased to be amazed at where Kate had gotten so much insolence from in such a short period of time. Recalling all this, Mary noted that even in her past life she had not been treated like this, and she never thought that she would be able to withstand such an attitude. But her heroine lived in this nightmare literally since childhood. Only these thoughts made the girl hold on, steadfastly enduring all the bullying that she was subjected to from Gloria. Suddenly, Mary heard Brandon's voice stating that she seemed to particularly like the cookies today. The girl did not immediately understand what was being discussed until she looked down at the dish in front of her. As it turned out, she didn't even notice how she ate almost everything that was on it. Then she told her boss that today's cookies were really delicious. She tried to offer the young man the remaining cookies, but he said that Kate could finish them herself. She tried to object, but Brandon added that he didn't really like sweets. Looking at the young man, Mary mentally noted that he really looked more like someone who ate something like bland boiled dishes. At the same time, the girl thought that after this information, this guy looked like a god who gave her his ambrosia in the form of cookies. Brandon offered to order another plate, but Mary declined. Already in her room, she reproached herself for having refused the offered second helping. After all, she couldn't even imagine that the young man was going away on a business trip for almost a week. And now all she could do was endure and wait for Brandon to return so she could count on at least some food. The thing was that during the house arrest, everyone had gotten used to Susan bringing food right into her room, and they didn't notice anything suspicious about Gloria doing the same. And her husband came to have breakfast together a very, very long time ago. But what most occupied the girl's thoughts was the reason why John behaved the way he did that day, where he quickly allowed a man who had worked for the Dickerson family his entire life to stay in the mansion. Mary could come up with no other explanation than that John had believed Phil's blatant lie and had shown concern for Kate. Deciding that her thoughts were starting to get confused due to hunger, the girl decided to go for a walk. As she walked with dinner to Kate's room, Gloria kept thinking about how much time she had personally spent preparing Louis's daughter, who had suddenly changed so much in character in a matter of months. Now this girl, having received a beating, does not hide in a corner and does not beg for mercy, but on the contrary, defiantly looks straight into her eyes. Then the evil maid decided to try something new that would help her have some fun too. As Gloria continued walking, she suddenly heard a female voice greeting Kate. The voice was painfully familiar, and turning around, Gloria saw the same Rebecca Olsen who had invited Kate to have tea with her. At that very moment, she remembered the conversation with the young gentleman that had taken place before their departure to the Sanders estate, where Phil asked the girl for one favor, the essence of which was to find out as much information about Rebecca as possible, including her tastes in food and other things. But the problem was that Gloria herself was in love with Count Dickerson's son, but she understood that she could never become his wife. But now she had a chance to quietly eliminate this half-breed in whom her young master was so interested. After finishing her meal, Mary sat in her room, thinking that Gloria would now force her to vomit again so that she would get rid of the food in her stomach and continue her fast. And she was already dizzy from constant hunger, and her body was in a very weakened state. So there was no point in gorging on that wonderful lingonberry pie that was about to end up in the sewer. Additional discomfort was caused by her husband, who did nothing but drill the girl with a pitiful look. And suddenly Mary felt how ashamed she was in front of John. Suddenly, Gloria entered the room, holding a tray with some food in her hands. When the maid approached, the girl saw that she had brought her a piece of peach pie. And so she gave the pie to Kate, saying that it was a gift from Rebecca, which she decided to let her supervised one eat, so that it would not be too noticeable how regularly she was starving. All this was very unexpected for Mary, but she could hardly refuse this indulgence, since she felt that her strength was leaving her and she needed to eat at least something. But a few seconds after she ate the first piece, the girl suddenly began coughing up blood profusely. Falling to the floor, Mary realized that the very same episode with the poisoning was apparently happening now. Gloria, however, played skillfully, begging her mistress to hold on, and at the same time covering her sinister smile with her hands. Rebecca, in a trembling voice, assured Kate's maid that she had not put poison in the pie, but Kate, continuing to play her part, of course did not believe it. Mary noted that everything was happening now exactly as it was in the original story, where poison was added to the pie sent by Kate Rebecca. Watching the maid try to stand up for her mistress, Mary had a hard time calling her by name to get her attention. The girl also noted that John also came to figure out what was happening. Seeing that Kate had woken up, Gloria tried to shut her up, begging her not to strain herself and not to talk for now. But Mary ordered the maid not to make a scene and apologized to Rebecca on her behalf, saying that she just had a little stomachache and that was all. But Gloria did not calm down, reminding that her mistress was coughing up blood profusely. While Mary was talking about how this could be a consequence of pulmonary edema due to an allergic reaction, Calvin entered the conversation, smiling and noting that this was simply ridiculous. And now the young man has already ordered a search of the entire room of his brother's wife. Lying on the bed, Mary mentally noted that Gloria had probably managed to get rid of the poison. But then the maid said that she had discovered a very suspicious vessel in the room. This bottle screamed with its label that its contents were dangerous. But for some reason, Gloria didn't even think to get rid of the poison. Taking this piece of evidence from the maid's hands, Calvin, still smiling, found this coincidence of circumstances very amusing. Mary had no choice but to declare that this bottle definitely did not belong to her. Calvin, of course, didn't believe that someone could have hidden a vial of poison here, and the girl tried to figure out whether this was a miscalculation on Gloria's part or part of her terrible plan. But then Rebecca literally attacked the Duke's eldest son, asking him to stop and reminding him that Kate was very unwell. The young man then stated that as soon as he had dealt with this evidence, he would return to receive a new stream of justifications. When everyone had left, Gloria wondered with annoyance how they had even thought to search the premises. And then behind her she heard Kate's voice, who said that her tormentor didn't even have enough brains to properly hide the traces of the crime. Mary was very exhausted and began to cough violently after these words, and Gloria menacingly declared that if Kate said anything like that again, she would kill her on the spot. After conducting research, the invited chemist reported that the bottle did not contain a lethal poison, but it could have a very negative effect on a weakened body. Having thanked the man for the work done, Calvin left the room, whistling some cheerful melody under his breath. While the chemist was collecting his equipment for research, his attention was drawn to John standing nearby. He asked whether it was possible to find some drugs to ease the suffering of a person who had consumed this poison. To this, the man replied that he had already prescribed a painkiller for the young man's wife, but it was unlikely to help here. And when John asked in surprise, he explained that the girl had been starving for quite some time, and therefore this poison was mortally dangerous for her. While the young man was trying to wrap his head around this, the chemist noticed that among women, starvation in order to lose weight was a common occurrence. Only now did the Duke's youngest son begin to notice that Kate had indeed looked very exhausted and worn out in recent days. And then very strange thoughts began to visit the young man's head, where he wondered why, knowing that her body was very weak, Kate suddenly decided to poison herself. In his head, one thought quickly replaced another, where he thought that this was done to attract attention, then that this was some kind of daring plan. Before she became his wife, Kate had a reputation as a seducer of men. But people like her are quickly forgotten in a society that prefers to be interested in people with completely different qualities. Believing and not believing that this woman was very insidious, the young man had no choice but to sit and just watch her suffer. Opening her eyes with difficulty, Mary wondered whether she really heard John's voice or if she was just imagining it. Not yet noticing that the girl had woken up, the Duke's son almost in a whisper wondered why she had taken this poison. And suddenly he heard the voice of his wife, who noted that she did not expect any other thoughts from him. John tried to say something to her, but the girl asked him to leave the room. In the end, it turned out that only Rebecca stood up for Kate, saying that this poisoning incident might not be what it seems at first glance. But Kelkin objected to this, saying that the vial of poison was found in his brother's wife's room, where the poison was identical to that in the pie. But Rebecca immediately said that if she really tried to frame her as the poisoner, then for what reason, as soon as she woke up, the girl immediately stated that there was no poisoning and that she just had a stomachache. And now the girl has already stated more menacingly that she does not understand why everyone thinks that Kate wants to harm her, when she herself really hopes that she and the daughter of Count Dickerson will become best friends. When Mary learned about how Rebecca stood up for her, she mentally asked her for forgiveness for the fact that at some points she also considered her a villain. She asked the Duchess, who told her about everything that had happened, about what this beautiful girl liked, since she really wanted to thank her with some kind of gift. Rosemary said that the girl was mainly interested in reading and embroidery, and therefore there were no problems with choosing a gift. After some time, Mary fully recovered and was genuinely happy that she could start working for Brandon again. But then her joyful mood was interrupted by John's rather cold voice, who called the girl by her first name, but used his last name. The young man burst into the room and asked Mary why she had done this. Not understanding at all what John was trying to talk about, the girl asked him to explain to her first what new claims had appeared against her. Then the young man explained that Rebecca had lost consciousness just at the moment when she began to embroider with the threads Kate had given her, where it was later established that the girl had been poisoned. After these words, Mary's face changed, and she immediately explained that the threads were packaged immediately upon purchase, and therefore no one could touch them after that, and before it was opened. At the same time, the girl recalled the course of the original story, where the poison was applied by Gloria to the tip of the needle, which is why Mary changed the contents of the gift by choosing threads. But John clearly didn't believe his wife, grabbing her and demanding to know how she had set it all up. The girl begged her husband to stop suspecting her of everything for just a second and to think calmly and impartially, where she reminded him of the situation with the poisoned pie, after which it would have been the height of stupidity to try to poison Rebecca, even in revenge. And then John said that he was not trying to disbelieve Kate, it was just that some strange situations around her were happening more than once, where the combination of these circumstances simply makes one suspect her of committing the crimes. Taking advantage of the situation, Mary quickly said that she did not want her husband to suspect her at all, where she was bitter about the fact that he assigned her a maid who was constantly watching her. Hearing this, Gloria immediately perked up, jumping up from her seat and asking the lady what she meant. To which the girl replied that she was not guilty of anything, and therefore it did not matter at all what she meant, she just needed another maid. After listening to his wife's arguments, the young man softened his expression, saying that he would immediately return Susan to the girl. And now he was giving orders to the manager that Kate should serve Susan again. This made Mary very happy, as the replacement of the maid was very timely. After all, if Gloria had remained next to her, sooner or later she would have definitely dealt with her mistress. Returning to his wife, John said that the issue with the maids had been resolved and asked her to explain the situation with Rebecca. He explained that the merchant was already being interrogated, but he was very famous and would not have ruined his reputation so stupidly. Then Mary asked who could have had access to the threads after they ended up in Rebecca's hands. To this, John explained that only a few maids, his father and mother, and himself and his brother could enter her room. After thinking for a moment, Mary said that although it sounded strange, someone was definitely trying to set her up in this way. If Rebecca gets hurt, then Kate will be punished, and someone will kill two birds with one stone. The young man found these arguments very interesting, and he asked his wife to explain in more detail. Then Mary said that she had already heard about how the Olsen brother and sister had repeatedly tried to harm their half-sister. John immediately blurted out that this was the first time he had heard of such a thing, but his interlocutor parried the attack, noting that it could not be denied. Among the numerous servants at the Sanders family estate, there may well be a spy for Count Olsen hiding. But it will be almost impossible to detect such a secret agent. And when John pointed out that there might be Dickerson family spies involved, Mary noted that there was a possibility that someone from the Sanders family was simply trying to get rid of her in this way. This statement greatly outraged the girl's interlocutor, who shouted that such statements were absurd and his family would never do such a thing. Smiling, Mary asked how his absurdity about his wife's suspicions differed from her absurdity about her husband's family, where John didn't believe her even when she was on the verge of death. All these words carried a huge meaning and were able to make the young man think hard. And so he finally said that the girl's thoughts were correct, but his brother and father would hardly accept such excuses. The girl understood this perfectly well and was glad that John was at least pretending to believe her, and said that she didn't need other members of his family to believe that she was not involved. The most important thing for her was that Rebecca, who defended her so desperately, believed that Kate did not wish her harm. John was very surprised by these words, not believing that the girl did not hate Rebecca. Surprised, Mary asked her husband why she should hate this beautiful girl. To this, the young man explained that the reason for this was the increased attention to Rebecca, and not to Kate. Approaching her husband, Mary noted with a smile that he had apparently forgotten that she was Kate Sanders, and it was certainly not for her to envy the increased attention to anyone. After these words, the girl mentally noted that she never thought that she would ever say something like that. But suddenly Mary felt John's hand touch her hair, after which his palm lay on the back of the girl's head and pulled her towards his head, connecting the lips of the spouses. Of course, Mary did not understand this gesture, but nevertheless she plunged into this lake of tenderness. Her arms automatically wrapped around the young man's neck, while their lips gave the young people the most vivid emotions from a kiss. When the kiss was over, filled with emotion and growing desire, Mary gave her husband a very sensual look. Well, John, who succumbed to some weakness and attraction, already asked his wife for forgiveness for his lack of restraint. The girl tried to explain to the young man who was getting up that everything was fine, but he quickly left his wife's room, leaving her to wonder why John was acting so strangely. A few days later, Mary listened to the maid's message that her latest house arrest was over. Susan also explained that the origin of the poison could not be determined, and therefore it was also impossible to blame anyone in particular. This whole confluence of circumstances made Mary once again think about how the storyline was developing. The poison was very strong and Rebecca almost died. This shows that Calvin would definitely not simply turn a blind eye to this incident. The princess was furious after learning that the suspect's house arrest was being lifted. To this, Calvin stated in a measured tone that a father is a father, but he was very surprised by his brother's behavior. Jacqueline found this attitude towards someone who could have been involved in Rebecca's poisoning unacceptable, and decided to take matters into her own hands. She herself really wanted to visit the girl in person, but her brother the Emperor forbade her to leave the palace. Kelvin, listening to what the princess was saying, was thinking back to the recent past, where his brother stated that they would hardly be able to establish the truth, since there was too large a circle of suspects who could have entered Rebecca's room. But Calvin was unwilling to share this sentiment, coldly stating that the poison had been applied to something the girl would definitely touch. Then John said that his brother had lost his mind because of his attitude towards Rebecca, since Kate could not have pulled this off herself, because there were also guards on their estate. At some point, the brother's father intervened in the conversation, saying that John's arguments deserved attention. Not expecting his father to support such an attitude, Calvin became indignant. But the Duke stopped his impulse, saying that after the incident with the pie, all the maids were carefully examined, and they had no way to prove Kate's guilt. Having finished going over all these thoughts, the Duke's eldest son smiled and informed the princess that his father would soon visit the imperial palace. Sitting in the carriage, the girl could not understand how something like this could happen to her. After all, in the original version of the book, Kate could never even count on riding in the same carriage with the Duke himself. A few hours earlier, Mary had thanked Rosemary for her kind words, telling her that she was almost completely recovered. In many ways, this was also due to Susan, who again became Kate's main servant, and therefore the girl constantly invited her to the table with her so that Gloria could not take anything away from her. Mary was very pleased when the Duchess informed her that Brandon had been interested in her well-being and was looking forward to seeing her. Having said that Kate would be able to continue working with him, the woman added that the princess herself was also expecting to meet her at the palace. Huddled in a corner of the carriage, the girl thought that the Duchess took such an invitation as a good sign. After all, Rosemary had told her then that their family was very close to the imperial one, where Jacqueline adored Rebecca and now wanted to meet John's wife. Mary understood that whatever the reason for this meeting, it was definitely not a positive interest. Jacqueline was known for her wild and not at all aristocratic nature, where she always did as she wanted and contrary to the rules of etiquette. Literally from childhood, she behaved like a real tomboy, wore a short haircut, refused dresses, preferring trousers. And only when she was near Rebecca, Jacqueline became very soft and gentle. When Mary read this book, she really liked this character. And now she had to try to get this really strong character to take her side. When Jacqueline first met Rebecca, she was accompanied by Calvin, with whom the Emperor's sister was in love. At first, she felt a strong sense of jealousy because the illegitimate daughter of Count Olsen had captured the heart of the man dear to her, but then her heart softened, and she began to love the girl even more than Calvin. The Duke, sitting opposite his daughter-in-law, looked with interest at her thoughtful face. When Mary found herself in front of the princess, she noted that she had of course expected some kind of negative attitude. But I couldn't even imagine how difficult the situation would be. Standing in front of the girl, lounging lazily on a chair, Mary tried to guess why she had been invited here. The princess was silent, and her guest also had to wait, because she had no right to start speaking before a member of the imperial family did so. And then, finally, Jacqueline cast her heavy gaze at the visitor, noting that, in all likelihood, this was the same Kate Dickerson. To this, Mary calmly replied to Her Majesty that her name was Kate Sanders. After casually noting that she could call herself whatever she wanted, Jacqueline expressed her joy that the girl had not brought any treats with her, since, according to rumors, she liked to poison people. Mechanically squeezing the hem of her dress, Mary immediately realized that Calvin had already managed to tell the princess everything. But the girl was prepared for this, saying that although her previous behavior was not the best, she nevertheless never used poison, and all the rumors that reached the princess were just the result of a misunderstanding. Continuing to try to provoke the visitor, Jacqueline said that she herself did not understand anything about what was happening, and the main thing was that her presence was causing John suffering. To this, Mary replied that it was her father's decision, and she was truly sorry that things had turned out this way. Smiling, Jacqueline noted that many people now wish for the death of the imperial family, and therefore her guest's sweet words could be nothing more than an attempt to gain trust. After all, Kate Dickerson has pulled off such tricks many times, but she is unlikely to win this game. When the princess finished speaking, Mary, smiling slightly, replied that she really liked Jacqueline very much. The reader of this work recalled how, after the suppression of Shelton's rebellion, the princess put on a wig so as not to be recognized and went for a walk around the city with Rebecca. This was the first time the character wore a dress. And by the end of the book, Jacqueline has changed a lot for the better and has literally transformed herself into a better version of herself. Mary liked the fact that this character always followed his own path. The princess was the most unique character in this work, who always stood up for her values. After turning all these thoughts over in her head, the girl said that she did not want to be guided by the words of those who spread gossip, but wanted the princess to use her wisdom and believe her. It was very strange for the Emperor's sister to hear such speeches from a man in whom she had never seen either wisdom or even common sense. A slight smile on the girl's face accompanied her thoughts that she had once again done something wrong. She had to somehow learn not to lose confidence just because she was different from all these characters. She needed to quickly throw off the bad thoughts that had come flooding in and immerse herself in her work, but her movement was rudely interrupted by someone. Her former torturer servant began to twist the girl's arm, thereby forcing her to turn to face her. Mary looked with some fear at the terrible face of this embittered tormentor. Finally, Gloria said she was ready to give her dog one last chance to be loyal, where she must steal papers from the Duke's office, but if Kate doesn't do it, her life will end. Gloria remarked that she thought Luis's daughter had regained her senses after she poisoned Rebecca. but it turned out that she had not done it. Hearing this, Mary instantly realized that her tormentor had nothing to do with this incident. Meanwhile, Gloria released her victim's throat, which she had been squeezing tightly until then, so that what was said would reach her better. And while Mary was clearing her throat, the maid reminded her that this was her last chance to stay alive. When the girl was able to speak, she asked what would happen if she was caught stealing, to which the evil girl declared that in that case, she would simply kill her, presenting everything as if it was the Sanders family that killed the only daughter of Earl Dickerson. And when Mary pointed out that she could tell Gloria about her plans, she grinned and, not knowing about Mary's restrictions, noted that if she hadn't told yet, she wouldn't tell. After all, if everyone finds out why Kate got married and lives here, they will certainly turn away from her, where her precious husband will be the first to want to throw her out of the mansion after learning about her role as a spy. Mary thought many times about telling the truth that she was not allowed to make restrictions. Although under these circumstances, there was a risk that John would abandon her and turn his attention back to Rebecca. Meanwhile, Gloria, having come down to Kate, said that her father could squeeze benefit even from the most useless things. She then promised to put in a good word for her with Louis if she would be a good girl and steal the papers. But Mary suddenly smiled, saying that she wanted to make a little prediction. And so she declared that no efforts of her tormentor would help the Dickerson family, which was already doomed. Where even her brother Phil, for whom Gloria has warm feelings, will come to an end. Brandon looked up from his work and looked towards the opening door to the office. It was Mary, who was late for the start of the working day because of a meeting with Gloria. The girl asked the young man for forgiveness for being late, where she had to spend extra time to pick up a neckerchief that had fingerprints from the evil maid on it. After listening to the girl, the young man said that there was nothing wrong with her late arrival, and she could begin performing her duties. There was a lot of work to do, but Brandon didn't rush Kate, telling her that she could work at her own pace. Having thanked the young man, Mary headed to her workplace, which was literally littered with papers. And so, once again, she happily immersed herself in this office atmosphere, where the only sounds were the rustling of sheets of paper and the scratching of a pen. It was calming, and the girl felt how good and comfortable she felt now. Here, no one was watching her work or discussing her shortcomings on the sidelines, and she didn't have to anticipate what might be expected of her. It was the quietest, most peaceful and safest place she had ever been fortunate enough to visit. As Mary approached Brandon to give him the next batch of papers she had finished working on, he suddenly started the conversation himself, where the young man noted how well and skillfully the girl performs her work duties. And when she said that the work was not difficult, Brandon added that if others worked the same way, he would not have to change so many assistants. While reviewing the results of the work, Mary's boss also noticed that the girl was of great help to him. Her method is very effective, where each position is described down to the smallest detail, and there is nothing to find fault with. But when he looked up, he suddenly saw tears rolling down Kate's cheeks one after another. The girl, who did not expect such a reaction, began to apologize for these tears. She was very ashamed of such a display of emotion, and she quickly tried to wipe her wet face. But then Brandon stood up and, with a calm movement of his hand, stopped his employee's impulses, where he immediately stated that she did not need to control her feelings at all, because no one would punish her for expressing them. Taking a handkerchief from his trouser pocket, the young man helped Mary wipe her face. And then he added that if you constantly hide your feelings, conceal your emotions, then sooner or later they will still break through, causing severe pain. After listening to the young man, Mary noted to herself that it was noticeable how he, too, was hiding his true emotions. During this scene, a secret listener was quietly positioned near the door to Brandon's office. Analyzing everything that was happening, the girl suddenly noticed that it was much easier for her with insignificant characters who did not influence the development of the plot. The servants she encountered along the way did not understand when the girl suddenly thanked them for everything they do in the mansion. By wishing them a good day, Mary was furthering her plan to gain the favor of as many of these insignificant characters as possible. Completely unaccustomed to such attention from their masters, the servants dryly thanked the girl and left. Remembering Gloria's words about everyone turning their backs on her, Mary realized that friendship with these often nameless characters would not save the situation as a whole. But she will receive good support from these characters, which she does not receive from the main characters. Mary's next thought was whether her husband had gone to see Rebecca today to inquire about her health. Sitting on the edge of the bed, the young man asked why the girl went to her room after finishing work and never showed up again. Mary was very surprised to see John next to her, but she did not understand what he meant. And her late guest was already asking whether their past intimacy had disappointed the girl. Still not understanding why the young man had come into her bedroom, Mary was already beginning to blush, as John was too close to her. Well, the Duke's son suddenly announced that he was waiting for Kate at his place, because she, as a rule, tries to distract attention with seduction methods every time she is suspected of something. The girl was amused by this assumption, which she could recognize as reasonable from John's position. After all, before her marriage to Kate Dickerson, she had exactly this reputation, where she seduced men to achieve her goals. And John went on to say that this method worked very well for someone like him. At some point, his speech became so absurd that Mary even suggested that he had had a drink before coming here. And returning to that night, the girl added that she had not tried to seduce him then, but that the young man had simply misinterpreted her intentions. But John couldn't believe that the girl came to him then in just a nightgown with the only intention of simply kissing him. And so he again assumed that with these words, Kate was trying to say that she had been very disappointed last time. Suddenly he smiled unkindly and added that since she had not received due satisfaction with him, she had decided to try her luck elsewhere. Such a statement could not leave the girl indifferent, where she immediately stated that she had no outside connections. But John was not reassured, noting that his wife was one of the hottest topics of discussion among the young men in the mansion, where he repeatedly heard from others about how Kate seduced this or that man. And now he was already accusing the girl of the fact that many people suffered because of her actions. Suddenly he grabbed his wife, accusing her of twisting men around her finger, and they always follow her lead. But at some point, the young man's face changed from what he saw. The Duke's youngest son, Henry Sanders, knew nothing at all about his wife Kate. She was far from the stupid and spoiled girl that others imagined her to be. At the same time, she was not dodgy and depraved, as they said literally on every corner. To my great surprise, this girl turned out to be a great connoisseur of art objects. Kate knew how to enjoy such simple things as the most ordinary food. In crisis situations, she is quite calm and cool-headed and has never become rude. No matter how difficult the situation she found herself in, the girl always used logic and made assumptions about who might be behind certain events. But no matter what happened in the mansion, every time the accusations were directed only at Kate. Although this seemingly arrogant girl did not show it, she was definitely suffering all this time. In particular, she never showed her weaknesses in the presence of her husband John. And she didn't even ask for help when she was literally on the brink of life and death. John stood outside the door and listened to the conversation between his wife and his family's vassal Brandon, where this young man turned out to be much better than anyone from the estate, saying kind words to the girl, which brought tears to her eyes and words of gratitude from her lips to the young man. As John walked through the corridors of the estate, he wondered if this girl had taken advantage of him by spending the night with him. Some inner voice whispered to the Duke's youngest son that Kate was a villain who had now decided to use Brandon for her own interests. But now this whisper in his head began to fade, and the thought forms he created literally fell apart. The young man looked in shock at the tortured body of his wife, realizing in an instant that he knew nothing at all about this girl. Judging by the color of the bruises, the injuries had been sustained several days ago, but the servants had not reported anything about it. Of course, John asked Kate who could have done such a villainy to her, but the only answer he got was silence. He instantly realized that if this had been the work of someone from his family, she would definitely not have remained silent, and mentally thanked the girl for her answer. From Mary's appearance, one could assume that she had not had the most peaceful night. But when Susan asked, the girl replied that everything was fine, whereas she was, on the contrary, disappointed that the night had been too calm. Getting out of bed and buttoning his shirt, John apologized for his disgusting behavior. But Mary assured him that everything was fine and said that she was not at all against having sex again. To this, the young man stated that he could not allow himself to cause the girl additional pain by touching her body. Mary had nothing to say in response to this, and could only accept the fact that today she definitely had no chance in terms of her marital duty. The first thing the girl discovered when she woke up in the morning was that her back was covered in something sticky. Touching it, Mary instantly realized that someone had applied ointment to her back. Of course, she was very upset when she realized that she had slept through John's return visit, who apparently applied the ointment. Her thoughts were interrupted by a familiar male voice asking for forgiveness for another sudden intrusion. Then he added that the matter was very urgent and ordered a man to be brought into the room. Not yet understanding what the urgent matter was, Mary watched what was happening with interest. And suddenly, right in front of her, Gloria appeared on her knees, expressing complete incomprehension of what was happening and repeating that the Count had sent her here to help her beloved mistress. But then John coldly noted that for some reason, the presence of such a wonderful servant as Gloria presented herself as nearby did not make her mistress feel any better. And then he latched onto this girl's words about how she had been close to Kate since childhood. When he asked again, Gloria said again that she had been taught since childhood how to treat a lady. Then the young man asked why such a trained servant did not report the injuries on the mistress's body, and moreover, did not treat her. After which he added that, in his opinion, it was she who could have left all these bruises and abrasions. And while Gloria tried to deny it, Mary was mentally surprised that John understood everything just by looking at her yesterday. Not knowing how to get out of it, the torturer stated that the mistress had not told her about these small bruises. These words deeply hurt John, where he immediately suggested leaving the maid with some of the same injuries. Realizing that the young man was not joking, Gloria chose to simply remain silent. The Duke's youngest son continued, noting that it was naive of Gloria to think that clothing would hide injuries, since a husband and wife can periodically see each other without clothing. John understood that this Count's spy enjoyed his high level of trust, since she so easily agreed to go to such a dangerous place for her as the Sanders family mansion. At some point, he suddenly turned to his wife, saying that he was making the sole decision to expel this servant from the house. This was something completely new for Mary, who saw in all this a manifestation of concern for her on the part of John. He then instructed Susan to look after Kate, while he sent the carriage with this so-called servant. The girls could only follow the young man with their eyes. But a second later, Susan asked her mistress for permission to examine her body. When the clothes fell to the floor, the maid was horrified by the sight that met her eyes. Sensing that something was wrong with the girl, Mary turned to her, asking if everything was okay. With difficulty holding back tears, Susan asked the lady why she remained silent about these tortures. Turning around, the girl looked attentively and in surprise at the face of her maid. Looking down, the girl said that she would immediately apply healing ointment to the injuries. Only now did Mary realize that Susan was genuinely worried about her. The hooded man didn't understand what the rush was when he read the message that he would be punished if the new special condition for the second stage was not approved today. Reflecting, this man came to the conclusion that everything was happening somehow strangely. Analyzing everything that had already happened, he began to see that the oddities had begun literally from the very beginning. Everyone who found themselves in Kate's body before this was happy from the very beginning that they would be able to live the life of a girl from a rich family. When they arrived at the Sanders mansion, they would immediately fall in love with John or Calvin, trying to seduce them. But at some point they realized their helplessness against the power of the original version, like after the leak of documents. Then they panicked, lost their composure and believed that life was over. But this new girl simply and calmly declared her innocence, which changed a lot for herself. At the same time, she came up with the idea of luring to her side those characters on whom his influence practically does not extend. It was as if she knew that these minor and insignificant characters were free from the plotline. At the same time, she treats well only those who can be useful to her in this world, where she calmly besieged those who tried to somehow annoy the main character. So in small steps, she moved forward and was able to fulfill all the conditions of the first stage. The dominance of the original version gradually decreases when special conditions are met, but in the first stage, the influence was mainly exerted by secondary characters. This unknown person was clearly not happy with the fact that this new Kate was doing so well. But he quickly pulled himself together, saying that nothing terrible had happened yet. He decided to use everything that happened to highlight the main character even more. Now he was even amused by the self-confidence of the new girl who had moved into Kate's body. Forming a new condition, he addressed the next Kate out loud, saying that she could twitch as much as she wanted, but she would hardly be able to fulfill the next condition. Calvin was very upset that his brother had just sent Gloria to the Dickerson estate, who could well have been involved in the poisoning of Rebecca and who needed to be thoroughly interrogated. But John explained to this that if they had interrogated her without hard evidence, it would have certainly looked like harassment of a servant from the Dickerson house. For this reason, he sent this servant, whom he had never liked, out of their mansion as quickly as possible. It was strange to hear, since John himself had initially allowed this spy of Count Louis to stay in the mansion. Finally, the young man added that this decision was supported by the Duke himself, and it was also agreed upon with Rebecca. When Calvin heard about his beloved's participation, he was quite surprised by this circumstance, asking why she supported such a decision. Looking down, the girl quietly said that she just didn't want to think about it anymore. After all, to understand that she was hated, it was absolutely unimportant who tried to poison her. be it someone from the Olsen family or the people in the Sanders estate. As Rebecca spoke, John was mentally glad that she had decided to make such a statement to his father. After all, if the Duke had found out that no one in the family loved or appreciated Kate at all, using her as some kind of tool to achieve their goals, then their marriage could have been dissolved. At some point, while he was thinking about how Kate could endure all this, the young man suddenly had an idea. He suddenly remembered one of his conversations with the girl, who said that she did not want to be suspected, for which she was ready to be under the supervision of a maid. And then thoughts began to appear in his head that Kate was simply using him. Suddenly, Rebecca caught the attention of the Duke's youngest son and asked him about his thoughts. And in John's head, one after another, thought forms flashed about how he had now turned away from sick Rebecca for the sake of thoughts about Kate. Calvin tried to say something to his brother about his attention to Rebecca, but she stopped him. And the young man, looking away, apologized to the girl, saying that he could not collect his thoughts. But then Rebecca added that she was already much better and did not require constant care. And then she said that on the contrary, she wanted to ask John to take better care of Kate, who had suffered greatly from the poisoning. After all, Calvin and John visit mostly only her, and the daughter of Count Dickerson has to cope with everything herself. Calvin listened attentively to the girl's request to his brother that he spend as much time as possible with his wife, so that he would eat with her, invite her to tea parties and go on walks together. And in general, she asked to treat this girl at least no worse than her brothers treat her. As was her custom, Mary sat alone in her chambers and thought. The girl recalled the moment when John discovered the beatings on her, and then she remembered how the torturer maid was sent back to the Dickerson estate by him. There was no doubt that John had guessed that having Kate in the Sanders mansion was of no use to the family. But he did not drive her out of the estate, and apparently did not even tell the Duke anything. However, Mary's character value was much higher than Gloria's, and so the plot itself would likely not have allowed Kate to be kicked out. Now the girl was worried that there were still several unrealized episodes involving Gloria, where it was now becoming unclear how they would be carried out and who would be made guilty. So now she had to gather her strength and try to preserve John's mercy, which he suddenly showed to her. As Mary reasoned further, she noticed that in his eyes, she looked like a girl trying to seduce him every time she was guilty of something. Therefore, the primary task was to form different convictions on this matter in this young man. The next day, John dropped in on his wife, asking how she was feeling and offering to have a cup of tea with her. Mary happily greeted her husband and said that she felt very well. But at the same time, she politely declined to have tea with the Duke's youngest son. After hearing the refusal, John mentally tried to find a reason for it, deciding that he had simply frightened the girl with the suddenness of the proposal. The next day, the young man, noticing that Kate was always eating alone in the room, invited her to have lunch with the whole family. But to this, the girl stated that the Duke was still not very comfortable in her presence, and therefore she was forced to refrain from such family meals for now. John found this a perfectly reasonable excuse, since Rebecca had still not fully recovered from the poisoning, and this whole incomprehensible story was still fresh in his father's memory. Another day later, John attempted to invite the girl for an evening walk in the garden in the company of only each other. Having torn herself away from reading, the girl listened with interest to her husband's next proposal, which she quickly abandoned, citing the fact that even in the evening it was still quite stuffy outside. And John had no choice but to leave the girl's room empty-handed once again. All he could think about was what he was doing wrong and why Kate was so uncomfortable in his company that she refused everything. After all, he tried to spend time with her not only because Rebecca asked him to. Of course, he still didn't fully believe this girl, but she was definitely not what the rumors made her out to be. The young man remembered that by his decision to leave the maid, he himself had put the girl in a life-threatening situation. But in the end, he was able to figure out the situation and make the right decision after spending time with her. As John considered each refusal, he suggested that perhaps it was simply a mismatch of their plans. Suddenly the door to the room opened, and a surprised Kate asked her husband what he was still doing there, as he was planning to go for a walk. The girl's appearance was very unexpected, and the young man did not immediately find what to answer. And when he finally collected his thoughts, he suggested that Kate go and try the new cakes that had just been delivered from the bakery that day. As soon as the girl heard about these cakes, her heart sank, because she had long wanted to try the products of this famous confectionery. But having overcome her weakness, Mary thanked John for the invitation, refusing it citing the excess weight she had recently gained. Having quickly said goodbye to her husband, the girl quickly began to leave so as not to receive any more invitations. When Mary left her husband, she made a decision not to give in to her weaknesses. A few days later, Rebecca asked Kate why she was upset with John. Mary was very surprised by such a direct question from her interlocutor. But nevertheless, she immediately began to assure her that she did not feel any resentment towards her husband. True, she had to turn her eyes away from Rebecca so that she would not notice the lie, where, although there really was no offense, Mary always refused John deliberately. At the same time, Mary assured her interlocutor that, on the contrary, she was very grateful to her husband for his attention. But after such a statement, Rebecca asked about the reason why Kate regularly pushes him away from herself, where she prudently noted that John himself did not tell her anything, but she learned this from the whispers of the maids. Having collected her thoughts, Mary asked her interlocutor to understand her next words correctly. After all, John is actually a very unhappy man who had to give up a lot for the sake of the interests of his family and the duchy. Rebecca listened with a surprised face to the fact that marriages of convenience are a common occurrence, but it is a completely different matter when a marriage is concluded between children of feuding families. And so she doesn't want this young man to force himself to spend time with her just because he has to. Another attempt to spend time together was an offer to go horseback riding together, but Mary refused, citing the fact that she did not know how to ride a horse. Then John insistently offered to teach his wife, which she was forced to simply refuse. It got to the point that the Duke's youngest son came to her workplace and simply stood there, watching his wife. Rebecca continued to insist that Kate open her heart to her husband. Standing in front of his wife, the young man firmly stated that he knew that she had no plans for dinner. This was indeed the case, because all the girl's deeds were only about helping Brandon. And John continued by inviting Kate to attend the opera with him that evening. He was shocked when she suddenly suggested that he wait until Rebecca was fully recovered and go to the opera with her, where Mary also added that she is not at all worried that her husband and this girl were and remain very close people. After these words, the young man's face changed greatly and became gloomy. And now, without hiding his rage, he asked his wife who she took him for. Not knowing how to react to this, the girl quietly replied that she perceived the young man as her husband. And a couple of seconds later, Mary corrected herself, adding that she was a husband on paper formally. Indeed, John and Kate were nothing more than a married couple arranged by their families. Being the son of a duke instantly became a nightmare for John, where he was bound by such shackles that destroyed all his hopes of being with the one he loved. Kate Dickerson, clinging to him, was like a snake who was constantly jealous of Rebecca. Pulling the young man towards her, the girl said that she was Kate Sanders and did not intend to be jealous because of just someone else's opinion. Mary, watching John's face closely, asked him cautiously if he was okay. And suddenly, her interlocutor asked if she really hated spending time with him, or if Kate had already found another man like Brandon. Mary was completely confused about what the Sanders family vassal had to do with their conversation. Not understanding what was happening to this young man, the girl asked him to stop. John's expression really did reflect that he was currently experiencing some kind of mental anguish. Mary tried to touch the young man's face, but he suddenly grabbed her hand, saying that even if he was a husband only on paper, this did not give anyone the right to consider him a nobody. Moving closer to his wife's face, he added that he probably should have been more tactless all this time. And so he pulled Kate towards him, forcibly connecting his lips with hers, where Mary only thought about how this had to be stopped somehow. Because otherwise, John will remain convinced that all she does is seduce him. Well, the young man had already switched to his wife's neck, covering it with tender and passionate kisses. Mary read the message, a little confused, which informed her that the special condition of the second stage had been fulfilled. At some point, the girl decided that she understood everything, where the conditions are met every time there is intimacy between her and John. But the girl instantly realized that her guess was wrong when she was informed that the special condition was to refuse John's requests 10 times. This meant that the one who set these conditions knew about her feelings and was playing with her, because if she herself had not decided to change her behavior, she would not have been able to fulfill the condition. At the same time, Mary was greatly pleased with the blow she was able to deal to the deity of this world, fulfilling this condition, which he clearly considered impossible to fulfill. And in this the girl was completely right, where the very man who came up with this condition was beating the armrests of his chair, not hiding his rage. Not only was the condition fulfilled, it was also fulfilled incredibly quickly. He sincerely did not understand how it was possible to refuse his lover 10 times. Taking the Sanders brothers' attitude towards Rebecca as an example, the creator of the condition thought that when a person loves, he blindly fulfills any requests. But now, remembering Kate's words that she did not want to force John to spend time with him, the author understood that he was mistaken, and Kate did not love John at all. This was the first time that the special condition of the second stage was met, which significantly weakened the author's control over all the main characters. He was already afraid to guess what might happen if she suddenly managed to fulfill the special condition of the third stage. After all, in that case, the author's powers will be completely cancelled, and the story will go on its own, where the characters will do what they want, and when it comes to the end of the book, then life in this world will simply continue. And its main character, the beautiful Rebecca, will grow old and simply die like all people. But then an information window appeared in front of the author, which offered him to set a special condition for the third stage. He tried to enter what he would really like, but the system immediately announced that the selected condition was unacceptable. Having tried to enter the condition several times and received a refusal, the author gave up this activity, despairing of achieving a positive result. For a while, he just sat there in silence, realizing that he couldn't just kill Kate. But suddenly, the author raised his head, came up with an idea for what to do, and set a third condition. Feeling Kate's hand touching his muscles, John asked her why she liked it so much. To which the girl replied that her husband's body was simply interesting to her, to which he immediately stated that there was nothing interesting about muscles since they simply grew from training. After which, drawing his wife towards him, the young man added that Kate's body seemed much more interesting to him. Every time he touches it, he notices how soft and tender her skin is, to the point that he develops a feeling of fear that he might accidentally cause pain. Feeling John's lips on her forehead, the girl wondered why he was acting like this. But then the young man asked his wife what she really thought about him. It was very surprising for Mary to hear such a question from the Duke's youngest son. It seemed as if he genuinely cared what she might think of him. Of course, it wasn't pity, but knowing the essence of this story, the girl concluded that it wasn't love either. Alternatively, it could simply be a man's sexual attraction to a woman. And also, such an attitude could be a consequence of the fact that John felt lonely when Rebecca gave her preference to Calvin. John's whole story was that he could never get ahead of his brother in anything, no matter how hard he tried. Kelvin is the main character, the first heir to the title of Duke, and it is on him that all the attention of the parents is focused. And even the girl John loved chose his older brother. And therefore the young man most likely realized that in this life, only Kate gives him her attention and love. Or maybe John saw that only Kate fully understood what true loneliness was. But he didn't know that behind Kate's back was Mary, who also knew what the pain of loneliness was. And then the girl lightly touched her husband's cheek, asking the young man what she could do so that he could finally begin to trust her. Mary was overjoyed when she saw all the interior decoration of the opera. Watching his wife, John did not understand why Kate had such a violent reaction. But an explanation was found, where Mary explained that this was her first visit to the opera, which caused only bewilderment in her companion, where he did not believe that the girl had never been to the capital's opera. Mary was embarrassed because now she clearly looked culturally uneducated in the eyes of the young man. But Kate's memories showed the girl that her father did not allow his daughter to go out in public at all, where she had no access to books, to opera, and to all other forms of art. Today, viewers were treated to the tragedy of a girl who went into the forest to pick berries. There she met an unknown wounded young man. Taking pity on the poor man, the girl helped him, treated and healed his wounds. As it turned out, he lost his memory as a result of falling from a horse, and therefore simply stayed to live with his savior. In fact, he was the crown prince of a neighboring state who fled a power struggle. After some time, the rescued young man had already fallen in love with his savior. But her father, wanting to become related to a rich family, gave the girl in marriage to the son of a baron. The man the girl saved offers her to escape, but the baron's son, preventing this, tempts her with money. At some point, John turned his gaze from the actors to his wife, who was wiping away tears. And the girl on the stage asked the gods to give her an answer as to what to choose in this situation, love or to fulfill her duty to her family. And now she was already asking for forgiveness from her lover, saying that her heart would always belong to him. Mary's eyes filled with tears as she sang that she saw no choice but to leave her love for the sake of family duty. When it was all over, the girl answered John's question that she was fine, and if she had only known what emotions awaited her, she would not have refused the first invitation to the opera. Moving along the corridor, John asked the girl who she would choose if she were in that girl's place. And Mary replied that she would have chosen the baron's son without a twinge of conscience and would not have committed suicide. This was clearly not the answer John expected to hear. But then the girl explained that when the rescued man regained his memory, he hid his true identity from his beloved. And when John noted that the girl did not love because she was choosing between love and money, His interlocutor stated that the question of her family's survival was at stake. She also noted that her husband should be well aware of such a phenomenon. Although the Baron's son was presented as a villain in the production, he really loved the girl, proposing to her and giving her a choice. But despite all the emotionality of the plot, Mary found the ending implausible, where the girl killed herself out of despair when she saw the prince she saved marry the princess, which was very stupid. But if this were real life, then the heroine and the Baron's son would most likely have lived it together and happily. A very skeptical John tried to ask about feelings, but Mary interrupted him, saying that there is such a thing as time, which always heals any wound. The girl then added that every person is much stronger than he actually thinks. While the young man was listening to his interlocutor, the thought flashed through his head that she was again trying to lure him into a trap with her sweet words. But his common sense instantly rejected this thought form, where instead it formed a new one, where Kate seemed to John stronger than anyone he had met so far, who had not broken under the weight of circumstances. Noticing her husband's strange look, Mary asked him what had caused such a look. Taking the girl by the hand, the young man asked if she had the strength to join him on a short walk. Of course, Mary agreed to go for a walk, which was her first walk along the streets of the capital in the company of her husband. Looking down, the girl felt a little awkward in this situation. At some point, her attention was drawn to a little girl who was standing and loudly calling for buyers to buy flowers. Turning around, Mary asked the young man to stay there for a while. Approaching the girl, she asked how much it would cost to buy the entire basket, where this question so surprised the little saleswoman that she could not utter a word. Smiling, Mary confirmed once again that she wanted to buy the entire basket of flowers. Here John came to the rescue, handing the girl a wad of bills, asking if it was enough for her. The amount was so impressive that it amazed not only the saleswoman herself, but also her customer. While the girl was thanking the kind gentleman for his generosity, John managed to take the flowers in his hand. Looking at his wife, he said that she was the only aristocrat who would go and buy flowers for herself in the presence of her husband. After which he handed the girl a bouquet, which was very pleasant for her, since it was the first time she had received flowers as a gift. Hearing this, John noted that in that case, the bouquet should have been bought in the morning when it was completely fresh, so that the first impression would be perfect. But Mary was already happy with everything, saying that everything was happening exactly as it should. Once again, the Duke's youngest son was surprised at how easy and simple it was to bring joy to this girl. Mary herself recalled her past life, where it was not customary for the family to spend money on flowers, since everyone preferred to buy food with that money. Well, she didn't even want to remember about her cheating boyfriend. If we take Kate's life, then her suitors sent her tons of flowers, but she never saw a single flower thanks to the efforts of Phil and Gloria. That is why this moment was very exciting for both of the girls' lives, and she sincerely enjoyed the aroma of the bouquet. John simply stood nearby and watched as Kate enjoyed such a simple gift. He quickly agreed to the proposal to look around the shopping arcades a little more. The girl's mood noticeably improved, and on the wings of happiness, she carried her husband of convenience along with her. It seemed that the young man could physically feel the positive energy emanating from his companion. Soon on their way, they came across a stall with sweets, and Mary was already licking delicious caramel. The girl was very frightened by a clown who appeared out of nowhere and began to circle around her. He did not stop his movement, and Mary was already beginning to feel her head spinning. But John, smiling, told the clown to let his wife go, after which he extended his hand to her. It was immediately clear from the girl's face that she was in a state of confusion. She couldn't believe that John was now calling her simply his wife. This moment, like everything that filled it, including the weather, the buildings, the people we met, were definitely created not for the secondary characters, but for the main characters of this story. But it was not the main characters who got to enjoy all of this, but she and the Duke's youngest son, young people who became husband and wife against their will and are now gradually beginning to get along in their roles. Mary came to the conclusion that all these changes, including John's attitude towards her, were consequences of her fulfilling the special condition of the second stage. And so she began to think that after passing the third stage, they would be able to become free from the storyline altogether. Looking at her companion, the girl already dreamed that they would be able to simply love each other. Maybe sometimes you quarrel over trifles and get sad, then make up. And in general, just live in search of their happiness, as hundreds of other characters live around them, who did not even receive a name when the book was written. It had long since gotten dark outside, but John was still walking along the dark corridors of the estate, thinking about Kate's behavior. When he invited her to the opera, he naively believed that she would be bored, since she had most likely been there dozens of times with other men. But he could not even imagine that she would cry like a little child when she first saw the tragic plot of the opera. And he certainly couldn't imagine that a girl like Kate Dickerson had never received flowers in her life. When the couple returned home, the girl thanked her husband for the wonderful evening he had organized for her. She also added that she had managed to gain a lot of new impressions. John caught himself thinking that he was very glad to hear that all this was happening to the girl for the first time. For the umpteenth time, his thoughts about Kate were interrupted by the sudden appearance of Rebecca next to him. The girl noticed that the young man was very late in his walk around the mansion. Approaching Rebecca, John asked her what had happened, but she replied that it was too late to talk now. Thinking that he had been spending too little time with Rebecca lately, spending it with Kate, the Duke's youngest son said that he was ready to listen to her. And then his random nighttime interlocutor said that someone had seen Kate apply poison to the threads that she later gave to her. It was one of the maids who suddenly disappeared today, but all her things remained in place. John found the maid's statement to be quite unexpected and somehow too late. But Rebecca couldn't answer his questions about why she had kept silent before, and how Calvin, who was trying to find her, found out about all this. She also added that her interlocutor's brother said that he would figure everything out himself, but she decided that the suspect's husband should also know everything. Suddenly, the girl shouted that Kate definitely could not have done this, and all the rumors about her were blatant lies. But at that moment, a voice sounded in John's head, insisting that of course this was the work of that terrible woman. The voice sounded so clear that the young man turned around, not understanding what had just happened. He wanted to ask Rebecca if she had heard that strange voice, but he stopped himself in time. But the corridor was empty, and so John said that of course Kate could not have done something like that, because his wife had no reason to try to poison the girl. After all, even if we assume that she has a task from the Count, she definitely would not have aimed at Rebecca, but would have aimed at one of the members of the Sanders family. Of course, one might think that Kate might try to poison the girl out of envy, but she didn't envy her in any way. It wasn't that she didn't expect feelings from John, but on the contrary, it seemed that she didn't need his attention at all. And so the Duke's youngest son declared that someone had deliberately persuaded that servant to give false information. This indicated that the conspirator could easily approach the service personnel, which meant that it was necessary to talk to other maids, which Rebecca suddenly resisted, not wanting the problem to escalate. After this, the young man suddenly turned to his interlocutor, saying that when going out somewhere at night, she needed to dress warmer, throwing his waistcoat over her. He also asked her to let him know if his brother suddenly decided to take any real action. Tenderly wrapping herself in John's warm clothes, the girl made it clear that she would fulfill his request. At this point, the conversation ended, and the young man told the girl to go back to her place. He had already started to walk away when suddenly Rebecca called out his name. Stopping his movement, John inquired about the reason for the call. But the girl did not respond to this, simply wishing the young man good night. For the third day, John spent next to his wife, where this time he delighted her with a strawberry dessert. Turning to her husband, the girl recalled his words about him having some important things to do today, to which her interlocutor stated that he had already managed to finish everything and returned ahead of schedule. John's expression was as provocative and alluring to Mary as a red rag to a bull. Having cast a serious glance at the young man, the girl asked him no less seriously about what was happening to him, where for the third day in a row, they had been spending at least every meal together. To this, John quite simply stated that he saw nothing shameful in this, since they were a married couple. But then, putting aside the instruments, the Duke's son said that during this time, he had managed to make many different mistakes. But now he would really like to get a chance to get to know his wife as closely as possible. And although everyone else still suspects her of committing all the past acts, he is already leaning towards the conclusion that it was not Kate. Mary noted to herself that this was definitely the effect of fulfilling the condition of the second stage, where the one who did not even allow her to put on the wedding ring now wanted to get to know her better. John, meanwhile, finished his remark by saying that he at least hoped that his wife hadn't done all this. When he finished speaking, the girl, after a second's pause, sincerely thanked him for such trust. But John felt that there was nothing to thank him for, since it was he who should be apologizing to Kate. Mary was positively surprised when the young man suddenly said that if she didn't mind, he would like to spend even more time with her. Lightly touching his interlocutor's fingers, John added that in order to get to know a person better, you need to spend more time with him, where he is interested in everything that Kate likes and dislikes, and even her bad habits. The Duke's youngest son, already taking his wife's hand in his own, said that he did not want to miss a single detail. Mary felt extremely uncomfortable, thinking that this was no longer just an interest, but a real obsession. But she couldn't refuse and said that the decision to spend a lot of time together seemed awesome to her, where the word parasite from the 21st century that she used aroused John's genuine interest. And so the couple walked together through the mansion's art galleries, discussing how, in one case or another, the artists succeeded or failed to convey the spirit of the landscape. While walking together in the garden, the girl would constantly note how beautifully certain flowers had blossomed. It felt almost like a wall had been torn down between Mary and John, on a physical level, where the husband was very concerned about his wife, saying that she needed to take a warmer cape, in response to which his companion said that it was still a very warm summer outside. When the young man said that she might catch a cold, Mary noted that he would not even notice this phenomenon. But then John very sharply noted that if the girl hid her suffering from him again, he would not leave it like that. But a second later, having come to his senses, the young man was already asking for forgiveness for speaking so rudely. Rebecca, who was sitting opposite them, turned her attention to the way the couple was behaving, not without surprise. The girl noted that John and Kate treat each other like real spouses. Remembering that they were no longer alone, but in the company of Calvin and Rebecca, Mary felt a little embarrassed. But at the same time, she was quite interested in hearing such a conclusion from the main character. Here John also reacted to this remark, as if he was even glad about such a remark, where Mary was very surprised that the young man showed such a calm reaction. Changing the subject, Rebecca said that today she had made strawberry-flavored green tea. Well, John used this as an excuse to bring up the strawberry shortcake, asking if Kate liked it. Mary replied that she liked strawberries better in baking, and when asked why her perfume smelled like roses and not strawberries, she added that she simply didn't want to smell like her favorite food. John supported her argument, saying that the scent of roses suited his wife perfectly. And suddenly the girl was struck by one thought regarding John's behavior, where she got the impression that he was simply trying to make her jealous with his actions. Deciding to play along with her husband, the girl approached him and asked in a playful voice how well the scent of roses suited her. But he didn't have time to answer, as Calvin interrupted their idyll, noting that everyone had long ago realized what a wonderful relationship the spouses had. After all, they had gathered here at Rebecca's invitation for her tea party. But the organizer of the tea party herself did not appreciate this impulse of the young man, saying that it was very rude to interrupt the spouses. Mary found Calvin's behavior strange, as he should have been happy to eliminate a competitor on the way to Rebecca's heart. Deciding to change the subject, Rebecca suddenly said that the shoes she had ordered were already ready, which she had been informed about today. As she spoke, Calvin suddenly cast a strange glance at his younger brother's wife. But she was immersed in her own thoughts and practically did not hear what the girl was saying about going to the store together. At some point, Kate's husband turned to her, loudly calling the girl by name in order to bring her to her senses. Regaining her connection with reality, Mary apologized, saying she was just lost in thought. In response to John's questions, she assured her husband that she was fine and that such a break from reality sometimes happens to everyone. Meanwhile, Rebecca's face suddenly began to change, as if she was very upset about something. Sadly hanging her head, the girl quietly said that in that case, she would simply ask Calvin to go with her. Looking into Rebecca's sad eyes, Mary tried to understand what she had missed while she was lost in her thoughts. Then John answered for her, saying that he and Kate could keep the girl company on her shoe shopping trip. But then Calvin stopped his impulse, saying that he, their father, and Kate would soon be going to the Imperial Palace, and therefore his wife would not be able to keep them company. Mary, listening to the Duke's eldest son, could not understand why he did not interfere with his brother's meeting with Rebecca, but on the contrary facilitated it. Meanwhile, Calvin concluded that John and Rebecca would go to the shoe store alone. After tea was over, Mary couldn't get the thought out of her head that she was clearly missing something. Rebecca ordered these shoes together with John, and according to the plot, Calvin had to take measures to get rid of this thing, which is associated with his rival brother. Turning to her husband, the girl wanted to ask him one question. But John, looking somewhere to the side, interrupted Kate, asking her to hold off on her questions for a bit. After all, there, next to his father, he suddenly saw a young man he knew, not understanding what he was doing there. Noticing the young people, Blake Olson turned to them, noting that they had not seen each other for a long time, where he called the girl by her last name, Dickerson. Here, Mary mentally wondered why this character had appeared here at this particular time. Having asked for forgiveness, the Duke's youngest son left his wife alone, heading towards where his father and this uninvited guest were standing. As he approached them, John dryly and coldly noted that his wife's last name had long since changed to Sanders. Later, over dinner, the young man told Kate that Olson County was planning to acquire rights to some of the ore mined in the south. This was surprising to Mary, as these rights were given to Kate's family after she became the wife of one of the Duke's sons. This was the main reason she was in this mansion, where with the transfer of rights to the Olsons, her position would become very precarious. While the girl was thinking, John asked for forgiveness for the fact that today he would have to leave his wife's company earlier than usual. He had already risen from the table, but contrary to Mary's expectations, he suddenly turned and approached her. With one hand, the young man touched his wife's hair, running his fingers through it. And finally, he said that the scent of the perfume the girl was using was quite good. Mary listened with a little surprise to the young man's words about how much he liked this scent. While enjoying a delicious cake, the girl suddenly heard a question about whether she loved Mr. John. But a second later, Susan was apologizing for clearly overstepping her bounds. Smiling, Mary noted that the maid had misinterpreted her reaction and then asked the girl why she was so concerned about this issue. Then Susan sadly remarked that she had heard about the young master and Lady Rebecca going shopping together. Of course, she doesn't know what specific business they went on, but that street is widely known as a favorite place for dates. Listening to her maid's explanations, Mary immediately realized that she was simply worried about her by asking such questions. It turned out that the man from the Sanders family, who was assigned to spy on his daughter-in-law, ended up becoming Kate's most devoted friend. Looking into the girl's sad eyes, Mary thanked her for her care and attention, after which she assured Susan that she was fine, and if there were many days like today, then she would have nothing more to wish for. This morning, Mary sold some of her dresses and jewelry, and when she said that these dresses were too revealing, they tried to assure her that such dresses were now starting to be in demand. But that was Kate Dickerson's taste, where dresses like these were chosen specifically to make her stand out wherever she went. However, it was not possible to sell such a dress for a very high price because despite the development of fashion, not every girl was ready to reveal too many parts of her body. Another matter was the jewelry, which was quickly and quite expensively bought, and Mary had extra money, which in an extreme case should have helped her quickly disappear. At the same time, despite all her savings, the girl noted that she had not managed to save that much. After all, she couldn't rely on John, no matter how caring he seemed. Just as in her past life, she could not rely on any of her family or friends. The brother said that his sister should just be allowed to die quietly, since he does not want to undergo pain for a spinal cord transplant. He was only persuaded to help his sister by promising to buy her the latest model of gaming console. Based on past experience, Mary understood perfectly well that she could only trust herself, and accordingly, she could only rely on herself. The maid sitting opposite the girl watched intently as her mistress's expression changed slightly. This girl had been working as a maid for the Sanders family for over 10 years. She had all the virtues of a servant, among which was the ability not to hear what did not need to be heard. At the right moments, be invisible to the entire aristocratic family. And also not to see what does not need to be seen, simply becoming some kind of invisible shadow in the mansion. A servant is something like an extension of the hands and feet of their masters, who should not think, but should only do what they are assigned or charged with. She unquestioningly carried out the Duke's order to become Kate Dickerson's maid, to keep an eye on her and report any strange behavior. The lady she began to serve was surrounded by a variety of rumors, not always good ones. Not to mention that she only came to the mansion in the first place because she had entered into a marriage of convenience. Susan was not one to have any feelings for gentlemen. This girl was one of those who remembered very well the first day when Rebecca appeared at the estate. But she didn't feel any emotion when she saw the shining face of the girl who had been saved from her terrible relatives. Susan learned what evil fate was when she was 12 years old and first started working as a servant. And therefore the girl understood perfectly well that Rebecca was not an unlucky girl and did not feel any sympathy for her. But Kate Dickerson, who appeared at the estate, was a completely different person, with a different story and a different destiny. The Mary living inside her, unlike any other gentleman, immediately invited her to join him at the table when they found themselves in some cafe. In other words, the girl simply did not draw boundaries between herself and the servants, treating Susan as an equal. Mary was always interested in the maid's opinion on various issues, which she not only listened to, but also listened to. And in general, she treated this girl not as an instrument, but as a person like herself. And this girl, who was conquered by such an attitude, told her mistress that she simply wanted happiness for her. Mary was surprised to hear such words from Susan, who had never felt any emotion towards gentlemen. Smiling sweetly, the girl thanked the girl, saying that this was quite enough for her. And so the girls, like the most ordinary friends, moved around the estate, discussing the taste of the cakes they had tried. Their pleasant conversation was interrupted by a pleasant male voice familiar to the girl, from which it was immediately clear that he was outraged by something. And now John was already interested in what made the girl sell all her dresses and jewelry. To this, Mary explained that in this way, she dealt with all the accumulated and completely unnecessary things. But the young man continued his reproaches, noting that such an action on the part of a married girl would give rise to a huge number of the most unpleasant rumors. Mary somehow didn't think about the fact that her actions could affect the reputation of the entire Sanders family. For example, the previously stated refusal to go to a party was already perceived as a lack of financial ability, where it was necessary, at a minimum, to acquire outfits. Therefore, even the most insignificant actions of Kate Dickerson will be noticed, distorted, and will be discussed in high society. And now the girl was already apologizing for not thinking about the possible consequences, but she had no choice, because she simply had no other means of subsistence. These words greatly outraged the Duke's son, who asked where she spent all the money that was allocated to her monthly. A new shock for the young man was his wife's question about what else was being allocated for the money. An hour later, Mary was already sitting in a carriage that was rushing to take her to the Imperial Palace. She recalled John's indignation regarding her silence about the fact that she was not receiving money, something she herself, in fact, did not even know about. Changing the subject, Mary noted that John needed to prepare for an imminent meeting with Rebecca, where the young man did not consider this as important as the question of money. The girl asked him to move more slowly when he suddenly grabbed her hand and dragged her somewhere behind him. But at some point, John suddenly stopped his movement. Without turning to his wife, he asked her why she had not told him anything about the money, where Kate always acts this way, hiding her problems and suffering from everyone. But John turned to his wife, asking if she believed that he could protect her. Mary was silent, and then the Duke's youngest son reached out, tenderly caressing his wife's face. At that moment, she remembered Gloria's words about how everyone, even John, would abandon her when they found out about the true original purpose of being at the Sanders estate. Touching her husband's hand, Mary noted that there were some things she could not talk about yet. John responded by saying that he didn't know how he could rely on his wife's words in that case. Mary stood and, with her eyes downcast, listened to everything the young man told her, where his final statement was that he would buy back absolutely everything that she had managed to sell. But the girl immediately stopped his impulse, saying that she really didn't need those things. Surprised, John noted that if she had brought them with her from home, then they could not be unnecessary. The final blow to his patience was Kate's statement that she simply felt sorry for the money needed to buy everything back. The girl replayed all this in her mind while sitting in the carriage, where she tried to force herself to calm down, since the duchy allocated money for the return of the sold items. She herself has decided to focus on something completely different for now, where she needed to understand and unravel all the intentions of the Duke's eldest son sitting opposite her in the carriage. The carriage was approaching the Imperial Palace quite quickly. The young man and girl sitting inside it remained completely silent the entire way. Calvin was the first to break the silence, noting that if his brother's wife looked at him so suspiciously, that in itself would make him nervous. Mary looked away and apologized for causing some inconvenience to her companion. Calvin continued, noting that recently there had been a noticeable improvement in the relationship between Kate and his brother. Not wanting to talk about this topic in detail, Mary replied that their relationship was at a normal level and it was unknown what would happen in the future. And suddenly, to the girl's surprise, the young man said that most likely over time, John's interest in his wife would fade. He was clearly trying to provoke her into a fight when he added that his brother's relationship with Rebecca was much better. However, Calvin stated that overall he continues to hope that his brother's attention will continue to be directed towards Kate, as they want the same things. What was said was not entirely clear to the girl, and she asked her interlocutor to explain his words to her. To this, Calvin asked the girl not to pretend, because the whole situation was now lying before them as if in the palm of their hand. Where Kate obviously needs John, and Calvin himself is interested in Rebecca. Therefore, they should work together to ensure that these two do not even look at each other. When Mary's companion finished speaking, she said that he apparently misunderstood something, where, although she was John's wife, she did not intend to limit his interests and freedom. To this, Calvin, taking a defensive pose, replied that although the girl's words sounded very beautiful, he was not sure that it was true. Where he is not sure that she would be able to repeat it if his brother, as before, considered her a cunning snake and not a person. After these words, Mary paused for a moment, not taking her eyes off her interlocutor. But then her features softened, and she asked the young man what he wanted to offer her. And then Calvin told me that his brother really loves to go for a walk on his snow-white yacht. Previously, Rebecca often went on a yacht with John, but after the wedding she never stepped on board, just like he himself. In addition, the Duke's youngest son is seriously interested in art objects. After this, Clevin added that his brother has a complex about the fact that he was always behind him, and therefore the girl should praise his achievements more often. Having finished speaking, the young man looked away from his companion for a while. And finally, the Duke's eldest son expressed his surprise at the girl's rather strange, calm reaction to his words. Mary thought that despite the rivalry towards Rebecca, she believed that the brothers had at least some mutual love. But Calvin's recent words refuted this. The carriage stopped moving, and the girl's companion, opening the door, added that if she used everything he told her, she would definitely not lose anything. Already outside and holding out his hand to Mary, Calvin encouraged her to think about it. Without saying anything in response, the girl placed her hand into the hand of her companion. When she was already outside, Calvin suddenly asked her if she knew a maid named Claire. Hearing this name for the first time, the girl asked to describe her appearance, since she might not know the person by name. Having given a brief description, the young man immediately ended this conversation, since the girl was not familiar with her. Walking away somewhere to the side, Calvin whispered that it would be much better if she knew her. Then, turning around, the young man, now in full voice, expressed his hopes that Kate would have a great time with Her Majesty. Before the girl had time to ask what the Duke's son had in mind, one of Jacqueline's maids appeared behind her and reported that she would take her to her mistress. Turning and looking at the girl in surprise, Mary agreed to follow her. Without stopping petting one of the horses, the princess turned towards the sound of approaching footsteps. The girl was quite pleased with the way Kate looked after she changed into her riding uniform. Mary greeted Her Majesty as it was their first meeting today, since she was first told to change her clothes. The girl felt very uncomfortable under Jacqueline's intense gaze, running over her body, first to her feet, then back to her head. And suddenly the princess said that according to rumors, Kate had never ridden a horse, but from what she could see, she felt quite comfortable in trousers. Of course, Jacqueline could not know that in her past life, Mary wore trousers literally every day. Completely satisfied, the girl invited the guest to follow her, where she would personally teach her. While on the horse, the girl only had time to follow the strict teacher's orders to straighten her back, hold herself up with her knees, and square her shoulders. Mary considered all the princess's nagging today about her posture, the correctness of her seat, and the control of her horse as revenge for their last meeting. After all, last time she expressed her hopes that the princess would not be guided by some rumors and ridiculous speculations of outsiders, but would form her own opinion. Where during that conversation the girl did not respond to these words, having probably decided to take revenge next time. And now this time had come, where Mary was ready to literally fall through the ground from Jacqueline's attacks. But at some point the princess, looking at her student's face, declared that all this was John's request. Turning sharply, Mary did not hide her surprise, asking again whether she had heard her husband's name correctly. Confirming once again, Jacqueline explained that at first she also thought she had misheard. She immediately recalled that very conversation where she at first did not understand why John asked her to talk alone. But she was quite surprised that the young man asked her to teach Kate Dickerson how to ride a horse. By noting that she was no longer Dickerson but Sanders, John basically confirmed that the girl had heard his request correctly. He explained this by saying that the lands that would be his promised to be very snowy, and therefore Kate would need to learn to ride a horse that would be able to pass where the carriage would get stuck. He, of course, had thoughts of teaching her personally, but for some reason he thinks that she might be uncomfortable with it. Where he had once already attempted to invite her to go for a ride, and when he found out that she couldn't, he offered to teach her, receiving refusals to both offers. And so he turned to Jacqueline with a request, since he had no one else he could trust with this. After listening to the young man's explanation, the princess asked why he was doing all this. Jacqueline noted that she herself was never particularly interested in politics and did not get involved in it. But even she understands that John's marriage was simply a strategic move, a necessity, after which he should simply get rid of the unwanted wife. But his interlocutor was greatly shocked when the young man rather coldly asked who had called his wife temporary, the Duke or Kelvin. He called it an absurdity that walks through evil mouths, also noting that he was very disappointed in the princess, not thinking that she could believe empty rumors. To this, Jacqueline stated that just a few months ago, Kate was the same Dickerson as all her unworthy relatives, and in just a couple of months, her nature certainly couldn't have changed. To this, John replied that Kate and her family are like heaven and earth, where somehow she doesn't seem to belong to this family at all. He added that he cannot yet give details and simply asks his friend to believe his words. He also asks to simply meet his wife and try to study and get to know each other a little better. And then Jacqueline declared that from Kate's behavior, she clearly sees that society has greatly exaggerated the rumors about her as an irredeemable harlot and villain. And Jacqueline's next words were a request to forgive her for deciding that Kate had deliberately put John in this difficult situation, where the incident with Rebecca played a significant role. And she, without having understood the situation at all, treated with prejudice the person who, among other things, showed respect to her. But she, a member of the imperial family, was the first who should not have shown a biased attitude. Having finished this verbal self-flagellation, the girl asked if Kate was ready to forgive her. And suddenly she smiled, having just found confirmation of John's words that his wife was much softer and more gentle than she might seem. After all, right now tears were literally streaming from the girl's eyes from what she had just heard. Meanwhile, her husband, accompanied by Rebecca, was strolling through the shopping streets. After looking at one of the stores she planned to go into, the girl was very upset that it was already closed. But the young man noted that his companion was only going to pick up her shoes, where they managed to get to that store even though they left a little later. The reason for the delay was his visit with Kate to Brandon regarding the allocation of funds. And now he noted with a hint of coldness in his voice that if Rebecca was planning to go somewhere else, then she should have warned about it in advance. And so finally, the young people reached the shoe workshop, where they were already examining the manufactured shoes. John was the first to take the shoe into his hand, carefully examining what the shoemaker had managed to create, after which he looked at his companion, inviting her to sit down. While helping with the first fitting of the finished product, the Duke's youngest son noted that according to one belief, good shoes lead to good places. A few seconds later, both shoes had already taken their place on the girl's feet. And John, having completed his work, noted that this new model, specially made for her, suited Rebecca very well. Their first meeting took place in their distant youth, when, while practicing swordsmanship, John suddenly noticed how Rebecca had gotten her hair entangled in the branches of a tree. Then all he thought about was that if this charming girl would look only at him, then there would be nothing more to wish for. It was the first time he had experienced such feelings, and he decided that this was true love. The image of Kate standing before his eyes repeated the words she had said about how time can change a lot and heal any wounds. After which, in her playful voice, his wife asked why John was looking at her like that. This incredible girl burst into his life and filled all his thoughts. Having risen to his feet, the young man praised the master's work, and when asked how long it would take to make 4 pairs of winter shoes, he received the answer that it would take about 2 months. John was not ready to place an order now, as he needed to bring his wife for a fitting, but he considered the 2-month period to be too long. Hearing the men's conversation, Rebecca immediately perked up, asking the young man where they were going and for how long that they would need so many shoes. To which the Duke's youngest son, not hiding his joy, replied that he would soon receive a title from his father and leave for his new possessions. But his expression changed dramatically when Rebecca suddenly asked if Kate would go with him. He asked the girl why she was so interested in this, but she simply remained silent. And finally, apparently having come to her senses a little, Rebecca replied that it was all just a little unexpected for her, since she and Kate had become friends. Hearing this, John noted that this girl really had no friends either in the Olsen's house or in their family. After all, in the family where she was an illegitimate child, she was simply not allowed to see anyone, and at the Sanders, they kept an eye on her for safety. The shoes were paid for, and the young people left the shoemaker's, where John promised to come see him later. As he walked down the street, John mentally noted that in Kate's company, he perceived the walk as completely different than in Rebecca's company. His wife seemed to compliment this place, being in complete harmony with it, and not at all shy about communicating with ordinary people. His pleasant stream of thoughts was interrupted by the touch of his companion's hand. Looking at the girl in surprise, he asked her to explain this strange gesture on her part. And Rebecca replied that she was simply overwhelmed by strange feelings from the realization that John would be leaving. Without taking his eyes off the girl, the young man noted to himself that she was apparently very upset. Deciding to lift her spirits a little, the Duke's son suggested taking a stroll through the shops, which had not yet closed. and the girl was already trying on the jewelry. At some point, she attracted the attention of her companion by asking him to evaluate how well what she tried on suited her. A lovely pink bow adorned with frosted beads completed this innocent look perfectly. Looking at Rebecca, the young man noticed that she looked very good. So he instructed the salesman to pack up everything the girl had tried on and send it to the Sanders mansion. To Rebecca's objections that all this was too much and expensive, John said that it was a mere trifle because he could not please a girl that often. But the real shock for her was the offer to go to another store that he noticed along the way. Once inside the store chosen by the young man, Rebecca was a little taken aback by the specifics of the goods offered there, and her companion walked around and looked with interest at everything that was on sale. When his companion remarked that the store was rather specific, John replied that he was planning to buy a gift for his wife in this store. Rebecca seemed not to understand at first what the Duke's youngest son was talking about. But then, finally, she noticed that Kate seemed to like things much more luxurious than what this store offered. John smiled and noted that he had thought the same thing at first. But now he understands that this girl would much rather have a subtle, elegant design than vulgar, huge stones. After all, she almost never takes off the pendant that he once gave her. And then the young man's gaze stopped on one hairpin, which in his opinion looked very elegant. Meanwhile, Rebecca looked without any enthusiasm at her companion, who was not interested in her, but in choosing jewelry for his wife. And now John was already approaching the seller, asking if there was something similar for sale, but in a different color. Kate's joyful cries caught Calvin's attention as he walked down the corridor. The girl, accepting gifts from her husband, could not believe that he had bought all this for her. John, of course, said that if the girl didn't like it, she could always exchange it for something else, but she assured him that she liked absolutely everything. Noticing that in that case his taste had not failed him this time, the young man asked the girl to turn around. Completely trusting her husband, Mary turned her back to him so that he could help her try on the new clothes. And now a beautiful ribbon, decorated with flowers and pearls, was already woven into her hair. Having looked at the result of his work, the Count's youngest son noted that it looked really good. And while Mary was once again thanking her husband for his attention, Calvin was already standing and brazenly eavesdropping. The young man listened to the cooing of the couple for quite a long time, and finally some semblance of a smile appeared on his face. Soon he left the place at the door of his brother's wife's chambers and came to a completely different room. As he approached Rebecca, Calvin noted that John had managed to make the girl very happy with gifts today. But the girl, despite the fact that she was literally overwhelmed with gifts, looked very sad. Clinging to her feet, the girl said that John was a very faithful husband, and it seemed to her that he was no longer interested in her. Touching the numerous gift boxes, Calvin smiled at the fact that the girl was worried about such a small thing. The boxes fell from the touch, looking at which Rebecca said that she was always worried about both John and his older brother. But then the Duke's eldest son declared that he wanted to be the only one his interlocutor could rely on, after which he added that the girl didn't need to be upset about his younger brother. Looking up at the young man, Rebecca tried to smile and replied that she was not upset at all and was completely fine, after which she asked what Calvin himself had been doing today. Looking intently at the girl, the young man asked if she was really interested in what he was doing. Rebecca looked away sheepishly and replied that she had been thinking about her interlocutor all the time and had come to the conclusion that it would be better if she went with him to buy the shoes. Calvin was clearly pleased with what the girl was saying, but suddenly changed the subject, saying that during the trip to the Imperial Palace, he had an interesting conversation with Kate about John's yachting trips. The girl became very interested in why the Duke's eldest son even started discussing this topic with Kate. But the young man did not answer the question, instead approaching Rebecca and saying that he existed only for her sake. Count Olsen's illegitimate daughter raised her eyes and listened attentively to everything her interlocutor said. And Calvin, taking his interlocutor's hand, said that he was ready to give her anything she wanted. He affectionately and tenderly called Rebecca his only goddess. And suddenly she told the young man to look at her and only at her. A few days after returning from the Imperial Palace, Mary, while drinking tea, started a conversation with her husband about how long it had been since he had been to the lake. The young man was quite surprised when Kate suddenly noted that the weather was now quite good for boating. And when her husband asked her, the girl noted that she would truly enjoy sailing on a yacht. The girl still decided to follow Calvin's advice, although she doubted until the very end that it was worth doing. In her past life, the girl never rode on yachts or ships. John, as his brother said, used to regularly go yachting whenever it got warm outside, but since the wedding he had not done so even once. This worried the girl greatly, and so she finally decided to raise this topic with her husband. And finally, John said that riding on regular boats is quite dangerous, but he has a yacht on which he and Kate can ride. The young man did not put it off for long, offering to realize the girl's desire to be on the water tomorrow, with which she completely agreed. Watching John, Mary wondered what would have happened next if she hadn't suggested going on a yacht ride. Meanwhile, the Duke's youngest son had already turned to Susan, asking her to convey to Bertrand his instructions to prepare the yacht for departure tomorrow. Noticing Kate, Rebecca caught her attention, asking where she was going. And while she was remarking on how wonderful John's wife looked, Mary explained that she and John had gone for a yacht ride that day. This brought back memories for Rebecca of how the Count's son took her on a yacht every year, where he also went fishing on the side. And when she asked whether he intended to fish today, Mary explained that he had not told her anything about it. But at some point, the girl suddenly noticed that her interlocutor was showing some kind of increased interest in John. But at the same time, Rebecca seemed genuinely pleased that Kate and the Duke's youngest son were getting along so well. Their conversation was interrupted by the appearance of John himself, who, apologizing for keeping them waiting, invited his wife to come on board. Noticing Rebecca next to Kate, the young man greeted her, asking what she was doing there. To this, the girl explained that she had simply gone out for a short walk and had accidentally met the young man's wife. And now she has already said goodbye to her interlocutors, wishing them a good rest and fun. When they were alone, John once again invited the girl to come on board. Mary was overjoyed when they found themselves on the water with an incredible view. John, skillfully steering the yacht, observed his wife's reactions, saying that there were always a lot of boats here in the morning, as it became too hot for sailing during the day. Leaning heavily over the rail, Mary drew her husband's attention to Bertrand, who remained on the shore. Approaching the girl, the young man asked her not to lean overboard like that, because it was dangerous. Mary immediately felt his concern, as she felt John throw his jacket over her shoulders. The girl even felt the warmth of his gaze when their eyes met. The whole situation was clearly conducive, and the girl had already made it clear to her companion that now was the most opportune moment. John didn't immediately understand what his wife was hinting at, but he quickly came to his senses and connected their lips. It was a kiss filled with true love and tenderness that both spouses felt. It was such a perfect morning that Mary could not imagine what would happen next. Sitting opposite John, the girl asked him what outfit would be best for her to wear for the planned event. She also considered taking an umbrella with her, but the young man recommended using a wide-brimmed hat. But the Duke's youngest son left the question of taking something to eat with him to Kate's discretion. Before leaving, John once again asked if everything was okay with the yacht, and Bertrand, who was preparing it, said that everything was ready for the walk. He personally checked every little detail, and now the yacht is ready to set off on its next voyage. As the young people boarded and set sail, the man wished them a great trip. And now John and Kate were already kissing on board during a walk on the water, which was incredibly romantic. When the kiss ended, Mary noted that the moment for it was very appropriate and perfectly complemented this walk. Even before the walk, John was a little worried that this kind of entertainment was popular for couples, and his wife could well have participated in such walks before. To which Mary firmly stated that she had never had such an experience with anyone. Having broken away from his wife, the young man promised to definitely continue what he had started at home. Mary, who had no objection to continuing, cheerfully declared that in that case they could have a little snack now. Quite quickly, the girl herself set the table and invited the young man to start eating. Accepting the invitation, John said that he needed to slow down the yacht first, after which he would immediately join his wife. But as soon as he pulled on one of the ropes, the yacht suddenly behaved completely differently than it should have with such an action. Instead of taking a neutral position to slow down, the sail suddenly turned to the side. All John saw was his wife being thrown aside, along with everything she had prepared for the meal. Mary herself didn't even have time to understand what had just happened, nor did she even have time to scream. The last thing she saw, when she completely stopped feeling the deck under her feet, was John rushing towards her. The instantly wet dress became incredibly heavy, pulling the helpless girl to the bottom, where the water was incredibly cold. As Mary sank, all she could think about was that she couldn't just die like that again. After all, according to the plot, she should die at the hands of John, and not drown while walking on the lake. Besides, in the book there was no such incident at all, which she now became a participant in. At some point, Mary suddenly saw system messages appear, informing her that she would die in a few minutes and that history would return to the beginning. Confused in her thoughts, the girl sank deeper and deeper, and consciousness began to leave her. The last thought that flashed through her mind was how John would feel when her dead body was pulled out of the water. Opening her eyes with difficulty, Mary began to discern familiar details of the interior of her room. Susan, sitting next to her, instantly perked up when she heard the voice of her beloved mistress. The thoughts of the girl, who still managed to survive, were directed at how she should perceive what had happened. Overall, it was a clear indication of the author's hostile attitude, who was trying his best to make sure that Mary could not deviate from the plotline. It was precisely the framework of the original that always limited both the character's attitude towards her and even the development of events themselves. But ultimately, an incident that was not at all planned for by the plot put her life in danger. Where the author apparently has a lot of power and can direct the course of events to some extent, such assumptions could lead to a long-term depression, and so Mary decided to discard these thoughts. Here the girl remembered how she again ended up in the place where she saw system messages while she was unconscious. There she was informed that, due to the disruption of the original plot, the author's influence had become even more limited. This was good news, as it clearly showed that the original plot and a certain author were not working together. Taking a break from her thoughts, Mary asked Susan where John was now. The girl did not immediately decide to answer the question, but still said that the young gentleman was now interrogating Bertrand. Turning to the maid, Mary did not immediately understand who exactly her husband was interrogating. But I quickly remembered that this was the same man who was preparing the yacht for the walk. Only now did it begin to dawn on the girl that this might not have been an accident at all. And then she remembered the system's message that the story would return to the beginning if Kate died. And this made her understand that this incident was not the fault of a specific character. Suddenly, Mary noticed how Susan began to cry, saying through her tears that Bertrand was not the kind of person to arrange such an assassination attempt, which only confirmed Mary's suspicions that the incident was not the fault of the characters in the story, who should not suffer because of the author. And so she instructed the girl to tell John that she had woken up and really wanted to see him. At the moment when the girl flew overboard, the young man's heart stopped for a moment, as did everything around him. Feeling a wild fear for her life, John watched in horror as his wife quickly sank into the blackness of the lake bottom. As he pulled Kate ashore, he prayed for her to breathe and live on. Her sweet face stood before my eyes as the girl thanked her husband for buying her so many pieces of jewelry while she was away. After thinking for a bit, the young man suggested that they go on a trip together next time. He also recalled the time when he did not trust Kate and did not treat her in the best way. And the girl told him for the 100th time that there was no need to compare her with the rest of the family she came from. Before this, he had also repeatedly accused his wife of supporting the vile plans of her family. And even earlier, John almost directly called the girl not a person, but a cunning snake. All this flashed through the mind of the Duke's youngest son in an instant. Looking at the man sitting in front of him, John noticed that over the many years of working in their house, he had always lived up to the trust placed in him. But the incident with the yacht opened his eyes to many things, where now the young man demanded that Bertrand tell him who was behind him. But the man remained silent, which provoked the Duke's youngest son to a real scream in a fit of rage. John was distracted from the interrogation by his assistant, who reported that his wife's maid had come to see them. And so the young man happily listened to the report that Mrs. Kate had woken up. Mary instantly responded to the familiar, almost family-like voice calling her by name. The girl didn't even have time to say anything before the young man had already gotten closer to her and hugged her tightly. This unexpected gesture was very unexpected and incredibly pleasant for Mary. Hugging her husband back, the girl was completely immersed in the spiritual and physical warmth that she felt literally from the first touch of the man. When the first wave of tenderness had died down a little, Mary looked into her husband's face, wondering why he was so pale. To this, John explained that his wife almost died. When asked what happened, the young man explained that the sail control had been damaged. And since Bertrand was in charge of equipping and checking the yacht, he is now interrogating him about who ordered this villainy. At this point, Mary interrupted her husband, saying that she did not at all think that Bertrand did it. Of course, John himself did not believe that this faithful man was capable of something like this, but you can never guess what is on another person's mind. However, his wife noted that Bertrand could not help but understand that he would be quickly identified and would disappear. Mary also noted that this case was very similar to that incredible incident with the poisoned threads. But in her thoughts, she had long ago realized that the author, who was negatively disposed towards her, simply tried to destroy her by creating an episode not envisaged by the plot. All that remained was to decide who had carried out the assassination attempt. Where Mary already knew that the less significant a character is in a story, the less influence the author can have on him. After all, if the author could, for example, control Susan's thoughts and actions, then there would be no point in organizing such a complex assassination attempt on the yacht. It seemed as if the author himself was bound by the possibilities of plot development and could not simply kill off an unwanted character. Under these circumstances, he could use either those minor characters who initially dislike Kate, or those who don't treat her very well, but have much greater opportunities and significance in the course of the plot. Bertrand, who was not mentioned at all during the original narrative, certainly could not have had anything to do with the assassination attempt. The girl, of course, could not directly explain all this to her husband, and therefore she used the example of the situation with the threads, saying that Bertrand could have simply been set up. Having listened carefully to his wife, the young man understood that there was something to think about in her words. Soon the young man returned to the dungeon where interrogations usually took place and said something to his assistant. And now Bertrand was already listening with surprise to the gentleman's order to let him go, where in connection with what had happened, the man could take one day off. Approaching Bertrand, John explained that there was no direct evidence of his guilt, and besides, Kate considered him innocent. And while his assistant freed the man's hands, the Duke's youngest son added that he had decided to listen to his wife and show trust, which he hoped would be justified. Before that, he tried to tell Kate that the yacht was somehow under Bertrand's supervision, and therefore he should be punished in any case. But the girl did not agree with this, believing that it was impossible to punish without establishing guilt. Here she remembered that when they suspected her, they only assigned her house arrest, while Bertrand had been sitting in the dungeon under interrogation for several hours already. John listened with some surprise to his wife's statement that this approach was extremely unfair. And so, finally, he promised Kate to do as she wanted, stopping interrogating the man and letting him go without punishment. Having told the girl to continue to rest and recuperate, he left her chambers in order to fulfill his promise. But her face, showing no signs of life, continued to stand before the young man's eyes. Sitting in his office, the Duke's youngest son literally tried to force himself to concentrate and take steps to find whoever had organized this assassination attempt. It was quite obvious here that women on a yacht were at far greater risk than men, and so he was absolutely certain that it was Kate's life that had been attempted, not his. The first to come under suspicion were members of the Dickerson family and employees of the house. At the same time, it was impossible to rule out the possibility that this was the work of members of the Olsen family. But all these were just assumptions that have not yet found any evidence. Suddenly, an assistant entered and reported that Bertrand wished to meet with the young gentleman. John allowed the man into his office. He invited him to sit down, but Bertrand refused, citing the fact that his dirty clothes would ruin the upholstery of the furniture. When the young man asked about the purpose of the visit, the man again said that he was not involved in the incident and had checked the yacht the previous evening. But at the same time, there was one episode to which he would like to draw the young master's attention. At dawn, shortly before John and Kate arrived, he managed to take the yacht out into the big water. And then Mr. Kelvin appeared on the pier, who explained that he was looking for some object belonging to Rebecca. It was then that he went away to help the young gentleman, leaving the yacht unattended. After listening to this story, John was surprised and asked why he decided to tell this only now. After all, he had already been released and generally didn't have to tell or explain anything else. And so the man explained that he simply really wanted the criminal to be found, since good Mrs. Kate should feel safe. The young man was once again shocked, realizing that his wife's kindness had helped him obtain the necessary information without any torture or interrogation. And instead of simply hiding this information, he decided to tell about what was happening to help Kate. Having finished telling the events of that fateful day, Bertrand lowered his head, saying that he was ready to accept any punishment for his mistake. But then the young man almost ordered him to raise his head, after which he added that his wife would in no way want him to be punished. On the contrary, the girl would definitely thank him for his honesty. And so he let Bertrand go, saying that the interrogation was sufficient punishment for the mistake he had made. Sitting in front of the lit fireplace, John went over the new information in his head, according to which his brother came to the lake at such an early hour in order to ask Bertrand to help in searching for some things belonging to Rebecca. After which the young man remembered the moment when he apologized for the delay, where Rebecca was next to Kate, apparently waiting there for Calvin. Only now did the Duke's youngest son notice that his brother and Rebecca had been present at every incident. He remembered very well how he had to make Rebecca one of the suspects in the theft of documents. He then tried to conduct an independent and objective investigation, but things did not go as he expected. Despite all the evidence presented, no one wanted to believe Kate, but they unconditionally believed Rebecca's unsubstantiated statements. And the girl herself and his brother were never properly checked for involvement. The young man began to understand that it was impossible to completely exclude the involvement of these people who were once close to him. He felt the need to sort everything out, where the first thing to do was to identify everyone who might have been on the pier in the morning. John felt that he had to find a way to be certain of either Rebecca and Calvin's innocence or guilt. Chewing another piece of dessert, Mary mentally noted its incredible taste. Looking at the young man feeding her, Mary thought that he must have been very scared because of what had happened to her. At the same time, the picture of the Duke's son feeding the hated Kate Dickerson seemed very strange even to Mary herself in Kate's body. Here the young man told the girl that Bertrand had come to him yesterday and said that he had been forced to leave the yacht unattended for a while. John also conveyed to his wife the apologies that he had asked her to convey. And finally, John noted that it was thanks to Kate that he was able to obtain this valuable information. The girl was incredibly pleased to hear all this, and she thanked her husband. The young man had just managed to say that he should thank the girl when suddenly the idyll of the married couple was broken by a knock on the door. When Susan let the visitors in, Calvin apologized on behalf of himself and Rebecca for disturbing the young people. While handing the girl flowers, old Jonah said that he was very worried when he heard that she had suffered because of him. Such a harsh statement immediately caused confusion in Kate's husband, where he asked his brother to clarify what was said. To which the young man replied that there was nothing criminal about it, of course, but he simply advised her to invite her brother for a ride on a yacht. As she listened to what Calvin was saying, some thoughts began to cross Mary's mind. To create a sequence that wasn't in the original, the writer would have to start by involving the characters in it. And the more significant the role of a character in the story, the more influence the author can have on him. Satisfied with his brother's explanation, John ordered the flowers to be placed in a vase, after which he noted that he had already heard that Calvin had also been present at the pier that morning. And the older brother confirmed this, saying that Rebecca had left something there that needed to be picked up. Without really delving into the essence of the conversation, Mary went over in her mind all the main characters in the book who could have fallen under the influence of the author. And John was already wondering what his brother was looking for on the pier that morning. At some point, Rebecca joined the conversation, noticing that Kate's complexion was very pale. She also explained that she wanted to visit the girl yesterday, but she was not allowed to do so. And when Mary asked who prevented this, her husband explained that the doctor recommended more rest. Since the girl herself was unconscious, he took it upon himself to convey the doctor's recommendations to all visitors. He then turned to his brother and Rebecca, hinting that Kate needed as much peace and quiet as possible right now. The hint was understood correctly, and the young people headed towards the exit of the room, wishing the girl a speedy recovery. John watched them go, and a strange, uneasy feeling began to form inside him. Kate's voice distracted the Duke's youngest son from his negative thoughts. Looking at her husband, Mary tried to reassure him that she was indeed perfectly fine. But this statement provoked a rather violent reaction from him, where he noted that until the criminal was caught, she would always be in danger. A gentle touch of her hand cooled John's ardor, where Mary also asked him about the last time he slept. Stroking her husband's cheek, the girl noted that he looked very pale. And then she added that he shouldn't so thoughtlessly put his life in danger to save her life. However, after these words, the young man removed Kate's hand from his face, saying that he did not intend to just watch her die. But to this, Mary declared that this was exactly what he should do, just watch without interfering. After all, it would be no better if in a critical situation not just one of them died, but both of them. Everyone the girl met on her way showed unprecedented politeness and courtesy, greeting the lady and wishing her a good day. Mary could not understand what had happened during the time she had been lying in her room recovering from the incident. Turning to Susan, she asked if she knew the reason for the servant's behavior. To this, the girl explained that the reason for this was Madame Bertrand's help. After all, this generous man was loved by all the servants in the mansion because he was always ready to come to their aid. Susan then remembered that Claire had gone missing a few days before, whereupon hearing that name, Mary immediately remembered the one Calvin had asked her about. Where for some time in the mansion, there were rumors that it was Kate who did something to the one who reported that she saw her poisoning the threads. But when the girl saved Bertrand, all doubts about her were dispelled. The ladies gathered around the table were discussing how Kate Dickerson had recently almost drowned while on a yacht, where, while talking about what happened, someone began to suggest that all this might not have been an accident at all. Only Stephanie was mentally glad that someone from the duchy decided to deal with this impudent girl, where it could even be John himself. But her face changed when one of the storytellers reported that John Sanders heroically jumped into the water and saved his wife. This information, unexpected for the ears of the malicious, envious woman, made Stephanie nervous. No longer listening to the storytellers, the girl wondered why John decided to save this girl. But then the conversation turned to who might have been the culprit of this incident, which again attracted Stephanie's attention, where the girls at the table noted that nothing was reported about the progress of the investigation, but it is known for sure that the one who prepared the yacht was not punished. Stephanie couldn't believe that after such a serious incident, that man was not only not punished, but even kept his job. And now she has publicly stated that this raises some serious doubts about Kate's position in the Sanders family, where the Duke's daughter-in-law almost drowned, but no one was punished for it, probably not taking her life into account at all. Throwing this new information into the discussion, Stephanie noted rather contentedly that whoever was trying to kill Kate was a clear indication that she was of no use to the Duke's family. As Mary got out of the carriage, she asked Susan why there were so many people there today. To this, the maid explained that Mr. Kelvin had called a great many tailors. The task is to sew a dress for Rebecca worthy of the imperial family itself. And when Susan asked the lady what she would be wearing, Mary mentally noted that while she was riding, she had completely forgotten about her outfit. But there was very little time left until the holiday. The Duke had already raised the issue of this holiday, saying that there was only a month left. Calvin then noted that they should pay attention to the behavior of Archduke Sheldon, and Henry agreed that the holiday could be used by him to show his strength. And while the man was asking his youngest son's opinion on this matter, Mary mentally noted that the holiday was more of a political event for all its participants. The girl also recalled that in the original story, Kate was under house arrest and therefore could not attend the celebration. It seemed to the girl that it was on that day that Kate and Gloria were able to steal some documents while no one was there. Overall, Mary had little memory of what Kate did, as the book was more about what happened to the main character. The girl did not immediately hear how Susan was attracting her attention, asking for forgiveness, and explaining that she was simply lost in thought. As for the dress, Mary said she had a huge choice. After all, John not only bought back everything she sold, but also acquired many new outfits. The girl even decided to try on one of these dresses today. Turning around, John was glad that his wife had finally returned. The girl did not understand why she needed to visit the tailor, because she was not going to buy new clothes. To this, the young man stated that he would like them to go there together. Since this is their first public appearance together after their wedding, he thinks it would be a good idea to wear complementary outfits to finally put all the rumors to rest. He was worried that Kate wouldn't like it, but she convinced him otherwise. This was good news for him, because he had made an appointment with the tailors a few days ago without telling his wife about it. And when she asked him why he didn't tell her right away, John explained that in that case she would definitely refuse, calling it a waste of money. Brandon, who was standing next to the young people, watched them go, then turned his attention to the book about magic in his hands. Entering the room, the girl was shocked by the sight of the person who met the couple at the entrance. Introducing himself as Albie Valentine, the rather peculiar-looking young man congratulated the couple on their good fortune to be in his store. Stunned, Mary immediately compared the man's appearance with people with non-traditional sexual orientation. And this dressed-up and made-up man invited the guests to come inside his kingdom. Looking through the catalogue, Mary was once again shocked by what she saw on the pages. The girl noted in horror that the young man did not like this dress design at all. And when she asked John the relevant question, he said that he came here because his wife liked the kind of dresses that she used to wear all the time. And when asked how her husband even knew about this place, her companion remembered what happened to him some time ago, where he asked a random person about where he got such a vulgar outfit, and he had no choice but to admit that this place had been recommended to him. Returning to the catalogue, the young man noted that overall this was a fairly well-known clothing workshop, after which he offered the girl one of the good options. Before the young people could even say a word, Albie suddenly appeared behind them and loudly declared that they had made an excellent choice. After which he immediately offered to try on these outfits that he already had ready, as if he felt the spirit of his clients. Without hiding his delight, Albie shouted that finally this dress was able to find its owner. While the girl was looking at herself in the mirror, the young man continued to shout about how he always recommended other outfits to clients, as if he knew that this one was intended for Kate. Mary herself mentally noted that her husband had very good taste. All this time, John stood and silently looked at his wife trying on this new chic dress. Feeling a wave of excitement, Mary noted that the dress looked a little provocative, and she tried to ask her husband how well it fit her. John's older brother was free to call designers directly to the mansion to order new outfits. This is what he did towards the main character of this story. And now Mary wondered why John had decided to bring her to this store, and whether he simply wanted to blend in with his brother and Rebecca. And then the young man said that the dress looked incredibly beautiful on his wife. The suddenness of John's statement left the girl speechless for a moment. As he approached Kate, John added that it suited her even better than expected. Having come very close, the Duke's youngest son asked the girl to turn her head to the side. But suddenly Mary asked him if he would like to try on any of the suits available there. Reminding him of his plans for matching clothes, Mary asked the designer to pick something for her husband. As soon as the young man heard about the couple's plans, he experienced an incredibly strong feeling of tenderness. John could not understand why the girl suddenly avoided his tenderness, and she had already followed Albie, who was showing the available suits. When the fitting was completed and the couple found themselves outside, the Duke's son expressed doubt, saying that they had perhaps made a decision too quickly. But Mary assured him that their choice was ideal, where her husband had excellent taste. After listening to his wife, the young man noted that he had often heard that which had good taste. After asking if the girl was tired, John offered to pick out some shoes for her. A moment later, the young people entered the shoe repair shop, where they were joyfully greeted. The man who greeted them with a smile immediately recognized the gentleman and his previous visit, where he inquired about ordering several pairs of winter shoes. Mary didn't immediately understand what was being discussed when the men began to discuss what they had already talked about before. Getting her husband's attention, Mary asked why she needed several pairs of shoes. He explained that where they would be living later, the winters could be long, and immediately declared that they needed to order more shoes that would be suitable for winter horse riding. There was no stopping John, and now the shoemaker was already busy taking measurements of the girl's feet. While he was doing his work, the girl was thinking about what kind of culture and economic situation might be in her future possessions. After all, when she read the book, there was practically no detail about that place. At some point, Mary noticed her husband's intense gaze on her. Smiling, the girl asked him why he was looking at her like that. Quickly glancing towards the shoe catalogue in his hands, John sheepishly replied that he was just lost in thought. Abruptly changing the subject, he asked in turn whether Kate had managed to choose any option. Mary, remembering all the last rather happy moments spent with John, could not even think that she, in the body of her heroine, would be able to last until such days. She also remembered Calvin's advice on how she should act in order to get his brother's attention. But compared to his older brother, John was a sweet, kind, and polite person, and so the girl was not worried that his interest would suddenly fade. Remembering that Kate had liked the strawberry tea last time, the young man said that this was the very reason he had brought her here again. Noting that it was a bit noisy, the girl replied that overall she really liked it here. And while John was talking about the fact that, having heard this, Mary herself came to the conclusion that with such a man it doesn't matter where you drink tea. But suddenly the young people heard someone's side conversation about the Sanders family, where, after talking about the wedding of the youngest son of this family, a discussion began about Rebecca, who was called a cunning fox who managed to seduce both sons of the Duke. Mary did not like what she heard at all, because she had tried for so long to cheer up her husband and distract him from bad thoughts. It was immediately clear from the young man's face that he did not like this gossip at all, especially when it came to the fact that Rebecca could displace Kate sooner or later. But his face changed dramatically when his companion suddenly rose from her seat. She was already standing behind one of the gossips, who was just saying that the Duke and Duchess should be of sound mind in order not to give the title to a half-blood. The interlocutors sitting in front of her were, of course, the first to notice the approaching wife of the Duke's youngest son, where their changed faces forced the speaking woman to fall silent. And when she had enough sense to turn around, the gossip girl screamed in horror, realizing that Kate Dickerson had appeared next to her. Taking the teapot from the table, Mary coldly noted that her last name had long since ceased to be Dickerson, but Sanders. As she began to fill the mug in front of the woman, the girl noted that she must know this name, since she had just spoken about her in a less than flattering way. Looking at the other gossips, Mary chuckled, noting that she rarely attended parties and balls lately, and therefore could not notice the degradation of society. The mug was already full, and the tea was beginning to spill over the brim when the girl added that manners had so abandoned high society that everyone around could hear their unworthy speeches. Continuing to pour tea, Mary remarked especially coldly that she did not intend to tolerate any more gossip about her living under the same roof with a girl who was sleeping with her husband. Immediately after this, the women sitting at the table began to apologize, stating that they would never have thought such a thing, but simply heard this information from others. The tea did not stop pouring onto the table, and now it began to drip right onto the dress of one of the gossips. Literally throwing the teapot on the table, Mary advised the ladies not to be so brainless as to spread ridiculous rumors in society. At this point, the execution by the member of the insulted family was completed. Returning to her table, the girl noticed after a few seconds some strange movements and sounds coming from the place where her husband was. And finally, unable to hold back any longer, John burst out laughing. He couldn't stop for a long time, and the surprised Mary couldn't understand what the young man saw as so funny in all this. The young people were already in the carriage and heading to the mansion, but John still couldn't stop laughing. Watching her husband, the girl asked him what had upset him so much that he still couldn't stop. And so the young man finally replied that the more he got to know his wife, the more she amazed him. Mary did not quite understand what he meant, and her companion explained that instead of being angry with him, she had taken it out on those ladies. But then the girl said that she had no reason to be angry with John, since she was angered by the words of women who do not think at all what they are saying. Mary was greatly surprised when John suddenly said that he himself had allowed this rumor to spread in society. But since the girl cannot love him, he thinks that all this is not so important, where he simply asks to ignore all this and forgive him. Although she couldn't say it, Mary thought that, on the contrary, she didn't care about all these rumors, since she had fallen in love with him for a long time. She tried to calm down her outburst of tenderness, convincing herself that she needed to calm down, because the character sitting opposite her was not created for her, but for Rebecca. The young people spent the rest of the trip in silence, each thinking about their own things, and arrived at the mansion in the same depressed mood. Moving through the rooms of the mansion, the girl noticed that everything was still somehow uneasy here, although all the tailors should have left long ago. And then Brandon and Kate's maid Susan appeared on the couple's path. Noticing the gentlemen, the insignificant characters of the original story, who were talking about something, greeted them. Immediately after which, Brandon informed John that today the Duke and Duchess had taken a diamond necklace out of storage. This diamond necklace, also known as the Blue Lagoon, was the Sanders family's most ancient and valuable heirloom. It is this piece of jewelry that Rebecca will have to wear in public, thus declaring that she is now part of the Sanders family. But suddenly the young man grabbed his wife by the hand, dragging her somewhere behind him as if he had gone mad. Without any ceremony, he opened the door to the office quite noisily, immediately attracting his father's attention. Looking at everyone who had gathered in the room, the young man menacingly and coldly asked why the decision had been made to remove the jewelry. Rosemary was a little shocked by her son's behavior, and Henry reproached him for being too rude. John then apologized, saying that he might have misunderstood something, but he heard the news about the extraction of the Blue Lagoon literally from the doorway, where this decoration was for some reason taken out without their participation with Kate, where at that time they were busy choosing outfits. And now he was asking a direct question about whether his wife would wear this jewelry. Mary was shocked by her husband's words because this decoration was intended for Rebecca. Meanwhile, John explained to her that, according to tradition, this decoration should be worn by the family's daughter-in-law during her first official appearance in society. And since the upcoming event will actually be the first one that Kate will attend, it is she who, according to tradition, should wear this piece of jewelry. He had already suggested to the girl to pick out earrings that would match this necklace, but she tried to moderate his ardor. But John didn't stop, which eventually made the girl scream loudly that this necklace wouldn't suit her at all. The rest of the family and Rebecca watched this strange unfolding scene in silence. The girl quickly explained that her dress contained gold jewelry, which would not go with the blue diamonds. After which she asked everyone for forgiveness and practically pushed her husband out of the room, adding on the way that they were very tired and would go to rest. After watching the married couple leave, no one said a word. The first to break the silence was Rebecca, who realized what had happened and began to ask everyone for forgiveness. But Rosemary immediately began to calm her down, telling the girl not to take it to heart since it was their decision. Noticing that she looked very tired from the fittings, the Duchess sent Rebecca to rest. The Duke and his wife silently watched as Kelvin and Rebecca walked away. When they were alone, Henry remarked that he had no idea that John could show such zeal. And Rosemary mentally concluded that for some reason she hadn't even thought about the fact that if Rebecca was the first to go out in this decoration, it would put Kate in a very unpleasant position. Meanwhile, Mary indignantly asked John why he got so worked up, where he could have put Rebecca in an awkward position, among others. But the young man, with the volcano still erupting inside him, did not answer his wife's questions. Suddenly, raising his heavy gaze to the girl, he asked whether this situation had not made her angry at all. After all, when Rebecca, who is not even a member of their family, is the first to appear in public with this jewelry, all sorts of rumors will start to spread about Kate. Listening to the young man, the girl clearly felt how his hand was shaking from the overwhelming emotions. She wanted to say something in response, but John beat her to it, saying that there were already some unpleasant rumors going around about her, and after the holiday there would be many more of them, and they would be much more unpleasant. But to this, Mary quite calmly stated that she no longer pays much attention to what they say about her. John tried to stop his wife when she started listing words like vulgar, dissolute, vain, disgusting, not a person, but a snake. When the girl finally finished, her interlocutor said that this time the rumors would be of a completely different nature. When the girl asked what kind of things, John explained that first of all they would talk about their far from marital relationship, and then about how badly she treated Rebecca, since the family decided to give the jewelry to someone other than their daughter-in-law. When the young man finished, there was silence in the air for a while, which Mary broke, saying that she didn't care about such rumors either, where she would smear everyone, like those ladies in the cafe. The memory of the situation in the cafe instantly brought a smile to John's face, where, supporting his mood, the mayor's office added that she was capable of starting a showdown right at the celebration. But then the young man suddenly approached her and gently touched her face. The Duke's youngest son said that when everyone told him he had a terrible wife, he decided that his life would turn into a nightmare. But he never thought that thanks to Kate his life could become so wonderful. After which the young man added that now was probably just the moment when the girl should close her eyes. Of course, in reality, the girl was very worried about what others would say about her during the holiday. Thinking about this, Mary remembered how John stood up for her in front of his family, making sure that she had the necklace on her. Feeling her lover's lips once again, the girl did not understand when John had managed to become so kind to her. But at some point, the Duke's youngest son broke away from his wife. The young man was worried that the girl's health might still not recover after the incident on the yacht. But Mary assured him that even horse riding had no effect on her, which meant that she had already recovered. She immediately reminded her husband of his promise to continue what he had started, which he had given her on the yacht. Rebecca was among the trees of the flowering garden, enjoying nature. At some point, the girl's attention was drawn to a familiar female voice. It was Jacqueline, who was racing towards her favorite on horseback, joyfully greeting her. Dismounting, the princess said that this time she decided to have a small picnic in the clearing. Rebecca thought it was a great idea, while Jacqueline explained that she was very hungry after her riding lessons with Kate. The last words apparently came as a great surprise to the girl, greatly changing her facial expression. And Jacqueline said that recently she began teaching her to stay in the saddle, where John's wife has no skills, but she practices diligently. Sitting down, the princess noted that she was very worried about her friend's health after the poisoning, but Kate had already reported that everything was fine. And finally, turning her full attention to Rebecca, Jacqueline asked how she was doing. But the girl fell into some strange state, where she became very gloomy and did not say a word in response. The princess had to practically shout at her to bring her out of her trance even a little. When the girl perked up and said that everything was fine, Jacqueline asked him not to scare her like that again. When she asked the girl to tell her what was troubling her, she sheepishly noted that after that poisoning incident the criminal had never been found, which worried her. And when Jacqueline reminded her that she herself had stopped the investigation, Rebecca said that at first she really didn't want to know who hated her so much that he decided to kill her. But then a maid appeared and began to claim that she had seen Kate applying poison to the threads. But immediately after that, this girl disappeared, and just recently she was found dead. Tears were already streaming down Rebecca's face, where she sobbed and said that she probably shouldn't have closed her eyes to the truth. After listening to her interlocutor, Jacqueline invited her to sit down, saying that it was not her fault that what happened. Holding the pendant in his hands, John asked his wife if she would really be happy with this decoration. Having offered her neck to the young man, the girl did not answer, immersed in her thoughts. She remembered John's words about how they still had a lot of family jewelry, and therefore he could talk to her mother about her wearing something else. But the girl responded that if she wore something else from their collection, she would definitely look like a real envious person. But the fact that she constantly wears a piece of her husband's heart will not raise any unnecessary questions. After all, for her this is the most valuable piece of jewelry, the first one that the young man gave to his wife. And so Mary finally answered John that everything was fine and she was ready to go out into the world. After which she added that he could put her favorite and most expensive piece of jewelry around her neck. And so the Duke's youngest son did the same thing again, as he had once done with this decoration. When the decoration was in place, John noticed that although it suited the girl, it was also very small. To which Mary playfully stated that she had a much more significant jewel, which she considered to be her husband. This made the young man embarrassed, and he didn't even know what to answer his interlocutor. Of course, all attention at the celebration was focused on the main character of this story, where everyone present, seeing the family necklace on her, immediately began to speculate that she would become the next daughter-in-law of the ducal family. Mary, meanwhile, was mentally noting that in the world of a book, a whisper sounds so that literally everyone can hear it, and therefore assumed that the evening would be very interesting. But the girl's gaze caught on the man who, in her opinion, attracted much more attention today than the main character, where that person was Duchess Rosemary Sanders, who appeared in the room accompanied by her husband. The girl mentally noted that she couldn't even imagine how good this dress would look on a woman. After all, initially she really liked the dress that Rebecca chose for her. Rosemary never wore the one that her daughter-in-law had chosen for her during all this time. Mary thought that she had misjudged her taste, but as it turned out, the woman had saved this dress for a special occasion. And now she was telling delighted women that Kate had chosen this dress for her, after which Rosemary introduced the ladies to her youngest son's husband. Surprised, Mary immediately noted that there was definitely no such scene in the original story. Meanwhile, John, who was accompanying her, invited the girl to come closer to get acquainted. And now Mary was introducing herself to the women surrounding the Duchess, who, being polite, introduced themselves in return. The Duke's youngest son watched with some pleasure as high society accepted the one who, just a couple of months ago, everyone considered a hopeless slut. Soon the room was filled with the pleasant sounds of music, and the young man invited his wife to dance. As he began to spin, John asked Kate how she felt after these first social encounters, to which Mary explained that she had already managed to forget the names of everyone she had met today. And after her dance partner said that the main thing now was to remember the dance moves, the girl playfully asked if he was afraid that she would step on his fancy shoes. After all, he shouldn't forget that he's currently dancing with Kate Sanders. The body that Mary was in knew all the dance moves perfectly. It was enough for the girl to surrender herself to the sounds of music in order to whirl around in a dance with her lover. Looking her partner straight in the eye, Mary asked him again if he was still worried about her stepping on his foot. At one point, John suggested that she learn to dance by regularly dancing with other men. All this time, Stephanie was watching the young people dance with her unkind gaze. Her dear brother added fuel to the fire by noting that John seemed to want to get rid of Kate, but was now dancing with her. Another irritant was Rebecca, who showed up at the event wearing a family heirloom, giving reason to believe that she might become Calvin's wife. Stephanie was literally biting her nails, not understanding what was going on. Blake also noticed to himself that Kate had somehow changed and transformed greatly. Before she was kind of gloomy, but now she was simply shining, which does not happen in marriages of convenience. And his sister continued to watch Kate and John closely, thinking that this man should belong to her. But the dance was over, and the young people bowed to each other, thanking each other for the dance. Looking at John's flushed face, the girl cheerfully stated that she may have moved too quickly in the dance, making her partner sweat. And when John said that this was so, Mary, turning her head, suggested that they take a rest on the side. But as soon as the girl turned her head, her face changed dramatically. Noticing his wife's strange reaction, the young man also tensed up, not understanding what had suddenly happened to Kate. And then he heard someone approaching them from behind. It was Count Louis Dickerson, who with a very friendly face said that he had not seen the young people since the wedding, after which he stated that he missed his daughter very much, asking the young man to leave him alone with her to talk. Mary didn't know what to do, where she couldn't even look a man in the eye, which was probably due to the influence of Kate's essence awakened to her for the dance. And suddenly she felt someone take her hand. It was John who remarked that he did not think it necessary to retire, as he did not think the Earl would say anything that he should not hear. John's behavior greatly angered the approaching man, who planned to scold his daughter in private. He insisted that he simply wanted to be alone with his daughter, where the Duke's son would not interfere. But then John asked Louis how the servant who had been sent to their estate was doing. Trying to somehow get out of this situation, the Count said that his daughter had a violent temper, so he asked Gloria to teach her manners, where she turned out to be a strict teacher. As the men spoke, Mary could not believe that John was now standing up for her. But at the same time, he could simply be suspicious of her, and therefore simply interfere with the conspirators' conversation. At some point, the girl realized that she was regaining the ability to speak. And now she has already turned to her caring dad, saying that everything is really fine with her, and therefore he need not worry. Louis had no choice but to retreat, leaving a parting remark that they would meet with their daughter later. As he left, he hissed through his teeth that he had given his life to raise this ungrateful creature. When the danger was over, Mary felt sad again, thinking about how hard it had been for her to say just a few words. Here, John caught her attention, saying that the Emperor would be coming here very soon and they needed to prepare. After all, it is their family's duty to greet the Emperor with the whole family, which he invites Kate to participate in. Of course, Mary was not against expressing this sign of respect, as a real member of the family. Soon, the Emperor arrived and was already responding to one courtesy after another to the greetings of the families, while Jacqueline, sitting next to him, was simply bored. While waiting for her turn to greet the Emperor, Mary remembered that at this very moment another scene of the original work was supposed to begin. It was today that an incident was supposed to occur that would reveal to everyone the friendship between the princess and Rebecca. After today's event, all of high society had to acknowledge Count Olsen's illegitimate daughter. This was facilitated not only by the fact that the girl was wearing Blue Lagoon, but also by their emerging friendship with Jacqueline. But now the problem was that the princess was sitting and looking straight at Kate, not at Rebecca. The girl literally glared at John's wife, which greatly embarrassed the girl, who thought that their relationship had already improved. But Jacqueline said that the only joy for her at this ostentatious event was the opportunity to see all the people dear to her together. She listed the entire Sanders family one by one. Of course she named Rebecca, but no one expected to hear the name Kate. The girl noted that John and Kate are wearing matching outfits today, which refutes any rumors circulating around them. Where from today, everyone will see that husband and wife live in complete peace and harmony. Jacqueline then added that she would now always invite not only Rebecca, but also Kate to spend time together, which greatly pleased the Duchess, who thanked her for her attention. While Mary was in shock from what the princess was saying, Rebecca's face changed quite a bit. Calvin, who noticed this, asked if everything was okay with her, to which the girl stated that she was simply nervous from the Emperor's greeting. After the official part was over, John approached his wife, holding out a glass and asking how she was feeling. Having answered that everything was fine, the girl thought to herself about how much the scene with the Emperor's greeting differed from the original. In the original, Rebecca alone was supposed to be the center of attention, but in the end, she had to share those honors with a girl like Kate Dickerson. Mary didn't yet know the special condition of the next stage, so she thought that the distortion of the storyline might have something to do with that condition. But the girl's attention was drawn to the voice of Kate's father, who was talking to someone about an impeccable pedigree, where he praised Archduke Shelton, saying that he was a direct descendant of the imperial family. He was also the most loyal and devoted person to the now deceased and once close to him emperor. Mary noticed that Louis openly sided with this man, which he was apparently forced to do because of the hopelessness of the situation, where his daughter did not live up to expectations. And now, throughout the hall, shouts began to spread that under the late emperor, everyone lived much more peacefully. By speaking of this, the opponents of the current emperor thus claimed that the reign of the current emperor was much worse. Here Balder responded to Louis, saying that there was no need to spoil such a good day, and that the current emperor was doing everything possible for the well-being of his subjects, where he sincerely feels sorry for the emperor and his sister because he remembers them from his earliest childhood. Looking at the young people passing by, the Archduke noted that he would always have a place for them in his heart. Meeting Balder's gaze, Jacqueline suddenly turned around and headed somewhere, where everything immediately became clear from her face. This episode did not escape John's keen eye, and he literally jumped up from his seat. After apologizing to his wife, he said that he needed to talk to Jacqueline. Leaving Kate alone, he told her to scream if her father dared to approach again. Watching her husband leave, Mary noticed that the princess really did look a bit unwell. But then her attention was drawn to the conversation of some ladies who, apparently, were discussing her. The women's gossip was immediately joined by the spiteful Stephanie, who added fuel to the fire by saying that she had heard that this was a marriage of convenience, with Kate simply a hostage in the Sanders household. All attention, Mary began to listen to everything the women were talking about, and the conversation was already about the fact that this marriage of convenience would most likely fall apart in the very near future. The girl, rising from her seat and approaching the gossips, interrupted this flow of stupid information. With the most haughty look, she said that no matter what, it was she, and no one else, who became John Sanders' wife. After which she noted that the gossips had probably not yet heard the rumors that in the event of a divorce, she would be entitled to her own mansion and excellent compensation, on which she would be able to live comfortably, eating and cheating her until the end of her days. And since she is beautiful, she will be rich enough to have lovers, and then, if she so wishes, she will marry again. When she finished, Stephanie called Kate just a leech who had attached herself to the Sanders family. To which Mary laughed and noted that her opponents live like this all the time, where they first live off their parents and after marriage, their husbands. Of course, this bitter truth could not help but touch the girls to the quick, where Stephanie shouted that even if that were the case, they were not at all like Kate. The girl agreed with this, saying that she was not the one who was pining with envy because someone married John Sanders. Her opponents had nothing to say in response to this, and then the Duke's youngest son himself returned to his wife. When the young man came close, the girl playfully asked him if she was really flirting so much in front of him. John, who did not hear the essence of the conversation, did not understand what Kate was talking about. And when she explained that she was being accused of this, he said that she could well afford it as a wife, but only with him. After these words, Mary pressed herself against her husband, saying that it could not be otherwise, since no other man could compare with him. The embittered women could only watch in silence what Kate was doing now, where Stephanie's nerves quickly gave way, and she retreated from the scene of the altercation with her opponent. As Mary watched the girl leave, she noted to herself that the more she tried on the role of vulgar Kate, the more she liked it. But then her attention was drawn to John, who wanted to say something to his wife. Just in case, he warned the girl that he and Jacqueline had simply been friends since childhood, and there was and is nothing else between them. He explained this quite persistently until Mary assured him that she trusted her husband completely. After all, even the main character of this work has already managed to be convinced of his honesty and steadfastness. When John finished speaking, the girl looked at his face, happy that such a good relationship was developing between them. But she was not allowed to completely relax by the system, which informed her that she would have to fulfill a special condition of the third stage in order to expand her capabilities. Having abandoned all her hopes, the girl was ready to simply run away from the mansion when she learned about the condition that needed to be fulfilled. Episodes of this new life flashed before the girl's eyes, where the Duchess at some point simply began to believe her. Another ray of light was Brandon, telling her that feelings cannot be kept inside. She also had Susan, who wished her mistress simple human happiness. Even the princess herself gave her her friendship, and therefore in essence the girl had no reason to abandon all these people. She could well have found her happiness with the one who was originally supposed to kill her heroine, the one she fell deeply in love with and offered to dance another dance with when John asked why she was looking at him like that. The room looked as if there had been a violent fight involving at least 5 people. But the only reason for the chaos was Stephanie, who could not believe that her beloved John Sanders had finally given preference to Kate. But at some point the girl noticed some kind of sealed message on the windowsill. When she opened the envelope, the girl found a letter addressed to her in which someone unknown offered her to join the fight against that evil leech that had attached itself to the Sanders family, where, with joint efforts, they will have to get rid of Kate Dickerson once and for all. Following the directions, Stephanie soon arrived at the designated meeting place. The girl felt very uneasy alone in such a scary and gloomy place where she had been appointed to meet. The girl was frightened and screamed in surprise when the door in front of her suddenly swung open. The young man who appeared in the passage said that he was waiting for the guest to arrive. As he invited her inside, Stephanie noticed that he was wearing a badge with the Sanders family crest on his clothes. This calmed the girl down, who realized that now there was definitely nothing to be afraid of, since right inside this family there was someone who hated Kate. Leaving her servant, the Olsen family's daughter said that she was ready to meet the well-wisher. As Mary walked into the room, she happily greeted the young man there. Looking up from some document, Brandon greeted Kate back. Here the girl noticed an open book lying on the table which caught her attention. Its pages depicted magical patterns, which was surprising since the plot did not mention anything about magic. But before the girl had time to delve into the contents of this book, Brandon suddenly closed it abruptly. Suddenly realizing that they were too close, the young people pulled away from each other. Brandon began to explain haltingly that the gentleman had asked him to study the information in this book. Mary in turn apologized for putting the young man in an awkward position. The conversation then turned to how Kate had handled the recent Empire Day event, where Brandon noted that, according to rumors, the girl was so tired that she spent the whole day yesterday without leaving her room. remembering how John carried her into the room in his arms, promising to take revenge for how Kate had seduced him, Mary even began to feel embarrassed. After all the nearby maids heard his words about how she wouldn't be able to get out of bed tomorrow. Deciding to immediately change the subject, Mary said that she had not come to work for a very long time, which her interlocutor did not find anything wrong with. After which Brandon added that she was, after all, a lady of high birth and might not work at all. The girl was very surprised when her boss suddenly said that from today, Kate had access to documents concerning her husband's future holdings. And so he provided the girl with a whole pile of documents, comprising reports on 10 years of life in those places, accompanying this with the argument that Kate will govern these territories jointly with John. According to the plot, he really should have received the title of Count and left to manage new possessions. There he felt very lonely, which the girl can try to change in the new version of the story. It would be better for them to leave the capital life aside and not intersect with Calvin's interests anymore. Together, they will be able to wedge themselves into that other life, far from the capital, where John and Kate will have a wonderful opportunity to live a simply happy life, like the Earl and Countess of Sanders. Mary enjoyed going over these thoughts in her head, and without noticing it, she began to quietly hum some tunes. At one point, Brandon interrupted her thoughts by asking if Lady Rebecca Olsen was causing her any inconvenience. After thinking for a moment, Mary replied that this girl had not created any obstacles in her life. Of course, there were times when some inconveniences arose because of her words, but she was sure that Rebecca did not wish her any harm at all. Literally the next day, Rebecca suddenly suggested that Kate go shopping together, citing the fact that the girl would soon be leaving for her new possessions. It was hard not to agree with her arguments that after moving to the provinces, buying new and beautiful things would not be easy at all. Mary didn't know what to do with herself, listening to a whole stream of information coming from her interlocutor, including the fact that the street still had to be decorated after the holiday. All she could think about was that Rebecca would invite Calvin instead of her, citing out loud that she was busy. If this were the original story, Rebecca would never have appeared on a walk accompanied by a girl like Kate. In the original version, this girl was able to win the hearts of 2 of the Duke's sons at once. But when it came to friendship with peers of her own sex, Rebecca was much less fortunate. The only exception was Princess Jacqueline. She became the only character who became friends with Rebecca and accompanied her on shopping trips. But at a recent event, it turned out that Kate had successfully managed to wedge herself into this friendship, which could have led to the offer to go shopping being addressed not to the princess, but to John's wife. It only remained to be seen what might happen if she tried to refuse the walk. Well, her interlocutor once again tried on her innocent and upset expression, modestly apologizing for the inconvenience she had caused with her proposal. It all reminded Mary very much of the scene from the original story, where Jacqueline was in her place. Having decided to at least follow the original line in this, the girl nevertheless agreed to go for a walk together. Rebecca was very excited that she would be able to go shopping for the first time with a real friend, where a lot of exciting things awaited them. John was quite surprised when he learned that his wife and Rebecca were going shopping together, and Mary explained that it was just a walk between 2 friends, and there was nothing shameful about it. The young man tried to say that he would also join the walk, but Mary reminded him of the planned trip to the palace that same day. The key argument was the girls mentioned that the princess had also expressed her desire for both of her friends to get along and spend more time together. But while the girl was giving these explanations, she managed to notice that John's face changed greatly when he found out about this walk. At some point, she decided that he was probably still afraid that Kate might hurt Rebecca. Looking up at his wife and starting to say something about Rebecca, John simultaneously became immersed in memories, where after the accident on the yacht, he carried out his thorough investigation, but was never able to find any traces. Standing next to a table covered with papers, the young man noted that interrogating people was very risky, after which Brandon added that if rumors of John's private investigation reached the Duke or Kelvin, then trouble would be inevitable. The Duke's youngest son, standing nearby, listened attentively to his interlocutor's arguments, simultaneously studying the contents of the book. Of course, he understood that this investigation would look like an attempt to frame his brother out of envy, where no one will believe that John does not love Rebecca and does not feel jealous because she gives her attention to Calvin. Brandon continued to say that he perfectly understood the master's feelings associated with Kate's well-being, but without strong evidence, nothing could be done here. But then John suddenly asked his interlocutor whether he really didn't hear the voice that was constantly trying to make him doubt Kate. Hearing such an unusual question, Brandon fell into a stupor, not knowing how to react to it, much less answer it. Then the young man began to think that this voice could be a defense mechanism against feelings of guilt for his previous attitude towards Kate. And so John said that of course his wife could afford to go for a walk with Rebecca, but just in case, he will send one of the guards to accompany her. The Duke's youngest son also urged the girl not to commit any rash acts. As they walked along the street, where a variety of shops were located one after another, Rebecca kept telling her companion what each of them was famous for. Where Mary had great difficulty in enduring this endless flow of information. Of course, answering the girl's questions, she politely denied that Rebecca had tired her out. After apologizing, Mary explained her behavior by saying that she was simply lost in thought, after which she asked how she knew so much about this street. The girl sheepishly replied in the negative when Mary suggested that she was often there with Calvin, after which she explained that about once a quarter a catalogue of the shops on this street is published, which she enjoys reading. And while Rebecca was telling her about her dream of being here someday with a real friend, Mary was lost in her thoughts. She suddenly realized that all the actions of this girl were not intentional, but were caused by the actions of the author, who had a strong influence on her. Looking back, Mary noted that fulfilling the special conditions had already allowed her to secure the loyalty of a character like Susan. Moreover, she was able to change the attitude of one of the important characters, the princess, towards Kate. Therefore, it would be nice if she could get closer to the main character of this work. And so Mary literally pounced on her companion, where she was even a little taken aback, not expecting such a reaction. Where the girl, fired up by the idea of getting as close as possible to Rebecca, suggested that she go around all the places that would be possible today. And so their joint shopping trip could be considered open. And the first place they came across was a point of sale for a wide variety of headwear. After a quick try-on, the girls got their favorite headwear and continued on their way in high spirits. Next on their way was a bookstore, where Mary was giving her review of one of the works. After which she noted that in the continuation of this novel, there are a couple of very piquant scenes. Mary found it very funny how the main character was embarrassed when mentioning the racy scenes and everything connected with it. But this seemingly modest woman asked her companion if she was familiar with such a work as The Secret Temptation, where it was not difficult to guess what this book was about. Mary was greatly shocked to learn that there was also adult reading material in this world. Carefully turning to her friend, the girl asked if there was such a book in this shop. To which Rebecca quietly replied that there was no such literature here, but there was one place that even Calvin secretly visited. Realizing that it would be better to enter such a place secretly, Mary called Susan to her. Almost in a whisper, she asked her to somehow distract Rebecca's maid so that they could escape unnoticed. Where Rebecca really wants to buy one forbidden book so that no one can find out about it. Soon everything was done, and the girls secretly found themselves in that very place with spicy literature, where Mary still could not get her head around the fact that this modest girl knew about such places. At the same time, the girl noted that in the original story, such a moment, of course, was not described. As she and Rebecca parted ways in the adult library, Mary became interested in reading one of the books she had taken from the shelf. Having read it, she didn't notice how time flew by, and at some point she literally forced herself to close the book, deciding to come back for it another time. Having chosen 3 other books to buy for now, the girl began to look for her companion, realizing that it was better not to call her by name in such a place. Having walked around the entire shop and not finding her friend, Mary soon came across some door. Thinking that Rebecca might be there, the girl pushed her and suddenly found herself on the street, noticing that it was easy to take books out of here without paying for them. She wanted to go back so that she wouldn't be labeled a thief, but then someone's voice joyfully declared that he really did see Kate Dickerson in front of him. A few days before, Stephanie followed her guide down a gloomy and not very clean corridor. And finally, she met with an unknown person who offered to join forces against Kate. And then Stephanie demanded to reveal the identity of the person who sent her invitations to this meeting. The hooded man standing opposite responded that it was not possible to reveal his identity at this stage. But at the same time, this man showed a token with the Sanders family coat of arms, making it clear to his interlocutor who exactly was interested in eliminating Kate. Stephanie immediately remembered her recent suspicions that the investigation into the incident on the yacht had not been carried out because the duchy wanted to eliminate the unwanted daughter-in-law. When Count Olsen's daughter asked how she could help, her secret interlocutor replied that she was invited to tea with the Peterson family the following day, where all she is required to do is voice the information indicated on the paper at this tea party. Reading about Kate's plans to visit a certain bookstore, Stephanie noted that she was not going to accept the invitation because of the presence of one person there that she did not like very much. At the same time, the girl did not understand how this would help eliminate Kate, but her secret interlocutor said that after the information reached the right ears, everything would happen by itself. Rebecca's maid, distracted by Susan to visit the bakery, asked that the strawberry and blueberry pies be packaged separately. Quite a lot of time has passed, and Rebecca and Kate still haven't returned. Looking around, the maid Mary asked if her colleague found this strange. But she, smiling cheerfully, said that all gentlemen have always been and will always be their own masters. The young man with a rather wild look was very pleased when he noticed that Kate had come to her senses. Clutching a dagger in his hand, he noted, without hiding his joy, that they had not seen each other for a long time. Not understanding what was going on, Mary asked the guy who he was and what he could possibly want from her. Her captor chuckled and replied that he was just one of those who had knelt before her, where it was no wonder that she had forgotten him. He then added that after he gave her the information about the construction of the railway, he lost everything: his fortune, his reputation, his title, and his inheritance. After which the young man shouted that after all this, Kate also managed to forget who Austin Peterson was. Mary knew perfectly well that before she found herself in Kate's body, she had managed to seduce many men. Receiving valuable information from them, the girl passed it on to her father, Count Dickerson. Mary also had many memories of Kate breaking off engagements, which turned out to be far more numerous than was described in the original version. But at the same time, the original did not contain an episode where one of the victims of her actions would try to take revenge. This situation was similar to the episode with the yacht, as it was also created by the author in defiance of the plotline, where it is clear that the author is pursuing the goal of simply destroying Kate. And just like last time, the girl saw a message that if she died, the story would return to the beginning, after which a timer with a countdown appeared. Mary tried to calm herself down somehow, mentally telling herself that she still had a little time. Where last time, even after the timer started counting down, her death did not occur, since John saved the girl. Realizing that her life was now in her own hands, Mary began to play, pretending to remember Austin. The young man did not believe that she remembered him, but the girl nevertheless continued, saying that she had previously known him as a decent man who would not kidnap people and threaten them with a dagger. Taking a quick glance at his weapon, Austin apologized, saying that he had not meant to scare his lover. The timer continued to count down to Kate's death, and her killer spoke about how after meeting her, he realized that he was actually a great romantic. He then noted that he almost went crazy when he found out that his love had gotten married. Well, since he understands perfectly well that he is no rival to the son of Duke Sanders, they decided to die with their love. Where he was prompted to this decision by information that he saw in a fortune teller's book, according to which if two people die together, then in the next life they will be together. Realizing that in front of her now stood a real fanatic who quite possibly had a mental disorder, the girl decided to change her tactics, suddenly asking him for forgiveness. She was very familiar with the feeling when a loved one uses and abandons a partner like an old toy. Austin was surprised to hear the apology, and Mary added that she was truly sorry. The young man looked at Kate, not believing that this girl was even capable of asking for forgiveness. Mary noted that he might not accept the apology, but he shouldn't say bad words about her. But Austin was no longer able to be stopped, where he stated that this arrogant devil, who always looked down on everyone, suddenly apologized to him. The girl immediately realized that she had come to the right place, instantly adding that her kidnapper actually knew and does not know anything about her. Mary then noted that all the rumors about her were the most blatant lies, which for some reason everyone believed. And as she spoke, the time until death on the timer began to become not less, but more. Trying to convince Austin, the girl said that she actually didn't like noisy parties, recalling that their first meeting took place in the library. While she distracted him with conversation, Mary tried to free her hands, which were tied behind her back. The young man begged her to stop destroying the image of Kate that he loved so much, and his captive suddenly declared that she was not the woman he needed at all. Calling herself pathetic, Mary noted that dying next to her would be the most senseless act on his part. But suddenly Austin asked the girl what was so important that she saw behind his back, periodically casting her gaze there. The timer instantly jumped to the countdown, where only a few dozen seconds remained until death. And the young man added that the girl was apparently simply lying to him, hoping that someone would come to save her. Laughing, the crazy fanatic said that she had played really superbly just now. Where he will never believe in her modesty, since when the girl was kidnapped she had very specific literature in her hands. Releasing from his hand an erotic story called The Countess's Private Dog, Austin began to straighten up. And now he was already heading towards his victim, saying that he would always be her personal dog. And now together they will be able to go through eternity itself. At the very last moment, Mary managed to free her hands from the bonds and break away from the place where death awaited her. With horror, she noticed how the blade of the dagger stuck where her body had just been. The killer was very surprised that she was able to untie the rope, noting that it was impossible to escape from magical bonds. Getting to her feet, Mary wanted to rush to the exit. But Austin blocked her way, saying that it was okay if she died in any other part of the room. He asked Kate not to move anymore, so that her death would not become too painful due to the miss. At that moment, the girl suddenly noticed that there was a window in the room, closed with shutters. Meanwhile, her killer was inexorably approaching, saying that it was all Kate's fault. As Mary took off her shoe, all she could think about was that she only needed a second to make a dash. Austin was again talking about how he would try to make sure the girl didn't feel any pain when a heel suddenly flew into his face. Having performed a diversionary maneuver, Mary immediately rushed towards the window, near which there was a chair. The girl used it as a tool to knock out the shutters. The tree gave in, and rays of saving sunlight fell on her joyful face. And suddenly Mary felt a strong pain and a sharp pull backwards. The killer caught up with his victim, grabbed him by the hair, and prepared to carry out his plan. Realizing that death was inevitable, Mary closed her eyes so as not to see the dagger piercing her body. The girl opened her eyes when a drop of warm blood fell from somewhere onto her face, and then she saw John's face in front of her, who stopped the deadly movement of the blade with his right hand. The girl could not believe that the Duke's youngest son had somehow miraculously appeared here and saved her from death again. John himself, not hiding his excitement, only said that he was almost late. Reading the system's message that part of the original plot had been destroyed due to his interference, the author did not believe what was happening. He couldn't believe that Kate had survived in such a seemingly hopeless situation. After all, he had organized such a development of events that her death was simply inevitable. And how much effort went into organizing the preparation of all this, where he was even able to separate Kate's faithful servant, who could interfere with the implementation of the plan. But Susan was not like most of the other servants, where she immediately found John and reported the disappearance of her mistress. Having told everything that happened before Kate went missing, the girl was given the task of checking the place where her mistress might have gone. The independence and fearlessness of the most ordinary maid. The efforts and feelings of the Duke's youngest son, who immediately rushed to search for his wife. And finally, the intelligence of the one they were trying to kill. All this led to the fact that once again Kate was able to avoid death, and history will not return to the beginning. Now it was possible to say with confidence that Kate's current image had eclipsed the main character. And so the author came to the conclusion that it was now better not to interfere with the development of the plot at all. He had no choice but to simply continue to watch what was happening in the hope that the special condition of the third stage would not be met. After reading the system message, Mary was deeply hurt by the fact that the author's influence had merely been weakened. After all, we were talking about her own life, where she could actually die. Overwhelmed with emotion, the girl shouted in her heart that the system was making up some idiotic rules. But when Mary received no answer, she began to think that at any moment in the story, her life could be in danger in such deviations from the original plot. But at some point, the girl suddenly saw some kind of glow appear under her feet. Walking through the door that opened behind her, Mary saw several more of the same doors in front of her. Approaching one of them, the girl suggested that this could be an exit from this world. But as soon as she opened it, she immediately saw little Kate, who was bursting into tears and asking for forgiveness, saying that she would never do that again. And Count Louis Dickerson loomed over the girl, shouting at his daughter and slapping her so that she would learn her lesson better. He muttered through his teeth that the guy liked young girls, and if she didn't do what she was told next time, she would have to live without food for a week. Looking at this scene, Mary did not understand where she had ended up and what kind of strange place this was. Moving away from this door into her heroine's past, the girl looked warily at the other passages located here. Opening another door, the girl again saw Kate, who was again begging for mercy. This time, Gloria played the role of the Punisher, telling the girl that the gentleman was very unhappy with her. Mary turned and walked out of the room, where the maid had already begun her execution with a whip. The next episode was a romantic date, where the young man confessed his feelings to Kate, hoping for reciprocal love. The girl was very scared and uncomfortable when he suddenly put his hand on her shoulder, saying that he wanted to get to know her better. Trying to remove the impudent man's hand, Kate noted that if her father found out about this, he would be very angry and would not allow them to meet again. In another room, Mary found her heroine sitting all alone in her room. She recalled her father's words that while she was at the Sanders mansion, she would have to divert attention to herself when she received the signal, so that Phil could carry out his plan and steal the most valuable thing their family has. Moving into the corridor, Kate lingered for a while near the portrait, which depicted the still young Duke with his wife and 2 very young sons. The girl reached out and touched the image of her husband as a baby. Watching all this, Mary suddenly asked someone invisible what he wanted to tell her. The girl did not understand why someone unknown was showing her all of Kate's physical and mental suffering. Of course, all the characters in this story are influenced to some extent by the original and the author, but nevertheless they live independently. The question was where the real Kate was, given that Mary was living in her body. At some point in her thoughts, the girl remembered that there was still some special condition of the 3rd stage that was unknown to her. The pieces of the original Kate's soul that are here seem to be asking her to fulfill this condition and then return here again. The young man, who had managed to fall asleep while sitting by the bed, suddenly felt a gentle touch on his head. Opening his eyes and raising his heavy head, John suddenly saw Kate awakening in front of him. The girl shone with her pristine beauty and greeted her husband, who saved her again. The girl didn't even have time to think about anything before the Duke's youngest son had already embraced her. The young man then told his wife what had happened while she was in the killer's captivity, where, having received information from Susan about Kate's disappearance, he, together with several knights, began to search the area. And then at some point his attention was drawn to the sound of a window breaking from a breaking tree. After the rescue, he began to reconstruct the picture of the preparation of this crime. Most likely, he received information in advance that Kate would be in a specific place, and therefore prepared everything in advance. The only reason we couldn't find out more from him was because he committed suicide while being taken to the mansion for interrogation. Mary tried to calm her husband as best she could when he lamented the fact that they could not even simply prevent the villain from committing suicide. The girl was a little sad to watch John's futile attempts to overcome at least the plot of the book. After all, this suicide of the villain is nothing more than a restoration of the original plotline. However, she of course could not explain all this to the Duke's youngest son. Then the conversation turned to Rebecca, who, at some unknown moment, managed to disappear from the bookstore, where, as it turned out, she left that place in such a hurry that she didn't even have time to pay for the book she took with her. Having met one of the bodyguards, the girl was surprised at what he was doing there, but as it turned out, Calvin had sent him for her. The girl tried to say that she was spending time with John's wife today, but the one who brought her the information looked at the girl in such a way that any objections were useless. Realizing she had no choice, Rebecca left the bookstore. Having told all this, the young man was for some time lost in thought about how Rebecca had behaved. And so, turning to his wife, John suddenly asked what she thought about this girl. The main character of this story was the charm itself, where everything she said was always accepted as the truth, as she had a kind heart and pure intentions. All the key characters in this book are influenced by the original and the author, and the main character is more susceptible to this than the others, where she must inevitably become an opponent of the evil Kate, where in the original version, Count Dickerson's daughter didn't get the one she loved so much. Therefore, as long as the force of influence on the events of the original version remains, friendship between these two characters is impossible. And so, sitting on her bed, the girl thought that understanding all this, she decided not to look for the guilty. John repeated his question, asking his wife's opinion about Rebecca. She also understood that Rebecca was John's top priority, and therefore perceived the question as a kind of test. After all, the girl remembered John's words very well, that Count Olsen's illegitimate daughter was much dearer to him than his own wife of convenience. The question she once asked John about whether he would be able to be objective in the investigation if Rebecca came under suspicion also spoke volumes. And so she replied that if she didn't trust this girl, she wouldn't have agreed to go anywhere with her. The young man tried to object, but Mary firmly said that she trusted her completely. After all, Rebecca couldn't have known that something would happen to her at the very moment when she went somewhere. It was just a coincidence of circumstances. After this, there was silence in the room for a while, where each of the spouses was immersed in their own thoughts. But John said that in that case he had some information for his wife, where he talked about how Rebecca was very worried about Kate. She stopped eating and drinking, cries constantly, and blames herself for what happened to Kate. Well, his older brother really hopes that the girl will finally be able to calm her down. He was about to tell Calvin that his wife was still weak, but Mary said that she would go to them immediately. Realizing that he would not be able to stop this girl, John had no choice but to agree with her decision. Henry, who was informed about the visit of his youngest son and his wife, allowed them to be brought into the office. And so the married couple had already gone inside, where Calvin and Rebecca were already there. In response to the Duke's question, the girl replied that she was already feeling quite well. At some point, Mary had the feeling that this time she and Rebecca had switched places. As soon as the girl heard Kate's voice, she immediately jumped up from her seat. Approaching her friend, she said that she was still very pale and that she should not have left her bed. And so she began to cry, begging Kate to forgive her for everything that had happened because of that bookstore. Looking at the crying girl, Mary tried to convince herself that all this happened only because of the influence of the author and the original plot. But at the same time, she couldn't shake the feeling that some kind of deadly chill was emanating from the hands that were now holding hers. Freed from Rebecca's grasp, Mary said that what happened was not her fault, and therefore no apology was required. She then turned to the Duke, saying that she had already heard about the investigation he had organized. Henry confirmed this, also noting that the investigation was difficult, since the only one who could clarify anything was dead. Then Mary said that, according to John, the crime was planned in advance, which meant that Austen had somehow managed to get information that she would be in a specific place on a specific day. And so she turned to Rebecca, asking if she had told anyone that they were going shopping. But suddenly, Calvin reacted very sharply to this question, literally jumping up and down, shouting that no one should dare to blame Rebecca. Very surprised by such a reaction, the girl tried to explain that she did not suspect anyone here, but simply asked a question. Rebecca tried to calm him down when the young man spoke abruptly about how she had not eaten or drunk because of guilt, and had definitely not told anyone anything on purpose. John tried to intervene in the conversation, but his wife did not allow him to do so, saying that she would defend her position herself. But before she started, the girl asked Calvin if he had anything else he wanted to tell her. The young man didn't immediately understand what she meant, and then the girl rather emotionally stated that he could have just asked about her well-being first, instead of attacking her. Calvin tried to explain his behavior by saying that Kate had started interrogating Rebecca, but a moment later he regretted his words. Where, having said that if they needed an interrogation, she would show him now, Mary reminded him that it was at his request that Rebecca left the store in a hurry, and the Duke watched what was happening with some interest, without interfering for now. Calvin had no answer to his brother's wife's arguments, and he could think of nothing better to do than to call what happened karma for Kate's debauchery. At this point, realizing that the situation was starting to get out of hand, Henry ordered everyone to be quiet. The first to express his dissatisfaction with the interruption of the conversation was his eldest son. But the man suddenly said that Kate was right about the fact that he didn't even ask about her well-being. And since Calvin could not help the investigation in any way, he ordered him to leave the premises together with Rebecca, whose normal nutrition he must now personally monitor. After which the Duke turned to his daughter-in-law, asking her to tell him in detail everything she could remember. The perpetrators of the assassination attempt were never found, and the Peterson family had to pay the girl a fairly generous compensation. And since Mary did not want everyone to discuss the incident with her, as was the case after the incident with the yacht, the incident was not advertised. A week after these events, John invited his wife to visit the Imperial Palace. Realizing that this threatened her horseback riding with Jacqueline, the girl noted that she was advised to avoid stress for another week. But the young man explained that it would be possible to do without horse riding. Imagining herself in the company of the princess, Mary mentally noted that a picnic would be very appropriate. But from her husband's face, she realized that the trip to the palace was not just for the sake of a picnic. And now she has already received information that on this very day, the Olsen family will arrive in the duchy. Not remembering such a place in the original, the girl asked about the purpose of their visit. To which John explained that he didn't know the details, although he had some assumptions, where, according to his assumptions, the question of rights to the mind ore might come up. The girl understood that the rights to the distribution of the ore became the basis of her marriage, and if the Olsen family succeeded in the negotiations, her position could be seriously shaken. But then the young man noted that this visit could also be connected with the fact that Rebecca attracted everyone's attention at the celebration. After thinking about it, Mary finally found a correspondence with the original version of the work in the given circumstances, where in the original the Olsens missed out on the opportunity to become related to the Sanders family after essentially selling Rebecca to them. After some time, they came to their senses and tried to somehow rectify the situation through negotiations with the Duke, which ended in complete failure. But despite this, for some reason, Mary could not shake off the bad feeling. Count Olsen greeted the Duke in a mocking manner, saying that they had not seen each other for a very long time. He then apologized for being absent from the celebration, where his health condition prevented him from attending. Looking at Stephanie standing behind the man, Henry noticed that he had not been warned about her visit. But he had no choice but to invite everyone in when she explained that she had persuaded her father to take her with him to see Rebecca. Watching the Duke's reactions, the girl, biting her nails in a completely ungentlemanly manner, quietly noted that he was rather dry with them. Well, Blake, who was standing next to her, just smirked at how his sister was reacting. The young man immediately remembered their recent conversation, where he could not believe that Stephanie had just gone and done what some secret stranger had asked her to do. To this, Stephanie stated that it was a man from the Sanders family, although she did not see his face. And when the girl annoyedly declared that Kate had survived again, the young man called her crazy. After all, she didn't even think about the fact that all this could have been set up in order to test her, where she knows nothing for sure, including that it was the Sanders family's bangs. Stephanie tried to point to the family crest, but Blake countered by pointing out that there were as many of those available to make as one could wish. And now he was already accusing his sister of the fact that, because of her short-sightedness, their entire family could be put at risk. Then the girl said, offended, that her brother himself had done nothing, but was only insulting her. She also emphasized that the information provided to her turned out to be genuine. Whoever started all this knew exactly where and when Kate would be, who survived only thanks to John. And the next day, a representative of the Peterson family gave an interview about how his son had suddenly committed suicide. So Stephanie was sure that the duchy had decided not to spread the information, but she was sure that all this almost killed Kate. Listening to his sister, Blake gradually came to the conclusion that there really was some involvement from the Sanders family. Thinking about who it could be, the young man immediately ruled out John, who apparently really fell in love with Kate, and his older brother, who was only interested in Rebecca. The only person in sight was Duke Henry Sanders himself. He could have realized that Kate was useless as a hostage, or he may not have planned to maintain this alliance for long from the start. At some point, the young man's face lit up and he turned to his dear sister. And so he told Stephanie that she would need to go with him and her father to the Duke. After reviewing the documents provided, the man asked what the Olsen family wanted from him. Blake started talking to him, reminding him first of all that his sister still didn't have a husband. The Duke, who was very indignant, did not even allow the thought that someone like Stephanie could be near the heir. But the young man dispelled his fears, saying that everything was clear to them about Calvin, where everyone had seen the family jewel on Rebecca. Blake then noted that the duchy could no longer trust the Dickerson family. He then told the Duke how Kate had spoken at the event about the compensation she would receive even if she divorced, which showed that she regarded the duchy as nothing more than a bag of money. And so finally, the son of the Olsen family asked the Duke if he was really ready to continue to watch her arrogant behavior. The girl sitting at the table suddenly felt something strange. The Duchess even suggested that the girl was cold when Mary suddenly shrank from a chill that ran through her body from nowhere. Thanking the woman for her concern, the girl said that she was completely fine and decided to go get a cape. But then Stephanie, who was sitting opposite her, said that she needed to go to the restroom and asked to be escorted there. When they were alone, the evil girl noticed that Kate was really hiding her true nature very well here, where apparently no one else knows what she's chatting about outside of this house. But in response, she suddenly heard that before judging others, she needed to look at her own behavior. After which, Mary, grimacing heavily and deliberately distorting words, portrayed Stephanie's own behavior at the table in front of the Duchess, where the guest played the role of a very decent girl. She had already turned away when a stream of different words poured out from her companion in response, with which she tried to somehow offend the impudent girl. In the end, she suddenly shouted that Kate could be kicked out of this house literally tomorrow. Gloating, Stephanie reminded her interlocutor of why she became John's wife, where the rights to the ore are now transferred to the Olsen family, where at the moment negotiations are being conducted between her family and the Duke on this very topic, where discussions touch on, among other things, the question of John changing his wife. Mary knew that John himself was not currently at the estate. But her opponent, as if reading her mind, said that John would not be of any help here, since he would not go against his father's will. There was some truth in this, because he certainly did not become her husband of his own free will. His own father forced him into this situation against his will and desire. Deciding not to continue discussing the matter for now, the girl pointed to the side where the restroom was, hoping that she would be smart enough to get back on her own. Stephanie was furious that Kate didn't react to what was said, and Mary responded to her remark by saying that she wasn't interested at all. But she once again infuriated her rival when, in response to her words that John would happily accept the divorce, she said that he might not accept the marriage with Stephanie. And finally, she defeated her rival with the words that a girl like Count Olsen's daughter would never win John's heart. Sitting at her workplace, Mary was sorting through papers as usual. The letters blurred before her eyes, the meaning of the sentences was lost, and the girl realized that she could not concentrate at all. Her thoughts returned to the original story, in which she had suddenly become an unwitting participant. There, the Olsen family played the role of villains who oppressed and humiliated Rebecca in order to get what they wanted. But there was not a single word written there that they could have any interest in Kate. These young people certainly did not have the goal of somehow annoying Rebecca during this visit. It was quite obvious here that they were targeting Kate. At the same time, such a decision was quite logical, where they would have taken a big risk by trying to touch on everyone's favorite Rebecca. But the Olsens could feel safe attacking the one everyone hated. This could mean that the original and the author no longer have control over the plot, and events can unfold as the characters wish. Coming to this conviction, Mary realized that she was mistaken, believing that in order to be saved, it would be enough for her to overcome the established plotline. Here the girl's attention was drawn to Brandon, who came up to the table and asked her if everything was okay with her, where he cited the lady's not very good appearance as a reason for asking such a question. He invited her to rest after the tiring meeting and seeing off the guests. As Mary looked at the young man, she thought that if there was a character here who could genuinely like her without the influence of the author, then there must also be one who hated her with every fiber of his being. Taking a stack of papers, she replied that she was fine and had enough strength to carry out her work duties. Drawing the young man's attention to one of the reports, she showed that the figures did not add up, which became the subject of her reflections. When the Duke, who was studying a document, heard a knock at the door, he immediately allowed the visitor to enter. It was his youngest son who greeted his father upon his return. In response to his question, Henry said that the Olsen family had left the mansion and he had not seen his older brother for a long time. The young man then reported that he had a complete list of families ready to join the rebellion, starting with the family of Archduke Shelton. While the Duke listened to his son's report, he recalled a recent conversation with his older brother. He asked Calvin why he had shifted his trip to the Imperial Palace to his brother, where his eldest son replied that it was due to the Olsens' arrival. To this, Henry noted that this was the reason he sent Calvin and Rebecca to the palace, so that she would not meet her tormentors. To this, his eldest son replied that he had wanted to do so, but Rebecca herself had refused to go, and so they would go to the gardens outside the capital. And so John finished his report when his father tried to praise his son for the work he had done. But an incredibly loud noise outside silenced both father and son. A second later, one of Brandon's assistants burst in and announced that Dickerson County had declared war. The Duchess did not understand why the reason for the war was the price of ore, which was fixed on paper and signed by both parties. Standing by the window, Mary heard snatches of phrases from which she realized that Kate's family had already declared war on the duchy. In the original, the Dickerson family, by starting a war through their own stupidity, thereby doomed themselves to certain death. But now the war has started too early, where it may well be a consequence of her inaction regarding Louis's instructions. And now the legitimate question arose about what would be done with the daughter of the rebellious count. In the original version, Kate was already being punished by the time the war began, and therefore no additional measures were taken against her.